All right, everyone, please take your seats. Give you a minute to do that. I'm going to break my own protocol a little bit. Usually I'll jump up to the podium, but at this point we've got most people set up, so let me just make some introductory remarks. Welcome everyone, of course, to the 30th PNT Advisory Board meeting since 2007, and our first meeting being held in beautiful Colorado Springs. Admiral Thad Allen is our chair. He's unable to participate in person for this particular meeting. However, he is with us in spirit and may be joining us virtually this morning if his schedule allows. Therefore, Dr. Brad Parkinson will chair today's meeting on his behalf. The focus of the meeting today is the board's long-standing program to protect, toughen, and augment GPS and GNSS for all users. And as such, the meeting agenda was organized by our member, Dr. John Betts, the chair of our PTA committee, and so we would like to recognize the contribution of John and his team as we progress through today's agenda. As a reminder, board deliberations are governed by the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FACA, which means that discussions are open to the public and meeting minutes will be posted online at gps.gov within 90 days for the record. We strive to post all briefings within 24 hours of their presentation, and several may be posted already, thanks to the good work of our colleague at U.S. Department of Commerce, Mr. Jason Kim. As a reminder, our open meetings are also being live streamed and recorded for greater public access and public documentation. Finally, board recommendations are provided as independent advice and counsel, and the U.S. government reserves the right to accept, or not, the input provided by this committee. It is important to the overall process, however, for the board to continue to receive feedback on what could be supported and what may have to be set aside in times of fiscal constraint. That said, as members deliberate today, please remember to abide by established ethics laws that require us not to engage in any discussions that may create a potential conflict of interest. And if a member does believe that the appearance of a conflict on a particular matter is emerging, we simply request that you clearly recuse yourself from that subject matter. A note of appreciation for all the preparatory work that has set the stage for today, and also thank you to the members who have joined, some of which may be finishing their time with us after several years of contributions, such as Dr. Penny Axelrod. So with that, Dr. Parkinson, I certify that there is a quorum to begin, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thanks, JJ. Good morning, everyone. It's with a lot of joy that I see you all, and I hope you feel the same way, because you are the expertise, you are the people who really understand GPS and represent some grave responsibilities in terms of trying to do the right thing, and you always do try to do that. Before I go any further, I'd like to wish our chair the very best and hope that he has a speedy recovery, and I'm certain you all join me in that. This meeting is, in a way, an experiment, and we have delegated a substantial portion of it directly to one of our 6 committees under John. You already heard that they've been working very industriously to make this meeting a success, but we have not focused on a single thematic subject, I don't think, in our background. And first of all, I'm expecting it's going to be an enormous success. But secondly, I will give the board a heads up that if this is what we think it is, i.e. an opportunity to get down, focused, come up with some crisp recommendations with good justification, if all those hopes are met, I think maybe the next meeting we have already conceived of some subjects that I think deserve the light of day, and I think we will try to repeat the process with different chairmen. You don't get to win it twice in a row, John. That's not a prize. and proceed from there. So our goals and objectives today are to delve into this subject of PTA, protect, toughen, and augment, in such a way that we can both have a complete understanding at the top level of what this is all about, and at the same time, hopefully have some recommendations that can be actually executed by the federal government should they elect to do so. The way we're going to do this, we're going to start out with subcommittee highlights, and if you look down the list, you'll notice there's only 5 of them, and we have 6 committees. Well, of course, that's because the rest of the day is devoted to that 6th committee, so there was no reason to have that summarized. So before I begin, does anyone around the table have another comment they would like to make? Okay, hearing none.
I do.
John does.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the RNT Foundation for a terrific reception last evening, and in particular the highlights of listening to General Thompson's very insightful and useful comments. So thank you for that, Dana and team.
Our pleasure. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I was remiss in not. I had brought it up to Dana just before the meeting began, but doing it publicly is the right way to do it. So that's excellent. And I understand we have a spy in our midst in the back there somewhere that perhaps also understands we appreciate very much what he did and continues to do. So with that, let's begin subcommittee highlights, communications, and external relations. And Dana Goward is going to be our speaker. Please.
Yes, sir. With your permission, Jeff and I would like to swap slots here this morning so he can set the foundation and we can talk about how we'll communicate that. So,
excellent. Press on.
Good morning, everyone. Can we see the first slide, please? Good. PNT governance in a changing world. Your SPG subcommittee had a meeting yesterday, and we discussed ways in which the world was changing, and it was General Willie Shelton who, at the end of the meeting, tossed out that phrase, and we thought it captured our theme perfectly. And so we adopted it as the title of our presentation this morning. Our point being that despite its importance, we know that we're not giving the attention to PNT in our country that we should. Let me have the next slide, please. And it is a changed world. One obvious way in which it's changed, PNT-wise, is the number of stories we see in the news about jamming and spoofing every day. Another way is in which the way in which PNT is being used as an element in what we call great power competition. I want to briefly explore these challenges. Next slide. It's happening routinely in conflict zones, of course, but we experience anomalies and disruptions far too often, even domestically today. We know there are ways to toughen PNT. We will hear about them today in the course of our meeting. But we aren't seeing, we think, the requisite urgency attached to addressing that need. Next. We all love to think of GPS as the gold standard when it comes to space-based PNT, and without question, it certainly is. But maybe it's just 18-karat gold, while some other systems are beginning to look like 24-karat. We'll be talking later in our meeting about capabilities that other GNSs have that GPS doesn't, at least not yet. One of those GNSS GNSSs is China's Beidou system. We know that China is aggressively marketing Beidou in competition with GPS, using its system as a way to establish greater influence and even dependence, particularly among developing economies. It's become a feature of China's Belt and Road Initiative, and it's merely the latest episode in China's long history of seeking to gain influence in developing countries through investment and other forms of assistance. Personally, I think it's a mistake to characterize all of this activity as inherently sinister. After all, the U.S. wrote the book on the use of foreign assistance in order to cement relationships and alliances. But what we should probably treat as more worrisome is that China appears way ahead of us in developing a multiplicity of domestic PNT systems. Our colleague Dana Goward and his RNT Foundation have been documenting this phenomenon for a while. What it means simply is that in the event of a conflict, however unlikely we hope it is, our single source of PNT could be disabled, but China's multi-PNT capability would continue to function. That's a position we don't want to be in, but frankly, it's one that we have been very slow to address. Next slide. What all of this tells us, your humble SPG subcommittee thinks, is that there's a governance problem. But let me be very clear about something. In no way is our concern about governance meant to imply criticism of the people who built GPS, who operate it, who continue to maintain it and improve it over time, and who continue to encourage the development of complementary PNT technologies throughout our country. On the contrary, we salute you. What you've accomplished, what you accomplish every day, is nothing short of a miracle. It's an overused cliche, I'm sure, but of course the system itself is a miracle. And let's never forget that GPS was America's gift to the world, possibly the greatest gift that any nation has ever given to the world. And by the way, if America hadn't invented and deployed GPS, there would be no GLONASS, no Galileo, no Beidou. Those systems, lest there be any doubt, are nothing less than tributes to American ingenuity and leadership. Unfortunately, what may be most miraculous about what you do every day is that you do it without the quality of support that both you and the American people deserve. We think that's because the governance framework, which was designed 20 years ago and enshrined in the National Security Presidential Directive, NSPD 39, a framework that made sense at the time, is no longer responding sufficiently to the strategic, geopolitical, and even the spectrum allocation challenges that America faces today. It's not about a lack of competence, it's about a lack of emphasis and urgency. We think it's time for a change. Next. We need a new and more contemporary policy declaration, a new strategy, one that acknowledges the importance of PNT as an element in America's critical infrastructure. And we also need a revised approach to governance, one that ideally vests genuine decision-making authority in a single, properly empowered entity, one that has clear authority to advocate for the funding that's necessary, both at OMB and before the Congress. This is, of course, a very big ask, but we shouldn't treat it as beyond reach. Think about it. The fact that GPS may be lagging behind some of the capabilities we see emerging in other GNSs should be treated as an opportunity to demonstrate the kind of leadership we have so often seen in our government. To use another shop-worn cliche, it's a wake-up call. Whenever the United States has perceived itself as behind in some strategically important way, we have stepped it up, usually with positive results. Launching an updated, contemporary PNT strategy should be seen as nothing less than the stuff of legacy. Maybe it needs its own brand. We accelerated the modernization of our air traffic control system with a program that we branded NextGen. We reformed the way international aviation works with a program that we called Open Skies. And Hollywood now knows all about the Manhattan Project. What should we call this initiative? We've kicked around GPS Plus, But I wonder if that diminishes the importance of terrestrial PNT. Maybe we should have a naming contest, but we shouldn't have it until there's something to name. Of course, we need to be realistic. It's a very tough budget environment in Washington these days. Our national debt is famously $34 trillion. The budget deficit for 2024 is about $1.6 trillion. Congress is not in a generous mood. But in the context of numbers like that, the resources necessary to support a PNT policy better tailored to today's needs should be treated as relatively small potatoes. It's hard to imagine leveraging money spent more effectively than by accelerating PNT development. Where there's a will, provided it's at a sufficiently high level, there's a way. Next. Okay, you say, so we advocate a change in policy and a change in the governance structure. What does the advisory board do then? Just wait for it to happen? Of course not. We keep doing what our charter tells us to do. If our proposal for changes in policy and governance are accepted, we will find immediately that there's a far more receptive audience for the informed, practical, actionable recommendations that come out of our meetings. But even if our overarching proposal isn't accepted, there's at least a chance that it will trigger some useful conversations within government. Maybe there are other ways to skin this cat. Even if that's all we get, it should encourage more attention to our recommendations, provided, again, that they are practical, actionable, and provided that we communicate them effectively. Thank you for your attention.
Well done. Thank you very much, Jeff. Next, we have Jade Morton on education and science innovation.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to represent the Education and Science Innovation Subcommittee to present some highlights of the subcommittee's finding and the recommendations. First of all, my name is Jade Morton. I'm the chair of this subcommittee. Terry Moore is the first vice chair, and Dorota Greshna-Brzezinska is the second vice chair. We also have several members who participated in the discussions we held here yesterday, and Renata Fuja and Russ Shields, Todd Walter, and Sasha Middleman. And our focus for this subcommittee is U.S. PNT workforce education and training. Our objective is to recommend ways to assess the current state and the future needs for PNT research and education industries. And in addition to that, we would like to make some actionable recommendations so that we could improve the need in those areas. Next slide. So I would like to actually first bring your attention back to recommendations we made last year. Back in May 2023, the subcommittee made a recommendation for the U.S. government to invest in the future of U.S. PNT education and training. In January of this year, we have seen responses from ISCON that's posted in gps.gov. A summary of this response have the following bullet points. First of all, the executive steering group has actually ongoing PNT education and training efforts, and a few things and they are also willing to discuss other potential approaches across government. And a few action items they've highlighted in the following. First, there have been 2 DOT centers established. Each of them are receiving $2 million per year for 5 years. NGA and NGS have also established a geodesy community of practice, and this community include efforts in research, education, and workforce training. NGS, in addition, has offered $4 million of geospatial modeling grant and for the academic partners in that community. And NCO has a number of outreach activities addressing PNT educations and specifically in the broader STEM fields. And finally, ICG have supported multiple international workshops. And the subcommittee welcome these actions. However, we felt that any further investment should be based on, decisions should be based on a study on the need in the specific disciplines, and the level of investment should also be assessed based on those specific needs. So next slide, please. So as a result of this discussion, our subcommittee would like to revise our recommendation as the following. We still are based on our recommendation, based on the perception that other countries are gaining on the U.S. or are already ahead in PNT R&D education and training investment. And we still believe that the current U.S. PNT research, education, and training have not met our industry needs. And our recommendation is the following. You can see some of the text being highlighted so that it wouldn't be a long sentence. So we'd like to, for the Excellence, to work with the National Academy of Science, Engineering, Medicine, or other organizations on a study to gather the evidence on the need for PNT research, education, and training, and related technologies, as we believe that the focus should not be just narrowly focused on PNT itself. It's a really multidisciplinary approach at today's age. But that study has to be done in comparison with related international activities and to develop a roadmap for future PNT skilled workforce. So that's our updated recommendation. And the reason for this recommendation is if we wanted to provide a more established and coordinated evidence base to support requests for increased funding to address the PNT-related skills, education, and training needs. And that will allow us to provide a more cost-effective and implementable approach to address industry need. And of course, the consequences, we want to repeat that. If we don't take any actions on this recommendation, we're worried that the U.S. PNT skill gap will continue to grow to potentially critical levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Jade. Very good. Do you think there is will be a reception, eager acceptance of this by NASA? Have we pre-coordinated this in any way?
We have been talking to some of the NASA representatives. We think there is, there's potential, yes.
Okay, I think we need to pre-coordinate it to some extent, but I don't know if it's time for comments on things with a recommendation. That recommendation is before the whole board to adopt or not adopt, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll think about it. It will come up again, I hope, on tomorrow.
We're ahead of schedule right now if you want to deliberate it now.
That's true. We're a little, okay, are there any comments by the members? Anyone push back at that, or anyone feel like it needs further clarification? It sounds to me like a reasonably clear recommendation. And obviously, one of the issues is where they find money to actually do the study.
Exactly.
That has to be worked out. But is there any, are there any dissenting votes? And any strong assenting support? Yeah, Terry.
Well, just one point for clarification. All we've done, this is not a new recommendation, it was a recommendation at a previous meeting. All we've done is tidy it up a little and slimline it to make it hopefully more effective. So it's based on a recommendation that has already been passed.
So I don't know what the protocol ought to be, but I shall, is there any opposition to accepting the refined recommendation? If not, I think that goes into our out basket here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, Dr. Frank Van Diggelen, Emerging Capabilities, Applications, and Sectors, affectionately known as ECAS.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
That's the name of our committee. What we're involved in should become clear when I tell you about the updates from our recent meeting. I'm the chair, Scott Burgett, and Brian Chan are vice chairs. Next slide, please. And these are the members. Next slide, please. So the agenda for this year, we had a presentation by Turn.ai, which I'll tell you about, an update on the HARS proposal. So HARS stands for High Accuracy and Robustness Service, which is a proposed service that this committee is advocating. And then we talked about plans for future meetings. Next slide, please. So Turn.ai, we had a very interesting presentation from Sean Moore. I'm not sure if he's still here today. Don't see him, but he's the CEO and co-founder of this company that does location using digital 3D maps and car sensors and no GNSS. So the way this works, you can get the idea if you look at that trace in the bottom. This is also a little test to see if there are any real Coloradans in the audience. If you drive that path and arrive at the red dot, where are you? Correct. Very good. I had a special prize for whoever got that first, but there were several of you. I'll hand that out later. And if I told you, I thought in case there weren't any real Coloradans, I'm glad there are, I could have given you the hint. Suppose you were at 14,115 feet, then you would have all got it. You can see how this works. So very interesting. Okay, next slide, please. HARS is a proposal from our subcommittee that has been previously made and adopted by the PNT Advisory Board. This is just a summary slide from the white paper that we've produced. The main idea here is to have a service that provides corrections to the orbits and clocks, as well as providing the nav data through an alternative distribution network, namely the internet. And next slide, please. And this has seen a tremendous amount of industry interest in the last several months, especially in the R part, the robustness. That is the thing that people really care about. And that comes from having this nav data distributed. We just got a letter, there it is, from Apple to the PNT Advisory Board, giving their support. So this is unsolicited. They knew about this from the white paper and said, we really care about this, and this is why it's going to help us. And I just pulled that quote out of there. Supports the HARS proposal to include access to the satellite navigation data via the internet. And I will talk more about that in the next slide. The most important, before the, okay, you can leave it on this slide, but the most important thing is for this program to become a reality, it needs an owner in the government. It needs someone like the Space Force or similar body to own it, pay for it, and build it. It's really a small program in the scheme of things. It costs less than a satellite to provide this kind of data over the internet. We've had talks from groups such as JPL who have the capability of doing the modeling for the corrections and collecting the nav data and redistributing it. So the technology is there, and we just need an owner to do something that can really help GPS, again, become a leader amongst the GNSSs without having to put any hardware in space, just by adding capability on the ground. So that's the big takeaway is that we're still looking for an owner and a funder for this. In terms of developments and next steps, this R part, the robustness part, is turning out to be the thing that people really care about. We will update the white paper over the next 6 months with a deep dive into how the nav data provides robustness, and we'll have an update to that paper by the next meeting. We also have an upcoming paper at the ION GNSS conference in September focusing on the use of nav data bits to increase sensitivity and robustness. Next slide, please. So plans for future meetings. So this committee, as you can see from its name, has a fairly wide remit, and at the next meeting, Renato Filia has been preparing a white paper on AI use for PNT, so he will present that. We also plan to have a focus on LEO constellations for use in PNT, and that work will be led by the committee co-chairs, Scott and Brian. and this is a pretty picture provided by Brian just to give you a visual of how many LEO satellites are already there. You see thousands of satellites already in space for communications, but in a way, more importantly, there are hundreds planned by funded companies for PNT over on the right there, including governments. You'll see ESA and JAXA there. And that's the update from our committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for a question or two, if there is, from our board. Does anyone have something they'd like to ask? Okay, hearing none, I think we can move on to the next subject, which is international engagement. And we have our own, very own Aussie, Mr. Matt Higgins, to talk about that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. So the subcommittee has not really changed, except I finally remembered to take the Honourable Jeffrey Shane off our list. But the other point I've added here is that we also continue to have US government reps involved. So at yesterday's meeting we had Jeff Auerbach from State, Chris Erickson from Space Force, and Sasha from Transport, Sasha? So that's really useful to have US government people sitting in on the meetings when we're discussing certain things. Obviously, the committee has the non-US citizens on the board involved, but also US members. Next slide, please. These are the areas in our terms of reference that's been in our terms of reference since the start of the subcommittee. What we've been concentrating on to date is the third point there, the GNSS service and performance gaps. So next slide, please. And to do that, we had developed a number of fact sheets that document some of the features of other systems that aren't currently available on GPS, all aimed at this question of, is GPS still the gold standard? At the last meeting in Houston, we had started the process of combining our individual fact sheets into an early draft of a white paper. But as you know, on Thursday, Brad's leading a discussion at sort of a higher level on system comparison issues. And so we discussed that in a lot of detail yesterday in our meeting. Next slide, please. So this is just our agenda from yesterday, basically with reporting on each item. We discussed, I just had a general agenda item just to discuss this issue of a focus topic, and our subcommittee still has consensus that it's a good way, and this seems to be a good way to go. So we're happy to be involved in future meetings that use this focused approach. The main thing we discussed was the work that Brad's been doing on system comparison, where Brad actually asked for some input from myself, Terry, and Renato, for example. And that's going to be discussed in detail on Thursday. So really that has a huge influence on our work. There's not much point doing a separate white paper until we've had that discussion on Thursday and decide where we want to go from there. But as an example, you'll see in Brad's presentation that he refers to the need for reference material on some of the more technical details and background, and that's exactly what our fact sheets were always intended to do. So I think that would be the way we would integrate our work to date with this discussion on Thursday, heading towards a white paper, I presume. Yeah, so some of the things that arose from what's in the table in the draft memo that the board members have seen, and we've also seen some of Brad's presentations, more detailed slides. So the question came up of should regional systems from India and Japan be mentioned in the context of cooperation with like-minded countries. Possible follow-on work to the comparison on GNSS systems would be a comparison of PNT more broadly across a number of countries. That's something Terry suggested, which would probably be a good follow-on process, because there is interesting work going on across a lot of countries, getting more organised around alternate PNT, etc. It's likely, I suppose, that this topic, depending on how Brad's discussion on Thursday pans out, could be the a focus for a future meeting, and that obviously will have our subcommittee involved. So pending the outcomes of that discussion, we basically agreed that we're ready to help where we can if needed, if that's the way it pans out. So next slide, please.
Let me just, if you don't mind, let me jump in at this point and give everyone a little food for thought. In terms of what we have loosely called gold standard, and some people have taken a little umbrage at the use of that particular phrase, but in terms of perceived and actual international capability, there is an interest, in ensuring that the policy statement of what we are trying to do as a nation is backed up by a set of metrics if we are comparing these systems in any way, and that has to be backed up by the details that drive those metrics. In parallel with that, if we make a recommendation, we get immediately back into the issue that Jeff brought up, which is how do you have any kind of a cohesive process of trying to improve things. And so the thought is that at our next meeting, perhaps we should, just like we're focusing on PTA today, we should focus on the combination of governance, i.e. Being able to carry out decisions and have a cohesive policy, and also what should be driving that in terms of our interest in ensuring that GPS is second to none, if that is our goal. So I'd like, if you don't mind, members, think about what, give us your observations tomorrow when I have my little discussion. Mine will not be terribly conclusive because, frankly, I lack the data. In part, that comes from these two gentlemen. But think about whether we should, at the next meeting, next board meeting, actually dive down deep on these subjects and spend the majority of the time, much as we are doing it today on PTA, spend the majority of the time on trying to sort that whole thing out and figuring out how we can put teeth in recommendations regarding governance and how we can indeed describe the situation in a way that at the highest level of government they understand what we're trying to say. So I just dropped that in your in basket. I apologize for interrupting you.
No, thanks, Brad. It's excellent context. And yeah, so for the rest of the board, we will discuss that. And the point of my last dot point was our subcommittee discussed that we would be happy to get involved in any future focus meeting. Although if it's that sort of two-pronged issue, then I guess we would concentrate on the technical characteristics of systems side in our subcommittee, and maybe Jeff's would be more on that policy issue. So, but anyway, it's definitely moving forward. The other agenda item we tend to have is, are there any other developments on the scene that we need to bring to the board internationally? So Renato mentioned one way to do outreach similar to what China is doing in some cases, for example, internationally with developing countries, would be to do some outreach on GPS education via the UN Regional Education Centres under the UNUSA. Jeff Auerbach from State raised the issue of the FCC licensing for broadcasting in the US. A lot of the discussion around that has been on concerns about Beidou signals being used in the US, but Jeff quite rightly, I think, pointed out that there are a lot of other international implications of that. And some examples we discussed were that QZSS from Japan is not authorised, but it's very useful in Hawaii and Guam, for example. But it's not really authorised. Similarly, an issue I've been raising for a number of years is that the Galileo high accuracy service is on E6, which is not authorised, but would obviously be beneficial to US users. So this issue around the FCC thing is not just about, I think, there's two sides to the coin is the point here, and that needs to be discussed, I think. And then Sasha also raised the issue around issues that have arisen internationally where people are doing, or countries are doing interference and detection monitoring testing near borders, and when that might be crossing a border and affecting people on the other side of a border, which has always been a problematic discussion. So that was a good point as well. And then obviously we finished by just discussing what I should say now, which I've now said. So thank you.
John?
Matt, thank you. Question about the QZSS not being authorized. My understanding is that the FCC process is that if a service provider would like a system-wide waiver, the service provider needs to apply for that waiver. So if my understanding is correct, then the ball would actually be in QZSS's court to apply for that waiver. Have we had any discussions? Have we, the U.S., had any discussions with them in the ICG or elsewhere to suggest that they apply for that waiver?
Jeff was nodding his head when you were saying that they do need to apply for a waiver. Jeff would be better to comment.
We have not had any discussions with them about that. You should. But that is correct. Yeah. They would need to apply.
I think I've mentioned before, in Australia what happened was licensing of GNSS was treated like SATCOMs, but it was eventually decided that it wasn't like SATCOMs where you had to have a license to broadcast into Australia and have ground stations and space stations and various parts of the legislation. We moved to a situation with, in the case of GNSS, if it's recognised in ITU, then it's recognised in Australia, which is a much easier approach in terms of administration. But that's just to mention. But yeah, I agree, John, you do have to apply for a waiver. And there's, I guess, the waiver for Galileo took quite a while. So a waiver for QZSS would presumably also take quite a while. So, yeah.
I think it's ironic that the principal beneficiaries are United States citizens in those two places, and yet the burden of getting approval for those U.S. citizens to use it somehow drops onto Japan. It just seems like it's the wrong way to go about it. It seems to me there should be some way for the states. Dana has a comment.
Yes, no, sir, I agree. We have an FCC rep later today, maybe not from the right bureau, but we might be able to question that person as well. But my question is your last sub-bullet there, a discussion of cross-border effects of GNSS IDM testing, not suggesting that the situation is in the Baltic as a result of an overflow of an IDM test?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Sasha could probably comment more if needed.
That was not to do with the situation in the Baltic.
Yeah.
It was a more general discussion about notification in advance of tests. And certain participants in that discussion raised objections that were not obviously on technical grounds. It was an issue we have to work on. But it was not specific.
Thank you.
So I'll just reiterate the value of having the US government people attend our committee meetings. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I understand it, we have now we're going to hear from Dana. And you are briefing out CER, SPG, or a little of both?
CER, sir.
All righty.
Yeah. So, slide please. So the rest of the subcommittees come up with things to recommend, and then our task is to consider ways to effectively communicate those recommendations to folks so that they actually get the attention and action that they deserve. So you see here our group. Last member of our group there, Mike Hamill, is a new addition, so I'm going to ask the Secretariat to add him to the list, if you will. We discovered late in the process that if you really work with Mike Hamill, you can get him to come out of his shell and offer an opinion upon occasion. And so we wanted to leverage that and take advantage of that. So next slide, if you would, please. So we've had a number of internal recommendations for the board in terms of better ways that we can communicate, things that we can do better. You see them here. One of the big ones is reflective of the fact that we've noticed that the closer that our meetings have been to the Washington Monument, the more government officials and the more senior the government officials are that we get to see and talk to in person. So we think there's a great value to that. So we've asked NASA to take a look and see if we can get at least 75% of our meetings in the greater DC area, hopefully as close to downtown and convenient to our audience as possible. Next slide, if you would, please. We also thought that, you know, we all live in this ocean. We all swim in the GPS and PNT Sea, but it's a relatively narrow niche, and it would be good to at least get information about us as a body out to the larger PNT community. So as a result of that, our group collaborated on a piece for publication, which in GPS World, as you see, both in the online and the print edition. We've had some good feedback from outside the group saying, oh, that's good, we now understand what you do. And we've also heard from some members of the advisory board who've said, yeah, I sent this to my boss, so they know where I've gone for 2 weeks a year and what I'm doing, and it was very helpful. So we're always looking for other ways to talk about what we do and the things we say to folks outside of the community. So if anybody has access or suggestions of places we should look to publish, please don't hesitate to let us know. Yes, sir.
Dana, I would point out the irony of that particular chart. If you look over to the right, you will see the Turkish company that's selling 16-element AJ receivers.
I was wondering if you would notice that.
You didn't patch that in. That's native, right?
Yeah, that's just the screenshot, right? Yeah,
all right.
It wasn't no malice aforethought there. Next slide, if you would. So in terms of larger issues, we've made a lot of specific recommendations to the government, and as Jeff had mentioned, generally we think that there's a bit more context that's needed, more background, and so we've thought about the recommendations and how we communicate them. And one of the things that we've resolved upon is that we have to be very careful about how we talk to GPS. We all love and care for GPS, and we're concerned that it is being a little bit superseded by other space-based systems. But at the same time, if and when we make recommendations about improving the GPS satellites signals and control segment, well, that's not really very productive because those are long-term projects, lots of attention in the government, lots of focus, lots of money invested, and those kind of recommendations would be probably at the best counterproductive. Now, if we have some blue sky, long-term ideas, in terms of that sort of thing, certainly those are worthwhile, and we have a duty to make those recommendations. But we need to be really careful and more practical in terms of our recommendations, ensuring that they are more focused and practical and can be executed, kind of like the things that we've been talking about just this morning. Next slide, if you would, please. In terms of setting the context for the more detailed and technical recommendations, we think that this, as Jeff was saying, this needs to be placed in a more political context, if you would, great power competition, and that using the example of the fact that China has pulled significantly ahead of us as one of the exemplars of how we need to provide more focus and attention and a whole of government effort for PNT. As has been pointed out, we would care about PNT, and we would want to do better about PNT even if there wasn't a China there. We'd care about coronal mass ejections. We care about terrorists and accidents and that sort of thing. We would care about resilience regardless. But certainly the fact that China has reemerged, is a significant player on the stage, and is our pacing threat is certainly a good cause belli, if you would, to attract attention and also to help focus our minds and efforts on resetting our PNT effort and our PNT governance. So this is the way that we recommend we approach the topic in terms of communicating it outside of this group, and what the kinds of things that need to be done. And as I mentioned, all of the detailed, more specific recommendations would be subordinate or be included in this overall whole of government effort to do better in terms of a holistic and resilient approach to PNT. That's it, sir. Questions?
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, I think what we're going to do is take an early break, which will give us perhaps a little slack on the subjects that are coming up. And at the end of that, let's see, it is now 9:50 more or less. So let's get back here at no later than 10:10. How's that? 10:10, we're going to reconvene, and then for the rest of the day, the chair will, John Betts will take over as chair of our meeting. Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I agree. 4.5 months ago, the PTA subcommittee committed to providing an in-depth time on PTA, and so we're going to call the rest of this day PTA Day. We hope you find this useful. One thing I can tell you, if you measure progress by the number of slides, we've made a lot of progress. But I hope you also find some insightful information and some useful and actionable recommendations. And one of the questions at the end of the day will be, if you did find some insightful information and actionable, useful recommendations, how do we take them forward? What should we do with them as a board? So I ask you to keep that in mind during today. Brad?
To that point, I've asked JJ to pull together the list, which I believe AJ has, of all recommendations we still have on the table. I will recommend to our chairman that from now on, the opening of every meeting we have, that we review what we have said before, and to the extent we know where each of those things stand. So this ties right straight into what you just said.
However, I want to emphasize that the recommendations we make are just recommended recommendations for the board to consider. So.
Exactly, but I wanted to do it in the context of what we have already said.
Roger.
And frankly, it may be that we have too many open recommendations and have to go back and prioritize, because it is very hard to get somebody's attention if the span of things you're saying to them is too great. So,
agreed. So we're going to start out with the first hour providing an overview of PTA, and so I'd ask General Mike Hamill to kick off this session.
Well, good morning to everybody. John asked me to maybe do a little bit of an introduction here, to do a bit of seed setting, if you will, to this what's going to be a set of very, very diverse as well as detailed topics as we go through the day. And first of all, I appreciate John asking me, because I absolutely could not have contributed terribly much to the individual topics we have in this area. And I do feel that very fortunate to be able to join with a very impressive group of individuals that have devoted a good part of their life's energies into trying to promote both the value and the need, as well as try to help the U.S. government in managing what I would argue is the singularly most complicated enterprise that I've, over my professional career, have witnessed across the U.S. government. And its complexity, all the stakeholders that are involved, and the rest of that, it is truly the most difficult that I have seen over now 5+ decades. The intent here, I think, is to overall to provide a little bit of an overview. You're not going to hear anything in the few slides that I've got up here that's going to be shocking or new. Some of it's going to actually be a bit of a repetition, but trying to do is create a little bit of a picture of the environment we face, particularly domestic and from a civil U.S. perspective. This is not the universe of all global GNSS issues and the rest of that. It really is kind of focused on some of the pressing needs we have, and we're going to be linking us oftentimes back to critical infrastructure. I've observed in many different forums that we have not really dug very deep into matters related to defense and national security for a whole variety of reasons. But increasingly, we're seeing that the role of PNT, and particularly GPS, in our critical infrastructures is growing and has parallel vulnerabilities and risk factors. And in many cases, and was said very well by Colonel Ray when we visited out at Two Stops a couple days ago, that the fact of the matter is the American public, for them, much of this is all very speculative and someplace else and the rest of that. When we start seeing examples where there's failures of PNT and GPS and our fundamental enabling infrastructures and services and the rest of that, that's when there's going to be a real breach of trust, if you will, between the government and our citizens. So these focusing on critical infrastructure, I think, is a very important place to really be putting our energy. And I think the good news is that what you're going to be hearing, and John's going to introduce this in more detail, is that there's a lot of what we believe are practical, executable, and in many cases near-term steps that can be taken that are not going to solve world hunger, but can truly improve the posture that we have as a nation and protecting, toughening, and augmenting the capabilities. So I see part of this is to both be in a bit of a report out of the proceedings and the rest of that, but the other part is maybe a foundation of how we can help educate. And from our vantage point, there's a lot of actors out there, all of which have their place of where they act and use GPS and PNT and the like, but there's seldom the kind of holistic view that we have in this group. So a lot of this is to try to put context around it, hopefully maybe bring a little bit of urgency and imperative to these are no longer things that we can just, if the phrase goes, admire the problem. We've got to find ways that we can offer up practical executable steps overall. I think one of the things also that was very helpful through the process of this, and I have to say publicly here that I really appreciate John's extraordinary leadership. If ever there was a process and a challenge of herding cats, this was it, because there's a wide range of topics you're going to hear about here, but also even within our group, how we had crosstalk with the other subcommittees and the rest of that. And I think what you're seeing is a coalescing now around a couple of topics that we really can get more focus and energy behind, and that will be obviously a big part of the purpose tomorrow as we kind of review the biddings here and arrive at our final report from this particular meeting. I guess I would also say, as I reflect on this, and I point out that I have, since very young days as an officer, dipped in and out of GPS in many different positions and form, the rest of that. So one of the things I continue to note is that I am really, really dumb on an awful lot of things. So every time I meet with a group here, I find out things I said, I never knew that. And I sort of get embarrassed at times. But this is a complicated set of topics and the rest of that. And so I think the diversity of skills that we have here has made a huge difference. But what I would remind people is, and people here are largely of technical backgrounds and the like, and this is perhaps one of the most ultimate GPS and PNT, most ultimate of systems challenges. It goes across so many different boundaries with so many interfaces and the like. And so it's important to be able to figure out how do you decompose and parse out pieces of this, because you can't solve the problem in its entirety if you just start off at the very highest level. So a lot of this has to do then with what is the focus. I think that we had a good point that you made about that we're not really going to be terribly welcomed. We might start making a lot of recommendations about great new things to do with GPS 3 or beyond, or let's just kind of revise OCX and the rest of that. Those are long-term, massive kinds of investments. So, but looking at the other aspects of the system of systems, the user end of this, because this is a shared set of responsibility. It is not just the government's role to produce signals that ultimately end up as a service that's embedded in some kind of commercial or civil use. Users must take on responsibility for how do they employ this, and you're going to hear a lot more about practical things that can be done as we go forward in this. And I would just say that one of the things that to me, I consider myself still a neophyte in this board after even just a couple of years here. Many of you have been at this for a long, long time, but I've come to appreciate more and more the whole PTA framework. And I think one of our challenges needs to be, what do we describe this to the XCOM that we're serving as well as the broader public? What is PTA? And hopefully we'll have some dialogue on that, because you're going to hear lots of different pieces and part of it. But it's also, I think fundamentally is perhaps a strategic framework that can both help link together the national policy statements, of which we're not lacking. We got lots of national policy. The question is, how does that actually get decomposed into actionable steps that can be implemented, not just by the government, but by also users and industry and others overall. So what I'd like to say is that I'll go through a couple of these charts, and again, it's not intended, there's nothing remarkable here, but maybe a little bit of context that then can lead into, and John will kind of pick it up as I conclude here, about how do we march through these constituent elements sort of in that decomposition process. So I guess the only thing I'd say on this very first introductory slide, and everybody has their different versions of this, but it is really remarkable if we had John Q. Public in here to try to explain to them the ways in which what's happening in space is touching all these diverse pieces, both of government-delivered services, public utilities, individuals out on farms, and the rest of that. I really, truly believe that there's no appreciation of the reach that these capabilities provide and the degree to which everyday life is dependent upon it. Have the next one, please. So again, a little bit of narrative here, and nobody should probably be surprised about any of it. I think it's always important for us to reflect back on, and we are very blessed to have the forefather of all of this continues to fight the good fight. But again, we know we now have 50 years under our belt from initial concept to a place now where this is an indispensable capability, and I, for one, still believe that GPS, for all of the things that we'll cite as far as either shortcomings or you wish you had more, is still the leader in the world. We just haven't figured out a way, I think, to really adequately describe that, or to figure out what the elements are that have made that success, and how do we make sure we play to the strengths that we have overall. The other part is that some people may question and quibble this about visionary government leadership, but it truly was. When you think about all the attributes from the very beginning days, where this is a free to the world service out there, and likewise the sharing, as Brad pointed out in his remarks the other day out at the second SOPs. We basically shared, it was amongst the very first open system, if you will, in terms of making it widely available to any industry player or academic or whatever else to come in and examine and question and improve upon this. And so there was an ecosystem that really played to the strengths of the United States, and it was both that combination of government, fairly steadfast investment in this over the many, many years, as well as the innovation that has led to the place that we find ourselves today. And again, one of the things, and we'll speak about this at some point, I think one of the things in terms of measuring the success or whatever else is, well, how many users are there out there? And I think for a long time into the future, we're going to find out that GPS is still the foundational, the most trusted, the most pervasive capability around the globe, which is something we never want to take our eyes off, I believe. The other thing is we stand here today, we also see that blessedly we're at the convergence of what have been a lot of massive changes in technologies, some of which was government induced, but most of which came from the private sector. And so as a result, we're no longer thinking about electronic radios or that we've got software computers. There's a convergence and a micro-miniaturization and the rest of that that is now just fueling how these things are advancing into all manner of applications that I suspect few people would have ever even imagined even 20, 30 years ago. The other part is the massive private investment and the speed of innovation that comes with this is something we've always got to be looking to, because I would argue that that is one of the strengths that we have in this country and with other friendly countries and all the rest of that. And so that's got to be part of the equation as we step forward. And again, we simply point out here that the combination of attributes, and again, we're going to be doing a lot more focus, I think, under Brad's leadership here, of really getting to the heart of what are the metrics and how do we choose the right factors, attributes, characteristics that really are important in describing what is the nature of these services, and where do we stand versus our needs and our position vis-a-vis other countries around the world. But then we also have to acknowledge that this widespread assimilation, if you will, in all these places is creating an incredibly inviting target for both non-state actors, ne'er-do-wells, as well as peer competitors as we go forward. And that's on every plane. It's not just technical. It's also has to do with soft power considerations and other things. And so, again, the world is incredibly more complicated. But over these 50 years, things have changed dramatically. Next. So kind of a theme that you're going to hear about is that the whole, this idea of renewed attention. We're seeing just a coalescing of factors, some of which are political, some of which are technological, some of which are political, military, and the rest of that. And so there's probably kind of our call towards having some fundamental reexamination of all of these questions is going to be really critical. But at the same time, we simply can't be wolves crying out there. We've actually got to be able to help understand, well, what are practical steps and things that can be done by government leaders, all of which have different pieces of responsibilities associated with this, but we need to be able to help them think through things that they can actually move the ball forward, as opposed to having, if you will, an almost unsolvable problem on their doorsteps here. You're going to hear a lot of things, and again, I'm going to be listening as intently as everybody else in terms of the eaches of this and the different ideas and concepts across this, protect, toughen, and augment. And I hope that we're going to have really good dialogue and debate as we go through and the rest of that to try to understand how do they interact and which of these are are really truly implementable, and where would you think the responsibility should be? But the fact of the matter is we've got to take a holistic look, and I think today's focus and everything that John has pulled together and the rest of that is really going to be important. Again, none of this is to find fault. I see the final bullet down there. One of the things we have to acknowledge is a big global system like GPS, the time it takes from identifying a new service, a new capability, until it can actually be integrated and made operationally available is going to be measured in decades, and it's going to be measured in billions of dollars. And we know the pace of technology evolution and assimilation is operating on years, if not months. So we've got to figure out ways to sort of segment the problem here if the one that the fundamental on-orbit services and the control of that must have stability, and yes, it must evolve with time, but the real focus needs to be on the uses of it and how do we improve at the user end of this the capability to exploit the full potential. Next. So I'm just going to flash through some of these because this just starts to help create a little bit of the image of, so where are the challenges? And again, a lot of this relates to critical infrastructure. It certainly focuses on domestic challenges, not only in government and local provided services, but then it also relates to private concerns like automated driving and things like that that are on the horizon very clearly. And so this just kind of creates a little bit of an image. There's no doubt many people in this room that could go into much greater, gorier depth here, but this just is a little kind of a walkthrough. Here are all the challenges. And obviously spectrum has been one of these things that's has been central. I actually was recollecting as I was trying to collect my thoughts here. In 1997, I was in a position where then a young Scott Pace was over in Geneva at a WARC 97 conference and the rest of that, and things were going badly because the rest of the world found that this was going to be really nice to box in the U.S. on spectrum allocations that we were trying to create for GPS, and at that point in time trying to introduce M-code and the rest of that. It took a lot of energy to try to push back 25 years ago that, and now we're seeing this group was instrumental in really bringing to attention and pushing back on the threat that Legato represented, but we know none of this is going away. Spectrum is one of the ultimate pieces of real estate in the information age, and that is going to be a critical part, and obviously that's been a central point with our sort of our protect agenda overall. Okay, next. And then the other part too is I speak to my spouse and talk to her a little bit about, well, what are you guys doing the rest of that? And I said, well, do you know you can go on the internet and you can get a device that can wipe out for several kilometers use of GPS, and you kind of get an astonished look in the rest. That's the thing that we're dealing with. Some of these things are obviously innocent and not intended to be malicious, but all one has to think about is what could adversaries do, whether those be non-state actors or others that are trying to sow fear as well as distrust and the rest of that here in our midst and the rest of that. And this doesn't take a lot of wild-eyed imagination to paint scenarios and the rest of that that could be extraordinarily damaging to our interests. Next. And then the other problem, and Karen lives this day in and day out, and that is the whole problem is, well, if there is interference, how the heck do you know about it? How do you locate it? How do you take action to either mitigate or to shut it off? And this is not just a few isolated cases, but we've got to anticipate what does it mean to have this on a national scale where determined adversaries or disruptors and the rest of that want to really make a miserable day. We've talked about a lot of examples of shutdowns that we've seen some with airports, but you think about it wasn't too long ago where we had the gas pipelines that basically shut down the East Coast for a period of a week or so just because of the interruption. That wasn't PNT related, but just these vulnerabilities with our infrastructures and like and our dependence and the lack of hardness in many of these services is really an incredible potential vulnerability that really needs to be front and center, if you will, in our thoughts and discussions. Next. And I think this is one of the things we're trying to really get to the point of not pointing blame here, but to understand that one of the strengths and the reasons why GPS and PNT have so rapidly progressed is it was pretty easy in a wide range of equipment and the rest of that could get incorporated in things at very inexpensive prices and the rest of that. So it almost invited this floodgate of different kinds of equipment and all the rest of that. without necessarily assuring that however it's being used is commensurate with the degree to which either public safety or large-scale services are involved. And quite frankly, as we all understand, a lot of the receivers and other things just do not have that level of attention in their design and testing, and you're going to hear a lot more about that today. But that's just an example that there's a user end responsibility, and it shouldn't just be that whoever is a service provider, whether it be in public utilities, they're not supposed to figure this out. They're supposed to be able to make wise decisions about how do they use this, and to be assured that when products are integrated into their operations and the rest of that, it will meet some expectation of standard and protection. Next. And then, of course, as I like to say, that you also got to admit that these are not absolutely perfect systems. Sometimes the systems on orbit or through the control centers and the rest of that do have problems, and there's got to be ways in which you can recover from that within acceptable time periods and operate through it. And again, we'll hear some more about this, but that is another part of the equation here as we think about this. Next. So what we're going to do here is at this point we'll get transitioned to over to John. But again, I guess what I would hope that we can do is after we assimilate this, there'll be some discussions about, so what do we make out of all this? Again, I think the real point here is that today, and much of our effort is not needed to be focused on what about the satellites, what about OCX and the rest of that. It's got to be on how does this get used, particularly in domestic applications, particularly in critical infrastructure kind of uses. And in turn, what are the practical things that perhaps can be offered up if we can find an action agent or a government agency that believes that it's part of their responsibilities to actually start promoting some of these things that all the teams here have been working on diligently over the past number of months in trying to tee up to something that is perhaps an actionable recommendation. So I thank you for your patience and indulgence, and I'll throw it over to John.
Thank you, Mike. I think it was almost a decade ago that Brad came up with these three words to describe what's needed for the use of GPS. Was it like 2014, Brad? Yeah, okay. And so we're going to deal with that structure today because we think it's very useful. Next, please. But one of the things that we realized as we started this 4 months of activity was that even though we've lived with those three words for a while, we're not aware of anywhere where we've actually been careful about defining what they mean and what the boundaries are between them. And so we came up with this fairly wordy set of definitions, and I'm not going to read them all to you, just the main bullets. So protect is preventing or removing bad things that could happen to GPS use. Toughen is making receivers more robust and more competent in using GPS. And then augment involves two different things. One of the things we found with the word augment is there's a traditional use for augment, like a satellite-based augmentation system, which is making the use of GPS better. But we think that Brad's intent of the use augment was what General Thompson mentioned last night as multi-nav, maybe multi-PNT is a better word, but it's providing alternative sources of PNT. And so we're defining augment to be both the enhancements to GPS as well as the alternative sources of PNT. So hopefully, if we need to as a board, we'll be able to reference these definitions or your inputs to these definitions in describing what we mean by those three words. Next, please. So you've seen before in the PTA subcommittee reports, we talk about this PTA framework, and I'll talk about it just a little bit more this morning. So along the top of this matrix are different challenges and threats to the use of GPS, and they can be natural, they can be accidental, or they can be malicious. And obviously PTA can provide ways of dealing with these different challenges and threats. And to a large extent, we find that PTA are interchangeable. If you protect really well against interference, you don't need to have receivers that are as tough against interference, for example. Or if you do a really good job of protecting and toughening against a threat, maybe you don't need to worry about augmenting as much. So there's an ability to trade how much of each of these is available or is used. And one of the things that we recognize with augment, with those alternative sources, is that anytime you start using an alternative source, it itself needs to be protected and toughened. And so it's not just enough that you use another source. We've got additional protecting and toughening to do on every additional source that we bring in. Otherwise, we're not necessarily benefiting ourselves. So one of the things that we also realize is that, as Mike pointed out, users are going to bear a significant responsibility for dealing with these challenges and threats. And as we'll see, the U.S. policy, U.S. guidance says that there needs to be user risk management. But that's going to rely on the probability of these different challenges and threats. And we're going to come back and talk about that some more. Next, please. So let's take a quick look on one slide at where we stand with PTA today. And I think we all can agree that protecting is far from complete. We know that the challenge from strong adjacent band interference is dormant, but it's not dead. And we know that there's some progress towards a nationwide capability for interference detection and removal, but it's far from available today. We know that export controls still hinder the most powerful way to toughen receivers. And we know that owner-operators in critical infrastructure lack the information they need in order to toughen and augment. They're expected to do risk-informed work, but they don't know what the risks are. They're expected to choose in some way between toughening and augmenting, but they don't know how likely it is that GPS is going to stop providing useful signals. They're lacking a U.S. government commitment to remove interference in some stated amount of time. So they don't know how long their backup devices need to work. And they don't have the skills and the facilities to evaluate how tough the devices actually are that they want to buy and use. And nationally, we've asked DHS about this before, there's no evaluation of progress in critical infrastructure toughening and augmenting. And as a famous management consultant said, you can't improve what you don't measure. So we're left with a lot of work left to do in PTA. Next, please. Where do the responsibilities lie for PTA? What we did is went back to the recent government documents that are providing guidance on these topics. And it's clear that protecting GPS is a government responsibility, but it's shared among multiple departments and agencies. So the FCC is supposed to provide for the orderly development and operation of broadcast services, which presumably includes GPS. Department of Commerce is supposed to lead the radio frequency spectrum, lead the protection of the radio frequency spectrum used by GPS and its augmentations. There's a shared responsibility between Transportation, Defense, and Homeland Security to implement the ability to detect, characterize, and remove interference sources. And of course, anytime there's a shared responsibility, one has to ask who's in charge. The government and users also share responsibility for toughening and augmenting. The critical infrastructure owners and operators are expected to responsibly use PNT services and take risk-informed steps, but they don't know what the risks are. You've got three departments, Transportation, Energy, and Homeland Security, are each supposed to be developing plans to engage with critical infrastructure owners and operators and evaluating how responsible their use of PNT services is. And we have OSTP that's put together a national plan for R&D. So there's a lot of different organizations and agencies and departments involved. And the question that we've been asking this morning and many other times in the past is this all being organized well enough together? Next, please. So into this mess, your PTA subcommittee bravely walks, hopefully coming up with some ways to proceed. And just to remind you, and we'll try to do this over and over again, we are really trying to suggest, as Mike indicated already, near-term pragmatic ways to improve critical infrastructure use of GPS and PNT. So we're not trying to boil the ocean. We're trying to come up with some near-term ways to make things better, realizing that just raising the bar is going to be significantly better than where we are today, even though it will be less than perfect. And as Logan likes to point out, once we've raised the bar enough, we start to get herd immunity, where bad actors realize they're not going to have enough of an effect to really try to do bad things. We're going to focus on what's available or almost available, and you'll see that over and over again, and on actionable steps that have near-term impact. And out of that will come some advice to a whole set of stakeholders, much more than just the XCOM. We will provide some advice to the government on protecting spectrum use, on detecting, characterizing, and removing sources of interference. And I'll just emphasize over and over again that removing is really, really important. From a military point of view, we need to be concerned about that whole kill chain, and we haven't done our job until the interference source is removed. We want to talk about what the government can do for toughening receivers for aviation and other safety of life applications, and how the government can help provide information to owner-operators so they themselves can do a better job of toughening and augmenting. We're going to provide some thoughts for user equipment manufacturers for how they can either do a better job or publicize that they've done a better job. And we're going to try to provide some advice to owner-operators in addition. And so as I had mentioned earlier, one of the things that we'd like you to think about today is what could we do with our advice, to this advice, to the extent that you like it? How can we communicate it better? How can we get it to the people who are actually going to be able to use it? Next, please. So here's a roadmap for the rest of our day. We're going to have lunch at some point, but I think we've gained enough time that we're probably going to try to shift lunch and continue with the next set of our agenda before lunch. Tom Powell has been kind enough to organize a 1-hour set of presentations on the protect piece of things, and that will be followed by a 15-minute board discussion. Tim Murphy has been good enough to organize a 1-hour session on toughen, which will be followed by a 15-minute discussion of the results there. And then we'll spend an hour talking about augment, followed by a 15-minute discussion. We'll then wrap up with a quick summary of what we've tried to communicate with the board today, and then have an hour for deliberations before we break for the evening. So that's the plan for today. And if Tom, if you and your team are willing, then we'll just pick up and move out from here.
Good morning. So I'll start with a sort of a timing question for JJ. We're about 45 minutes ahead of schedule, and I have 2 guest speakers and roughly 90 minutes. And the way it was going to go is I was going to talk for about 10 minutes and then have Dennis and Mike come up and then some. So do you want us to press through the whole thing or do my part and then break? So.
I would suggest you just press forward, Tom. Thank you.
Okay, so Dennis and Mike are both here, so if whenever you want to make the call for lunch, we can break, but maybe we can get through it all beforehand. So, okay.
If you guys take an hour, I think that we can
Sure.
just run the whole hour.
Okay. All right, so good morning. My name's Tom Powell, and welcome to the Protect portion of the show. If you go to the next chart. And so, as I mentioned, I'll have a few introductory remarks, and we have 2 very excellent guest speakers. We have Dennis Akos from the University of Colorado, and we have Mike Rhodes from the FCC Enforcement Bureau. And they're going to talk to you about some of the things that they're doing. And I'm going to mention a actual real-world interference event that both of them were either personally or their organizations were involved in recently that forms a good test case or a good case study for the problem of protecting and removing interference. And then at the end, we'll have some discussion about potential metrics for interference detection and mitigation, and maybe some candidate PNT advisory board recommendations for the board to consider. So next chart, please. So this is just restating the protect problem from John's previous chart and just highlighting this portion of the presentation will focus on the protect. And as John mentioned, there are several other aspects of protect, including regulatory and other things. But for this portion of the show, we're just going to focus on the interference detection and mitigation, so the bullet there that's highlighted in blue. And one of the things that John mentioned, the kill chain, there's another model that is commonly used called the OODA loop, which also was developed in military operations, but also could apply to the problem of detecting and mitigating interference. And it involves 4 steps. You observe the situation, you collect data to orient yourself, you decide whether and how to respond, and then you take action, whether that's regulatory or legal or knocking on someone's door to ask them to turn something off. But I think it's a decent model for organizing the response to GNSS interference. So next chart. And so there's, if you've been to the board over the past few years, you'll hear a number of ways to detect interference. And it ranges from purpose-built interference sensors, which are exquisite sensors that could be placed at specific locations that can provide very high quality telemetry and data about what's going on in the environment. And those are obviously very valuable. And the nice thing about those is, they're very accurate. And when something happens, you can attribute it to actual GNSS interference. But the downside is they tend to be more expensive, and you probably can't put them everywhere. And so in the middle there is crowdsourced ways of determining interference. And we've seen a number of ways to do this. And Dennis Akos is going to talk about a particular technique that he uses, something that Logan has also talked about in the past, using smartphones to actually locate interference. And it seems to be a very effective way to do it. And so, some of the pros is there's lots of these devices available, and generally they have much better coverage. And you can do them smartphones on the ground. We've seen ways to use actual GPS receivers on spacecraft to view the situation in that way. The picture in the upper right is from gpsjam.org, and it shows what you can do with ADS-B data from aircraft. And it shows, actually one of the shortcomings of that is that you can only get this data where commercial aircraft happen to be flying. So if you have a conflict zone where there are no aircraft, you may not have coverage. You also have a potential for false alarms if the sensors are not purpose-built and can flag the difference between true interference and some other source. And then sort of at the bottom is user reports. And the user reports can be valuable if you have a knowledgeable user who knows, how their system works and would recognize that, hey, my receiver isn't working right. There must be, I can attribute that to interference, but those users are probably rare, and most often if a user experiences some malfunction in the receiver, they might think it's the software or the GPS satellite is doing something wrong. So it's probably the lowest quality form of interference detection, and much more likely to have false alarms and things like that. So the bottom line here is that no single approach is effective. So if you want to have something that's truly effective, it's probably going to have to involve a collective approach using both exquisite and crowdsourced sensors. Next chart. So I mentioned a recent interference event. It's very timely. This actually occurred after I had arranged for both Dennis and Mike to come speak. And as I mentioned, it involved both of them. So it happened to occur in a suburb of Denver, Broomfield, as you see on the map there. It happened to occur near an airport. And it involved the GNSS band. It was actually the GLONASS band, but nevertheless, it was a GNSS band. And through a sequence of events, Dennis Akos was contacted, and he just happens to be working on some of his research on using smartphones to detect these things, so it was very fortunate. And the plot that you see there is one where he drove around, was able to help geolocate the interference. And then Denver is also a big city, so there also happens to be an FCC field office there. So it wasn't Mike Rhodes, but it was the local field rep in Denver who was actually able to go knock on a door eventually and get this interference source to stop. And so I'll have a follow-up after these guys talk, but I just want to use this to frame, and it touches both of their presentations, and we can then follow up afterwards. So I think with that, we can go over to Dennis, if you're ready.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate everybody having me here to talk about some of the research that we've done. I'll try to get through this. I have a couple animations so we can play games with back and forth. Just an overview of what I'm going to talk about, critical nature. Tom told me to take these slides out because everybody knows it, but I can't have a presentation without having some framing material for what's going on. So I have those pieces in there. I'll talk about what we do for detection, and then I think the big problem is emitter localization. Talk a little bit about Android, GPS, GNSS. There's people in the room who are better at that than I am, but I'll talk about our perspective on it. Raw measurements, and then some experiments we did with this J911, a concept pioneered by Logan Scott, some of the early tests we've done, and then wrap up with some conclusions. Next slide, please. So this is where I'm going to do the introduction. You can go to the next slide, and this is just the motivation, critical infrastructure. Next slide, susceptibility. And really, we're looking at jamming and spoofing is really the focus that we've done. It's very easy to do, lower power signals. So what we looked at is what can be done next. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so jamming is relatively easy to detect. If you're looking at your phone, your watch, you don't get a position solution, you know you have jamming going on. A little more subtle, you could have weaker jamming, and your CW notch, your signal noise ratios will drop on the satellites, but it's a relatively easy detection metric if there's jamming happening. Spoofing is a little more difficult. Next slide, please. So we have done an awful lot of work with this idea of this receiver's automatic gain control. GPS is a unique signal. On the far right, you see the frequency spectrum, where the received signal power is actually below that of the thermal noise floor. Almost all multi-bit receivers have this concept of automatic gain control, or AGC. And what that's doing is trying to match the input power to the analog to digital converter so it does the optimum signal processing. But what's unique about GPS and GNSS in general, with the signal power below the noise floor, when you do this, you're really assessing what the noise power is. So really what AGC is doing is measuring the noise power. Next slide, please. So it's measuring the noise floor, as I said, and any additional energy, RFI or spoofing, will result in this AGC change. It's a very low computational metric available on any multi-bit GPS, GNSS receiver. So that's the premise of what we have looked at for not only jamming detection, which is easy, but also spoofing detection. So I thought I'd give a little example. Next slide, please. This is a very early experiment we did more than 10 years ago. We do testing in different locations. This was in Sweden. Very simple repeater spoofer, and we took a couple different receivers. Again, many receivers have this AGC feature. In the past, it wasn't advertised due to the work of this committee, Homeland Security. It has been highlighted, came out in different reports. But what we did was drove towards this repeater spoofer, and we looked at what happened with the position as we went forward and got closer to it. Next slide. So we just had some COTS receivers equipped in a car. We calibrated some of the AGC measurements. Next slide. That's the source antenna. So again, this is just meaconing. I'm rebroadcasting a position, a static position of what was happening. Next slide, please. And it was a little hazardous in Sweden, basically, with some reindeer on the road. Next slide. So this is a picture of our change as we drove to that source antenna of the repeater spoofer. So we're static at the very beginning, looking at changes in X, Y, and Z. And you can see we're dynamic going over a time period. And then right about the end, about 130, 140 seconds, the receiver got confused, lost position, and it came back and said, oh, I'm happy again, here's where I'm at. And if you were just using this receiver for automated purposes, anything else, it would be very happy with the spoof position, says here you go. However, if you bring in the AGC with the next slide, the AGC is a top plot, and at the very beginning it says, hey, your noise power is very good, but then about a second, about 100, hey, something's happening, more power is coming in than you should expect. It's very clear that you can't trust the signal because of this additional energy coming in. So you can imagine what would happen if I started at the top of the hill and I drove away from this spoofer. That's in the next slide. So my position, the receiver is very happy. Here's your position, X, Y, and Z. You're not moving. You look out the window, you can see you're moving. So obviously there's a problem. The receiver is being spoofed. If you bring in, eventually you get far enough away, the receiver loses capture of the spoofer, picks up the true signal. But by bringing in the AGC metric, next slide, you can see, hey, I can't trust my position. Eventually I go away. And then the AGC, we've detected to be an effective jamming and spoofing detection metric. So we've used this an awful lot. Next slide. So, detection, we are using AGC a lot for that. How do you locate these emitters? Next slide. So we've done an awful lot of work with this. I think the events at DIA, Dallas-Fort Worth, they lasted a long time. Detection was there, but we also need the rapid localization. And there's many different localization techniques. We've done a lot of different work. On the far right was an interesting one. We did it at a toll booth here in Colorado, where we were looking at cars going through and looking at if there were the PPDs happening, but different experiments at White Sands and different events all over the place. Next slide. So I'm not going to go into the details of localization, but we do an awful lot of work with this. If you go to the next slide, I'm really going to focus on the top one, this idea of power difference of arrival. Very simple concept. If the emitter is right next to me, I'm going to see more power than someone who's on the other side of the room. So we aggregate power measurements from everybody else, and whoever sees the most power, we approximate by free space path loss, compute where the signal is going to be. Next slide. So again, importance of localization, we want to do this piece, and we're focusing on power difference of arrival. The idea is the denser the network, the better. It's a coarse measurement. It doesn't provide actual lines, bearings, only a general region. If there's a wall between me and the emitter, or I have directional antennas, it changes everything. So this idea of a dense network of sensors is really important. Next slide. I'm really going to focus on denser the network, the better. So that leads us into the next topic, Android GPS, GNSS. Next slide. So Android is really the largest deployment of commercial GNSS receivers. If it would be possible to use that to do this localization, it would be outstanding. Google has done an outstanding job with this idea of raw measurements, where instead of just giving your position, it basically is giving a number of different underlying metrics that have really facilitated the research community in looking at what we can do with these, much more like a traditional receiver, but coming in a mobile phone platform. And basically, you can just look at how many receivers are out there. We're looking at more than 3.3 billion people using Android. Next slide. So people would say iPhone versus Android. Android is the market share of what happens. Apple completely controls both the hardware and software in its devices, where Android is only an operating system. So it's a much more challenging piece in that I'm only making the operating system. I don't know the different GNSS engines that went into that, so the measurements can come out and look very different. But this raw measurement has been a great asset to researchers to look at what happens and try to use some of those pieces. And AGC is a key piece which Google has added, I think hopefully because of what we have innovated for that to show RFI and spoofing. So that's really the key piece and why the focus really here is on Android. Next slide, please. So this idea of basically the raw measurements that came out pre-Android 7, we just had the basic measurements that you would get from a GPS receiver. But starting with Android 7, they said, okay, we're going to give you the individual code and carrier measurements to the satellites, Doppler, and AGC was in this very early revision of 2016. And you can see how they evolve things over time. Next slide, please. PNT from a phone is interesting. Everybody thinks, or at least all my students think, it comes just from the GPS, but it's not. There's also the network location provider, and then the phone fuses both the GPS and network location provider. Our testing has showed that it's heavily reliant on what GPS is saying. Phones are spoofed. That's a different topic. We can show really what happens here, but it's just an interesting perspective as to where phones get their position from. Next slide, please. So talking a little bit about Android raw measurements. So if you look at what happened, we did a study 3 or 4 years ago now. We were up to Android 11, and we published a paper at ION ITM 2021. And if you look at the far side, the summary, we look particularly at the AGC from these different measurements. And again, Android is only an operating system. The problem we face is that who made the chipset inside? Qualcomm, MediaTek, Broadcom, or someone else, and how they follow the guidance of how they should report the different measurements. One of the big problems we saw is that, if you go to the next slide, just highlighting that one column, one problem we really had is AGC is simply a power measurement. You don't need any GNSS measurements to get this power measurement, so ideally it should be decoupled from GNSS. But in the earlier versions, we were only getting AGC when we had a GPS measurement, and we really could get AGC all the time. We didn't want to couple with GPS. So Google's been great. We talk with them an awful lot. And if you go to the next slide. So this is the same plot I showed previously. Hey, how do we get this on Android? The next slide. Basically, in most Android devices, each constellation band has its own independent AGC level. And again, as I said, we desired AGC to be independent of the GNSS measurements. It's only a power measurement. It should be always available. And that is what happens as we introduce interference to a mobile phone and looking at the AGC metric over time. Next slide. So, okay, I'm talking a lot about Android AGC. Why? It's important within the mobile phone when being utilized as a GPS sensor. The really key piece is the use case for a mobile phone. If I have a survey-grade receiver or anything else, I have a permanent antenna stored up on the roof. If you pull out your phone and look at it right now, most likely you're not going to have GPS. But are you being jammed, or is it just the attenuation of the building? That's where the AGC really comes into play. So indoors, GPS will have few, if any, satellites, resulting in measurements maybe low CDN naughts and no position information. Next slide. But AGC will help distinguish attenuation from RFI and also help distinguish jamming and spoofing. So that's a key piece I want to make across. When we start using these ubiquitous devices to kind of report on what happens, it's a key element of what we need. Next slide. So we did a simple experiment. We took an Android S20 phone, which did not always have always-on AGC, and a U-Blox receiver, which always had AGC on. And we looked at the CDN naught. This is my funny animation. Next slide. And we moved it across. Next slide. And we introduced one case where we did attenuation. We went down to a basement. Another case where we introduced RFI. And we looked at what happens, and we went through the process, and we wanted to see what the CDN naught was for both of these two cases. Next slide. And then we brought it back out into the clear. So next slide. So the key piece is you're looking at these two plots. I think you would be very hard-pressed to tell me which is attenuation and which is interference. It looks very similar in that regard. So if you go to the next slide, where that is the same plot we saw from both the U-Blox and the S20, and we go, well, the U-Blox had always-on AGC. I could only get AGC from my S20 Android phone when I had a GPS measurement, which is in the next slide. Now you should clearly see what happens. Basically, if you look on the right side, that was when we had the jamming. My AGC power goes down. On the left is my attenuation. So it's a very clear example of what happens. And now I can distinguish when I'm using this phone, am I indoors, am I outdoors, what's really happening with the process. Next slide, please. Attenuation interference. Next one. So availability of Android AGC is dependent on availability of GNSS signals, or it was. Recommendation, enable AGC measurements independent of GNSS measurements. Next slide. So I put this slide up here before. The GNSS metrics from Android are outstanding, not perfect, but I highlight, but always improving. Because if we go back to when we were looking at Android 11, AGC was not available on a separate channel. In Android 13 it was. So now we always have always-on AGC. We can always see this power measurement. And we continue to test these devices. It's not done. Different devices report in different ways. The scaling is different. But it has very much improved, and we have Google to thank for that piece. Next slide, please. So, J911, power difference arrival. I'm sure you've talked about this before using Android. Next one. This is really a concept pioneered by Logan Scott, 2011. And then I think University of Colorado and Stanford University did an early experiment with this at a DHS exercise in 2017. We presented this in 2018. This was pre-AGC in the phones. Basically what we were looking at is pure CDN naught, but we could do a very good job telling where these emitters were simply by looking at what my signal-to-noise ratio was in an outside kind of condition. So it was a very early experiment. Now with all the AGCs, we should be able to massively use this. So we did additional field tests with this. We've been at many different bases. Fort Drum, it's difficult to do GPS jamming. It's one of the biggest challenges. And then add an academic piece to that, it even gets harder, but we've done an awful lot with it. Next slide, please. So this is the event that Tom alluded to. It was Easter weekend. I was making baskets for my kids. And he said, hey, there's something going on in Boulder, basically, or something going on close by Boulder. You can see we're down here in Colorado Springs, but it wasn't too far away. And I do that little zoom view. And this was an actual reported event. I don't know all the details, whether it went through the Coast Guard and how it went through. But we had feedback, hey, there's measurements here that are problematic, and here's the region where it's at. So we went out right away, and we used a bunch of sensors from our lab, because, again, this is a lot of stuff of what we do, to try to assess, was there really something happening, what was going on. And in addition to that, we said, well, we can't crowdsource Android, but if we could, here's something what that might look like to try to include for this audience. Next slide, please. So we collected data with multiple sensors across the location of interest, and we really got a rapid assessment of the suspected source of problematic emissions. The top plot is the frequency across the upper L band. Bottom plot is just a raw capture of what we do from one of the many sensors we have. It was interesting interference because it wasn't at 1575. It was over here at 1610, which is closer to GLONASS L1 band. But a lot depends on how a manufacturer makes a receiver. Are they bringing in everything from 1560 to 1620? Do they have different individual bands like a phone wave because they have to deal with all the radio interference? But sufficiently strong impacts were there to have users report, hey, I'm seeing problems with GPS, most likely from the survey community. So what about localization using Android? We can't crowdsource, so we did the next best thing. If you hit the next slide, I'll show you a bunch of other plots we generated from this piece. We've worked with Stanford on a low-cost monitor. We have nice pictures from that. We have some bearing angles, and as Tom showed, we have this picture of, as we drove around, what the AGC looked like, and it's pretty clear from that plot where the hotspot was. Next slide. So let's take a look at Android. What can we do with Android? So we don't have, you can imagine if I grabbed the data from all the Android devices in this region, what that would look like. It'd be amazing. Don't have that, so what do? We take one and we drive it around. And we look what happens as we drive it around. So if you look at GPS L1, we're looking like, what's going on? We don't see any change in GPS L1. Man, what's going on? Is that surprising? Well, it shouldn't be based on what I said. It wasn't in GPS L1. Next slide. If I look at my GLONASS L1, that same area right there, you see the hotspot coming in. Because again, the interference was in GLONASS. A mobile phone has many different radios on it. It's much more frequency selective with the different bands that happen. So you have a better indication of what happens just because the receiver design it happens. So we clearly have a detectable source of emissions. With the phone inside the car, it's not as sensitive as having my antenna on the outside with some of the other sensors we did. Next slide, please. So we had a pretty good indication where it came from. We talked with the FCC. We shared our data with them, and it was shut down very quickly. And again, I would focus, even if you look at this picture, if you look at all the Android devices that would be available, taking a picture or a snapshot of that.
Dennis, can I interrupt you for a second? Can you get closer to the microphone so they can
sorry.
hear you online, please? Thank you.
I apologize, yeah. At the end, I apologize, John. So we had a clear source of where the emissions were coming from, and you can just imagine what crowdsourcing would do if you captured all that data from the phone or even a subset of phones. Next slide, please. So to wrap it up, so everybody knows part of the critical infrastructure, all aspects of society, it still remains critically vulnerable to interference and spoofing, despite legal measurements. I think rapid detection and localization of problematic emitters within the GPS frequency bands is feasible, practical, and effective. We've done it in our lab for a long time. If you think about the Android GNSS receiver, it's the most prevalent in the world. Google has incorporated with its raw measurements an awful lot that we can do with that, and continues to refine and improve those, so you could do this vast network of devices to quickly localize emitters using power difference of arrival. It should work very quickly. So our research continues to explore methodologies to enable the most robust GPS, GNSS, PNT operations. We continue to work with various Android devices. Android is only an operating system. Depends on who made the engine and on how they respond to different pieces. And you'll see a great difference across different manufacturers, different revisions of manufacturers, even though it's labeled with this overall Android piece. whether it be spoofing or jamming, multiple frequencies, single frequencies, so we've done an awful lot of work and we continue to do that. And that's our field testing of various Android performance in compromised environments. And also the metrics themselves. It's not as ubiquitous as PNT. Hey, here's my lat long height. My AGC is different. The scaling is different, so we're trying to standardize those to come up with something that would be most effective. Android also has accelerometers, gyros, magnetic compasses. You can do an awful lot more with this. And then we're trying to, beyond Android, continue to advance more localization techniques for problematic emitters within GPS, GNSS frequency bands. Android is great when you have a dense network. It's not as great when you're in some rural areas and you still have to find those pieces. But the techniques are out there. PDOA, TDOA, we've demonstrated these before. And I think it's a great way to go through and protect this asset because it could rapidly find these emitters and shut them down quickly. With that, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Don't go away, Dennis. Good to see you again. First of all, do you have any traction or knowledge that Apple might relent in allowing a user or other software to gain greater knowledge of what's going on?
Oh, I'm so far removed from that commercial world and how protective they are of everything they do. I think the capability, of course, is there. They're using the same engines as other manufacturers. AGC should be there. But as a researcher, it's been very easy to work with Google because of the raw measurements. And
Okay.
Apple is much more protective of that.
And you mentioned TDOA on a couple of occasions. You are, of course, familiar with Konstantin Gromov's dissertation, which was fundamentally TDOA from 3 locations and able to pin down from that exactly where an interference source was. Are you working at all in that direction? I assume you'd have to capture FFTs and then combine them in some way, or?
We have. I mean, that was very instrumental when I was back at Stanford. And that works great for wideband, even spoofing signals, and exceptionally well. And we've tested that, and you can do that real time. It doesn't work as well if it's CW because you can't cross-correlate those, of course, so we have other approaches to do those pieces. But it's now possible. We demonstrated that at Pentex 22, basically the jitter approach to find these emitters. It works exceptionally well within 10 meters.
The CW, in essence, has a terrible N lambda problem. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you, Dennis. Good to see you again. Yeah,
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the floor, and thank you, Professor Akos, Renato Filjar, and I'm delighted that we finally met, and I had the privilege to listen to your presentation in person. It's amazing, and I understand correctly, I assume that you are able to identify the spoofing even if it is targeting a particular GNSS system, not only GPS, but the other systems can be also affected with the spoofing. Is there any opportunity to get an insight into your crowdsourcing database? Do you keep it in open access, perhaps?
So with the spoofing, the thing that's unique about GPS or GNSS, all the bands, the signal tends to be below the noise floor across all those different bands. Despite I would love to see something come above the noise floor to have more power, it's below that band, so AGC works quite well for detecting both jamming and spoofing. You can get a very subtle approach where I know exactly where my target receiver is going to be and just try to put enough power where it gets close. But if you have any dynamic platform, my contention would be that it's very difficult to just match that power. And there's other techniques we've explored, such as multiple correlators, all those pieces. As opposed to our crowdsourced data, we have very small data sets. We have 30, 40 phones. We've taken these and done very simple PDOA with building and obstructions. Ideally, we can look to a massive, bigger database in the future, but we don't have any such big databases to work with right now.
I mean, as an satellite navigation, but also the statistics and the statistical learning specialist, I can see a huge potential in establishing such a database. So perhaps we could even discuss opportunities for collaborate on building such a database because I mean, the Android smartphones are ubiquitous around, so setting up perhaps a project would be also beneficial to all the people concerning with that.
I think it would be great. And again, what I would say is the position velocity time measurements, even if you think about code carrier measurements, those are very standardized. But this idea of using AGC, different vendors are going to report that different ways. So it's a challenge to bring in different platforms, Android 14 to Android 11, and how to use that in an effective fashion, ideally driving towards a more standardized approach. I think it'd be quite effective.
Thank you very much. Amazing work. Thank you.
Kenny?
So could you tell us again about how you got the alert, and then what can you tell us about the source? HVAC equipment or base station?
I don't know what I'm allowed to tell. So, again, I'm merely a researcher, have my academic hat on. I know Steve Lewis at Aerospace. He sent me an interesting email. Hey, there's some funny things happening around your area. And he gave me a vague picture as to where it was at. And I said, I'll go take a look and see really what happens. So I went up there. It was very clearly coming from one location. It was happening there. Very obvious. And it was unintentional. It was a byproduct of something else that was happening. They didn't know, and they were able to shut it down.
Yeah, so thanks very much for that great presentation, Dennis. Really nice summary. And if you could go back to the slide that shows the releases over time?
Sure.
Because I'd love to share some of the behind-the-scenes stuff for the purpose of showing people how to get more good things out of Android. So the one,
it's like
keep going, the one that showed
20,
2016, 2017, and what was released. I forget where it was in the order. It's like our whole life is flashing before us.
One more, a couple more.
So in 2016, these raw measurements were first released there. Oh,
that one. Back.
And we did a tutorial of it at the ION GNSS conference. I know a lot of you attended that tutorial, and then 5 different people from 5 different US government agencies came up to us afterwards, some of those 5 may be here, and said, why don't you have AGC in your measurements? And the answer was, well, we never thought about it. And they said, well, if you put it in, that'll really help us detect jamming and spoofing. And we're like, okay. And it was in by the next year. So that kind of thing where it's in the hands of the engineers, where we can just add it to the API, we can add that change. So this feedback, having AGC even when you're not getting GPS position is very logical, of course, because if you're trying to detect jamming, you just give that feedback to the engineers. I'm one of them. And we can incorporate it, and we like to do that. On the other hand, we're just humble engineers. We love to do stuff like build into the system jamming and spoofing detection for the users, but now that's a bigger thing. If you're starting to change the actual UI that a typical user is going to see, and so on, and we don't have the authority to do that, just like any company. Google's very similar in that way to like a lot of companies. There's product managers and management that has to decide, is this really useful and valuable to our users? So if you want to see that kind of thing, like this built right into the phone, jamming detection and spoofing detection, send info to Google. I mean, you can start it through me and I can route it to the right people, and then you can start discussing with them and show them or make the argument about why this is useful to all the users. That's what they care about. Don't tell them, oh, I'm from the government and this will help me, the government. That's not going to excite them so much as this will really help your users in the following way. That's what their job is, to decide where to deploy the engineers like me, like what to allow us to go work on that'll really help the users in the best way. So that's how the company works, and you can use that to make things happen.
Frank, let me make a suggestion. Why don't you draft up the letter that you think would be useful coming from the chairman of the United States PNT Advisory Board? And because I suspect everyone around this table would endorse trying to pry that or put that into the consciousness of those providing it. And the clout from someone like Admiral Allen, I think, would be enormous. And if you feel that you could, in due conscience, do that, I would guess we would like to entertain that.
Yeah. These people are my friends. I'll tell them that I did it. They'll know. It's not subterfuge, but it will eventually have you know, just to start that conversation, because that's where things matter.
Sure.
If there's, and it's not just the advocacy, that's another thing. The West Coast people, they come to work in shorts and T-shirts, so they're not really going to care if it's from an admiral or not, but they are going to care if it helps. We've got to show them how it helps the user, right? So we put that in.
Well, what I assume would help is the fact that this board represents a broad panoply of users.
Yes.
And hence, hopefully is a leveraged comment independently of whether they have any awe and respect for the former commandant.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, no fingerprints. Don't write your letter in South Africanese.
Yeah, I hope not. I'll try not.
Or in a Google letterhead.
And if you allow me one more minute, there's one other thing I'd want to share for people who work on this. If you have an Android phone and you can just get these measurements out. If you don't, fix that. Get yourself one, and you can get the measurements out. One of the things that people find difficult in testing this is, well, if you're really law-abiding citizen, you're not just going to switch on a transmitter to test for jamming because you're not supposed to do that. One of the things we do is we use that jammer that's in your kitchen. We test this all the time by you just hold it here, you put it in a cup of coffee in the microwave, and then stick it right next to the crack in the door in the microwave, and you'll detect it in the AGC because it's close enough to GPS frequencies. So you can make use of I presume an authorized transmission source that you all have available to you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Dennis. I think we should probably move on to our next speaker. So I'll just briefly introduce Mr. Mike Rhodes from the FCC Enforcement Bureau. We're very fortunate to have you, and looking for your presentation.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to represent the FCC. I just want to make it clear I only represent a very small portion of the FCC. In addition, I'm 2 weeks away from my one-year anniversary with the government, so there's a lot of history here and a lot that predates me. So go ahead with the next slide. Next slide. Just an overview. We'll give you an overview of the FCC and then the two divisions that are most important to PNT, Spectrum Enforcement, and the Field Division or Office of the Field Director. And then a little bit about our complaint portal and for the lawyers, the statutory rules and regs. Good, next slide. Enforcement Bureau was established in 1998. Prior to that, all the bureaus in the FCC did their own enforcement, so this was collected all under one roof. And so we enforce the rules and regulations that the other bureaus establish. And so we don't make the rules, we just enforce the rules. Next slide. So within Enforcement Bureau, we have a number of other divisions. The Telecommunications Consumer Division, TCD, enforces robocall rules, fraudulent telemarketing, accessibility complaints, market disputes, adjudicates disputes between market entities like common carriers, mobile data providers, also utility pole attachment disputes, investigations and hearings, resolves complaints on non-technical matters like indecency, underwriting, misrepresentation, EEO, those types of things, auction collusion. Fraud Division is fraudulent use of funds from universal service funds, other FCC programs. And then the two divisions, next slide. Two divisions here are Spectrum Enforcement Division, who we work very closely with, and then my division, Office of the Field Director. Next slide. So SED, the name does cause some confusions with our division. SED investigates 911 outages and other network outages, as well as equipment authorization violations. So the Office of Engineering and Technology sets the equipment authorization rules with respect to radiation limits and that types of thing. And then Spectrum Enforcement Division investigates violations of those rules. We also work closely with DHS and Customs and Border Protection on importation. We get questions all the time from them on, hey, is this device legal to be imported? Can we pass it through? And then the email address here at the bottom is a way that anybody can report violations or suspected violations of these equipment marketing rules. SED does have relationships with some online providers. There's a lot that we can't do anything about because they aren't under U.S. jurisdiction. So, next slide. So, my division, Office of the Field Director, we have 13 staffed field offices across the country. We have about 50 or 60 agents, and they are federal agents. They do carry a badge. We can knock on the door. There's a lot of things we can't do. But we investigate jammers, unauthorized operation, intruders, somebody getting a radio in a public safety system, and making transmissions, unauthorized transmissions. Unintentional interference, pirate radio broadcasting is a big concentration these days. Tower marking and lighting, and tower lighting outages, that kind of thing. And then support for communications restoration. We support FEMA in those activities. And then national security events such as Super Bowl, UN General Assembly, political conventions, inauguration. World Cup is coming up. I was on a call this morning about the 2028 Olympics, so we're already talking about that. Next slide. Here's just a map of our field offices. You can see we cover most of the large population centers, but then there's a lot of area that it takes us a while to drive to. So, and then we do also have 2 other offices, one in San Juan and one in Anchorage, that are have contractors as needed for quick deployment, and then we can also send our agents there as well. But we do have physical offices in those areas. Next slide. So field agents work many types of cases, and they need to know the FCC rules across a wide variety of RF areas of RF spectrum and enforcement. Public safety cases for federal, state, local public safety entities, FAA, including GPS interference, and then commercial and enterprise licensees or cellular carriers, broadcast, like I said, tower lighting, and then also other complaints like broadcast coverage. We get complaints of, hey, I can't receive station XYZ, and then amateur GMRS and CB enforcement as well. Next slide. So just a little bit on GPS interference and our response. So the FCC does have an operations center. It's staffed 24/7 and receives the reports of GPS anomalies from all the federal agencies, like particularly DHS, Coast Guard, DOD, the NAVCEN from Coast Guard. These are immediately forwarded to a number of different offices and bureaus, including myself. I receive every report of GPS anomaly, both here and Oconus. And then we also have a consumer complaint center that takes reports on suspected interference from consumers. Reports of GPS anomalies that are within the U.S. are immediately sent out to the appropriate field office, and then we do investigate as appropriate. The biggest thing with these is the credible interference or the credible reports and what information we get. A lot of times, as you've probably seen these reports, it was from an aircraft at 30,000 feet 2 hours ago. Well, not much we can do about that, but we do receive reports for interference on an airport typically from GPS repeaters and that kind of thing. And those types of things we can roll and typically find very easily. So, next slide. So just a few examples of the tools. Like I said, we have a wide variety of rules and regulations to enforce, and so it's across all spectrum, from AM broadcast band, HF, all the way up into the gigahertz range. And so that's just a look at some of our equipment. Our biggest tool And our biggest asset, next slide, is the direction finding vehicles. Next slide. So we have custom trucks, typically a Chevy Tahoe. They have a covert antenna built into the rooftop. This is literally a stock photo of a Tahoe because that's what they look like. And a 5-band automatic switching antenna. It goes from the AM broadcast band up to about 3 gigahertz. And that's a direction finding, like I said, antenna built into the roof. Next slide. We do have several other dome antennas, both off the shelf and custom designed dome antennas that we can put on top of the truck and extend that range up to about 8 gigahertz for other direction finding tasks. So we have, I also manage the equipment development group down in Powder Springs, Georgia, and they build and outfit all of our trucks and all of our other custom equipment, and also do the custom software development. I did want to point out, after talking with Dennis last week, his talk on AGC was fascinating to me because that was all news to me. I've reached out to my programmers in EDG to see what we can do about implementing that in the trucks, because that would be really handy to have. So next slide. So back to the field office functions and the field agent functions. We have a lot of things going on. We do inspections, obviously on-scene investigations. We can knock on the door. Typically, we, depending on where it is, we'll call local law enforcement to help us out with that. And respond to life safety matters in a timely manner. And investigate violations of all types of licensees and services. And then, like I said, coordinate with local law enforcement and federal law enforcement where we need to. Next slide. So we have this complaint portal. Right off the homepage of the FCC website is what we call the PSIX, ESIX portal. That's the public safety interference, and then enterprise interference. And by clicking on that link right there in the middle of the web page, you get to various, and it will divide you to various entities, whether you're public safety or enterprise or consumer. So next slide. That's actually the link where it takes you, but it's a one-stop Enforcement Bureau website dedicated to ingesting these reports, and then they get routed to the correct agency for action. So the consumer complaints can either come to us, they can come to Spectrum Enforcement about equipment issues, that kind of thing. And then safety of life issues. We're also, this is the number for the operations center. So if there is a safety of life issue, give us a call. We're here. So we are not first responders. We typically try to respond within 24 hours for safety of life type things. And in the Bloomfield case, I can tell you we were out there that afternoon because it was located near one of our field offices, and so we were out and found the interference. Unfortunately, it was Friday before Easter weekend. There was nobody around to even knock on a door. So, and then the consumer complaints can take you to that website as well. Next slide. So of interest to the lawyers in the room, here's the sections of U.S. Code that we typically use regarding interference, particularly jammers, Section 302A-B. And that says specifically it prohibits the manufacture, importation, marketing, sale, shipment, operation of a jammer, but not possession. And so that's one thing is, important point is that we have to actually catch somebody using the device. But just having it is not not against the rules. Next slide. And then just our FCC rules, and section 2.803 says basically the same thing. On the equipment side, you can't market, offer for sale, import, distribute without authorization. Next slide. And more rules and regulations. And then also, just to point out, many states have their own intentional interference laws that augment what we do. And so we do a lot of work with state and local officials, and a lot of times their state laws help them get search warrants and that type of thing to help us go in and find these devices and actually get them turned off. So the other important thing is that the FCC has no seizure authority, so we can't go in and take somebody's device. We can ask them for it, and they can give it to us voluntarily, but we can't seize it. Next slide. That's it. I would say I'm happy to take questions. FCC has rules prohibiting release of public information without authorization, so I don't know that there's a lot I can say. And I know that the GNSS from foreign satellites is a hot topic these days, and I can say the FCC is investigating, but can't comment on any of those investigations. So happy to try and take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Tom, I think we have time to stop and have questions right now while the speaker is up there. Joe, would you like to go first?
Sure. Hey, Mike, thanks for the presentation. Assuming this weekend Easter incident at Broomfield, and I've flown in and out of there many times, if an aircraft was making an approach, technically that's a safety of life type of matter. If there's no one around to actually enforce this, do you guys have an agreement with local, like Broomfield police or anything like that, to shut down the transmitter?
No local enforcement. I would also say in specifically about FAA. FAA does have their own enforcement people, and we work closely with them on these types of issues, and frequently they're closer than we are. But yeah, we do work closely with FAA on those.
Well, I think I heard that transmitter was shut down right away. I was just curious who actually asked for that.
Who asked for
that to be shut down, or if it well, maybe I misheard something.
So it came through, like I said, it came through NavSend through the Consumer Coast Guard portal, and it was a surveyor that. So it was a like you said, we want to get the quality of the complaint, and it was a quality complaint from a surveyor. So.
Thank you.
Dana.
Yeah, so lot of accidental interference, right? And a lot of malicious interference isn't necessarily really bad, but there are lots of instances where GPS disruption has been used by organized crime. The government of Mexico believes that such devices are used in 80% of cargo thefts and so forth. So do you all, and on top of that, so GPS interference detection devices and direction finders are reasonably affordable, down in the low thousands of dollars range. So do you all work with and encourage state and local law enforcement to acquire these capabilities? Maybe even, do you have any initiatives to share your authorities with them through legislative change proposal or anything in terms of, force multipliers?
No initiatives at the moment. That wouldn't be, again, that wouldn't be my department.
Okay.
Brad?
Thank you very much. You are opening a door and giving us some information we really need. I don't understand why someone isn't working on what I consider to be a loophole that allows people to possess the jammer, and you have to catch them red-handed using it. It seems to me the possession, it would be enough. And that relates to another statement you made, is that you don't have the authority, apparently, to seize the device. I mean, these are gaping holes in the ability to enforce some of the things that we would like to see done. Is this a conscious constraint that's, I mean, why is there that massive gap? I mean, my lawyer friends are excellent at figuring out where gaps are, but if there's one there, it must have been consciously allowed to persist, and what rationale was there?
I can't tell you. It's a statutory thing that comes from Congress.
So is there someone at the FCC that's advocating changing that?
Not that I'm aware of. We'll take that back. It's a frustration for us as well.
Well, it seems to me that's the heart of something that we should be recommending, because and the power to arrest. You don't have the power to arrest anyone.
Right.
It seems to me, particularly if deemed malicious, that there should be a power to arrest. And delegating that to the state level, to me, is inadequate, since GPS is such a national asset, international, of course. But so you're not the regular crew chief. Don't shoot you. Okay, I won't.
Can't comment. Sorry.
And as a last comment, this board has for some time advocated the use of phased array antennas as a means for steering nulls against spoofers or jammers. An interesting consequence of that is that if done right, those same antennas can be used to pinpoint the azimuth, and in this case, they would be antennas tuned to the safety of life signals that we're talking about. So I would urge you and keep an eye on what develops, because if we authorize the use of those in general, my hope and expectation is that the cost is going to go way, way down. And proliferating those devices in your field offices, or maybe even encouraging local law enforcement to buy them, might be of some real value to us, I would say. So thanks again.
Great, thanks. We'll watch out for that. Our vehicle has a multi-element antenna. It's a directional antenna, not specifically for the GPS, but right.
Yeah, the sensitivity would probably be far greater if it were specific to GPS, which most of those other signals, I suspect, are not safety of life, although there are some exceptions.
Logan and then JJ.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your presentation. Sort of a quick comment. If I remember right, the fine for each use of a jammer can be up to $100,000, and that's in the CFAR. And it occurs to me that most of the jammers that I've seen have been associated with trucking activities, someone trying to cover their activities. And if truck drivers, as part of their Class C license, had a question on there that says, what is the maximum fine for running one of these things, it might dissuade them a little bit. So just a recommendation and a thought.
JJ?
So again, thank you very much for the presentation. We truly appreciate it. So as you know, this group reports to the Deputy Secretary, PNT Executive Committee, and my colleague Karen Van Dyke is staffing her deputy. I staff our deputy administrator at NASA. And your presentation really highlights the fact that, we may need some legal changes, right? Some updates. And so I would definitely like to invite the FCC. FCC used to participate all the time, and now it's more on an invite basis. But I think you have highlighted some things that the rest of the PNT Executive Committee agencies should hear about. And we in turn could perhaps propose some legislative fixes or recommendations, that could go forward and help all of us. So I just wanted to put that out there, and would appreciate continuing the conversation after this PNT board meeting.
Absolutely. Happy to encourage you to reach out to my other colleagues at the commission. So,
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question on kind of a legal question. From a local police or a state police level, are you aware whether operating a jammer could be probable cause for stopping a vehicle?
I have no idea.
My thought is that if you were to equip police cruisers with a few $1,000,
The jammer detector.
jammer detector.
Yeah.
And if they were able to use that as probable cause, that might be something that's actually attractive to them when they see someone suspicious, but don't have a good reason for stopping them yet.
At least one state police department.
Really?
Which state?
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. Great. Tom, thanks again.
So thank you again to Dennis and Mike. Very interesting. So the wrap up, I'd like to go to the next slide. And John wanted me to remind you that there was actually a PNT board recommendation regarding the detection and stopping interference from May of last year. And if you note the highlighted text there, the recommendation was that no significant interference should persist for more than 1 day. So that is a standing recommendation from the advisory board. So if you go to the next chart, I sort of held this back, but this is the timeline for the Broomfield event. Now, granted, this was over a holiday weekend, but it shows you that it basically took a week from the time the first user noticed something to where the FCC was able to make the interference stop. And there are many intermediate steps in between, including the steps taken by Dennis and his students to locate the interference. And so in many ways, this is a good news story because I think it's a great example of interagency collaboration where the FCC was able to come out and make a difference. And also, it was I think a good demonstration of the value of some of the technology that Dennis talked about and the ability of smartphones to locate these things. But on the other hand, it took a week. And it was a very fortunate set of circumstances. This event happened to occur in a major city where there happened to be an FCC field office next to a university where there happened to be a world-class researcher who just happened to be working on this problem. And so there was a very fortunate set of circumstances even for this particular issue. And even then, it took a week. And so this sort of illustrates the challenge of, as John says, to not only finding these things, but also shutting them down. Next chart. So for some of the discussion, I guess the question is, are the current practices for interference detection and mitigation, are they effective? And if not, how can they be improved? So one of the things that you'll see on our next chart is a set of metrics. So we talk about metrics, performance metrics for other GNSS, accuracy, availability, integrity, but we could propose a set of metrics for interference detection and mitigation performance. And so if you go to the next chart, here are some candidate metrics. And these should look very similar to PVT metrics to include things like accuracy, availability, and integrity, but these are applied not to PVT accuracy, but to finding and locating jammers. And so for accuracy, obviously, as Dennis demonstrated, you want to know where this thing is coming from. Sometimes these things are moving, so you have to be able to determine if these things are moving. You'd like to know, ideally, what the waveform is. Is it a jamming waveform, or is it a spoofer or repeating waveform? So that's something you'd like to know. You'd like these systems to be on all the time, 24/7, to be able to detect these things. As Logan mentioned, there's patterns of life. If there's a criminal activity where every day they're going down the same road, and at the same time, you'd like to be able to detect that, so that would be useful to law enforcement agencies. And then integrity, as applied to this problem, means you don't want a lot of false alarms. And if you have some sort of automated system, you want to make sure that the bad guys can't manipulate that either. Ideally, you would like it to be global. You have the coverage to be global. You would like to include inputs. Well, you'd like to cover not only terrestrial users, but space users can be subject to interference, and obviously aviation users. And then the bottom line is what we just talked about, is the timeliness. Obviously, time to make it stop, but also you should care about the time it takes to let users know. Maybe if you can't stop it, but you want to be able to let people know in a timely manner that something's going on. So these are some metrics for the board to consider that perhaps we could publish in a letter as to, things that could be applied to this problem. And you notice there are no quantitative numbers here. These are just the measures. Ideally, someday there would be numbers filled in, so many hours or so many meters to actually quantify these things. But for the moment, we're just proposing what they could be. Next chart. And so the last chart I have, I think, Brad, you mentioned a candidate possible recommendation maybe to address some of the legal loopholes that regarding the okay to possess, but you can't operate jammers. So maybe a follow-up on that legal issue regarding jammers. But here are some other candidate recommendations that the board might consider. The SPD7, as Karen mentioned yesterday, has a interference detection and mitigation strategy. So the board could reinforce the need to implement that strategy as quickly as possible. I mentioned the interference IDM metrics, so the board could make a recommendation to establish and publish metrics along those lines. Logan, the next recommendation was based on Logan's comment. If you put a test on the commercial driver's license, a question on the commercial driver's license test about the amount of money that you get fined for using it, that might deter, so that, the board could make a recommendation for something like that. And then finally, going back to Frank's discussion of the HAR service, one thing that could be done is if you had heat maps based on smartphones or whatever, where interference is occurring, you could make that available through this HAR service as part of the resilience or integrity to augment GPS to provide this sort of feedback to users. And I'm open for, obviously, suggestions for other recommendations. But
what strikes me is we can organize our thoughts along the lines of doing a lot of things, but within the federal government, I think if you don't have someone actually in charge, they have interference and they respond to, for example, the particular metric on how quickly we can shut these things down. If there isn't a program or somebody in charge of this within the federal government, it's not going to happen. And such a person, I think, would work to get the laws changed, to get them perhaps to draft potential state legislation that would enable local law enforcement to take some of the actions that would enhance all this, and perhaps even work with the cell providers in terms of that last item you have on there, because it's in their interest to know when their phones are no longer locatable. But I throw out, for the board's discussion here, who the heck should be in charge and how do they get funded? Are they under Karen? Does she get that ding dong? I'm not certain she wants it. But it affects a lot of transportation and a lot of civil transportation in a lot of ways. But does anyone have, because I think unless you put somebody in charge of doing this, it ain't going to happen.
Yeah, so one of the things we saw in the earlier briefing was that at least our interpretation of the current policies is that this is a shared responsibility between 3 departments. And of course, we raised the question at that point. So maybe it would be useful to hear Karen's perspective on if there is an organization that's really leading the charge here and who that is.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Bretz. So with respect to SPD7, yes, it names three departments, but the Secretary of Transportation is designated as the lead. And I think to the point made in the presentations, for aviation, we see interference to GPS almost every single day in the United States. Now, they're not always significant, incidents. But I think also as we're getting better at detecting interference, we're realizing it's more than just the reports that had been coming in, and I think a greater awareness of interference in GPS is occurring. So when NSPD 39 was being rewritten to become SPD 7, we did put our hand up because it's near and dear to us on a daily basis. But of course, it is an interagency partnership and really beyond just DHS and DOD, but to embrace assets from other organizations, and then recognizing the need at the state and local level, and also embracing commercial assets as well. I think excellent presentation by Mr. Rhodes from FCC. So we do not have that mitigation authority. So I think again the partnership with the FCC and law enforcement is really key to bringing all of this together. And I think really applaud the board for taking this on, and I think it really exposing some of the gaps that do need to be addressed, and gaps that need to be closed.
Mike? You guys have your mic on?
So, first of all, these have been wonderful presentations, and I think it's doing exactly what you set out to do here overall. I guess I'd bring us back again to the hypothesis or premise here is that the reason we're looking at these, all the P's, the T's, and the A's, is to understand what is the collective needs and demands, particularly as related to critical infrastructure. And while, again, going back to the point that we have good reason for why we are where we are today, but the world is changing. And so what I am wondering is if this isn't something we should perhaps be crafting some kind of recommendation that takes us up a level or two and say, there's a lot of good things going on, but they're totally inadequate to the scale of the problem and the consequences we have out there. So the whole idea of baby crafting languages talks that we need to actually develop a national operational capability for interference detection and mitigation for this. It needs to have a lead agency, and it needs to be focused on assuring the availability and assuredness of this in our critical infrastructures. That would sort of lead things in perhaps a little bit different direction to say that DOT has a really core interest for transportation, but does that really envelop the broader set of dependencies that we have overall? And so somehow leading the witness, if you will, with a recommendation may be something where we frame the problem in such a way that it goes beyond sort of lots of little good things going on, but no, this requires a scale that is completely beyond how it's being conceived today.
It makes me wonder whether a white paper that included multiple integrated recommendations, everything from the changes to statutes to ownership and coordination, to metrics for developing the national operational capability that's needed and so forth, would at least get our thoughts together in an integrated way. And then the question is, what do we do with that white paper that makes it useful? Is that the kind of thing that besides giving it to the ex-con, we might try to deliver it separately to the appropriate person in the Department of Transportation? Does it become an inside GNSS or a GPS World article in order to get publicity? I'd like to maybe hear some thoughts from CER. If we're able to assemble that message, what's the right way to make it a useful message?
If I could offer another observation, and I may be the only person in the world that didn't understand this, but my eyes really got open when we visited two SOPs. This is the first time I had really heard anything about the ongoing crucible conferencing process and structure. And here you've got a tactical level apparatus that brings together multiple departments that seem to be doing really good work, but I'm sure that is way underscaled to the dimensions associated with this. So I think trying to understand how do you take extant capabilities that are there already, and what are the things that grow to a more of a national approach that can really link into all the critical infrastructure, whether that be in energy, finance, or whatever. I mean, that's the enormity and the dimension of the problem here, and we can't just isolate it to, well, it's an airport over here.
Yeah, I'll get back to the thing that I find lacking, to assign a responsibility to 3 different departments, all of whom they're going to assign different priorities internally. I think until there's one person at the federal level who is actually in charge of this and bird dogs it and advocates it and acts obnoxious about it, I don't see, it's going to continue to just get rolled down, kicked down the road. There will be no sense of urgency. And frankly, I think that person belongs in DOT.
Well, maybe I misunderstood, but I thought Karen said that DOT had raised its hand to take
Who is the person?
Yeah. So the SPD7 identifies the secretary. So within OSTR, we have received budget to work. We've partnered with Defense Innovation Unit. For those of you who know James Avalos, James is with FAA Spectrum Engineering, but works closely with our office. But I think to the point, it's beyond transportation alone, and really applaud MITRE. So again, MITRE this week is holding a PNT situational awareness workshop, bringing together, in my opinion, all the right folks. So James is there, folks from DOD, DHS, and you know what I've challenged that that group is coming out of. Is that common, operating picture? So I think that the first step is having that automated interference detection, that the common operating picture that gives us the situational awareness, so we can geolocate as quickly as possible, and then feeding that into the mitigation process, which I think we want to. We talked about the kill chain, and obviously needing to remove the source as quickly as possible. But I do think it is a partnership, and certainly for Department of Transportation, we do consider ourselves to be the lead for CONUS, but there is a big, outside of CONUS component that Department of Defense has been actively engaged in working, and I think bringing all of that information together is what's critical.
This is another instance, though, of our meta-observation.
Howdy, Greg Winfrey here. Can y'all hear me?
Observation of, lots of good things going on at the working level, but there's no high cover in terms of providing budget, compelling or urging folks at the working level to overcome barriers and work together in the national interest, right? It gets to the coverage of government structure is no longer adequate for where we are today.
I understand Greg Winfrey has his hand up. Over to you, Greg. Can we unmute him?
Greg Winfrey here. Am I back in the meeting?
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Oh, come on, Pete. Fuck.
We can hear you.
Did you have a comment that you wanted to make, Greg? Okay, maybe not. So I agree with your recommendation, Dana. I think that we have the beginnings of almost an integrated view of how to address this particular issue of finding and removing interference, but we're not sure how to get that integrated view listened to by somebody who would take action from it. Yeah, champion.
I would suggest there's a difference from being, quote, lead to being in charge. And it sounds like a nuance, but I don't think it is. I think that I would like to have us perhaps hear at virtually every meeting from the program director for the operations we're talking about at the national level and what the status is and how we can help them or her. And Karen's doing some great stuff, but I think there has to be, at least those two deputy secretaries have to agree on assigning a person who's dedicated full-time to doing this, and that they mutually encourage their organizations to do that. It's high-level visibility, and there is some way that in terms of accountability for making a schedule and trying to get some of this done, that we have a clear insight into what's happening. So that's just my view, okay?
Mr. Chairman, lest there be any doubt, the manufacture, the operation of jamming equipment is a violation of federal law under the Communications Act of 1934. There's no doubt about that. The issue we're talking about is really an enforcement issue. And to suggest that it needs to be in one place is to sort of ignore the importance of the Department of Justice in enforcing federal law. So regardless of what sector we're talking about.
I recommend one place. I recommended one person in charge who has...
Yeah, I understand. That's clear. But what we really need to know more about before we can make a coherent recommendation in this area is what is the current protocol? If indeed we identify a source of interference, is there a number to call at the Department of Justice? Is there a U.S. Marshal who's in charge of that? I mean, we just don't know. And I think we do need to focus on this. It's a very important area, but I would suggest that a little bit more research into what is actually going on in terms of mitigation would enhance our ability to make coherent recommendations in the area.
But I thought we heard the answer to your particular questions already, that you call the NAVCEN or you call the FCC line that Mr. Rhodes gave us. So we know how inputs get into the system.
But without without arresting authority, without the ability to enforce the law, if you will, maybe to mitigate the interference, but not to impose consequences on the bad actor.
Yes, this champion has to do a whole set of things, it sounds to me. Like we found out there are legislative gaps. There's acquisition of capabilities to drive. There's coordination across agencies and law enforcement at different levels. There's operations and enforcement. Those are all the things that champion has to make happen.
I think this is a really great conversation because first of all the subcommittee report, we started talking about having a clear turning of the corner in terms of PNT strategy. We've heard about education needs. We've heard about enforcement needs. Everything is sort of becoming part of a unified field theory of PNT strategy, and that's exactly what this advisory board should be doing. So I think we should just keep going. We're doing pretty well.
Any other thoughts, comments, suggestions before we break for lunch? Okay. So why don't we reconvene at 15 minutes after 1 o'clock, quarter after 1.
Okay, and just in terms of the logistics for the lunch, just let me make a quick announcement. So the members, the speakers, and those government reps that have been supporting this operation as part of their work, they're welcome to join us in the room next door. If you're part of the audience that is not amongst those I just mentioned, there is a small lunch area nearby within the building that actually has some pretty good food. So we will see you after lunch. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, we're going to reconvene. We're about 45 minutes ahead of schedule, but I promise you we won't finish 45 minutes sooner.
Yeah, I'll
we'll
do
try
my-
to use the time wisely. And so our next topic on our agenda is the 2 o'clock topic of Toughen. And as I mentioned this morning, Tim Murphy, one of the subcommittee co-chairs, has led that effort. And so we'll start off with Tim's presentation.
Thank you, John. I'll do my best to get us back on schedule here. Because the subject of Toughen is a wide subject, in my opinion. Next chart, please. So just an overview. I'm going to give a little background, and then I'm going to talk about techniques for toughening at the source. And then I'll hand it over to Logan, who will talk about toughening user equipment and pragmatic aspects of toughening equipment. And then I'll come back and talk about toughening at the platform or use case level. And then towards the end, we have a few recommendations, both for things the U.S. government might do and also for things that industry should be encouraged to do. Okay, so toughen, and this is from the definitions that John presented earlier this morning. Toughening is measures that make GPS better able to resist challenges or threats. So I ascribe to a little broader definition of toughen that includes toughening your desired capability at the end of the day. So toughening the GPS part of it is an important aspect of that, but really you need to be protecting your entire system. So I like to think of toughening involving resilience of a desired capability and making that capability less susceptible to disruption. And that capability may or may not depend entirely on GPS. Also, toughening is about making it resistant to tampering, active tampering. And there's a difference. I mean, denial of service versus outright spoofing. Now, the objective here is always context dependent. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. GPS is widely used for position navigation and timing, and there's just a million use cases for GPS. And it may use positioning, it may use velocity, it may use timing, it may use various aspects of this, and virtually always it combines the information with other information in order to derive some new product that's of use. So critical infrastructure applications are rarely actually based solely on the use of GPS. I mean, in the 90s, in aviation, we flirted briefly with this notion of sole means navigation. And then the Volpe report came out, and that was sort of rightly so abandoned. And now we talk at most about primary means of navigation. We continue to carry backup systems. Okay, so toughening GPS is not really just toughening the user equipment. However, the user equipment is often the best first line of defense, so we will talk a lot about that in the next hour. But there are also technology options for toughening at the source, the system itself, and then also many technology options for toughening at the use case level or the platform level. Next chart, please. So just a little cartoon to explain. This is kind of a typical, very generic notion of a system that uses GPS in order to produce some kind of a desired product. So this could be, say, a fleet management system, or it could be any number of things, a port management system. So you'll have some number of GNSS receivers. There may be many. They may be connected through communications networks to any number of subsystems within your overall system, and those things will work together to produce some kind of a desired output. All right, so down arrow, please. So what we want to protect against is threats, right? And we should really approach this as if it's a cybersecurity issue or just a system security issue in general. So the first thing we need to do is understand the threats. In GPS, obviously the threats can come in many ways, but primarily through the RF signals themselves, either in the form of jamming or spoofing. But jamming and spoofing can both take on a wide variety of characteristics and manifest in many different ways. Now your system is also potentially susceptible to attacks through networks and connectivities and other cyber attacks. So really, a system integrator for any kind of critical infrastructure needs to take that all into account, because these are all valid attack surfaces that you need to harden your system against. And that, I didn't really show this on this diagram, but that includes all of the internal communications within your system too, because you may have a whole network of GNSS receivers over a wide area, and they're all connected by a communications network. That communications network is now something that you need to protect from a cybersecurity standpoint. It becomes an attack surface. Next chart. So we can obviously toughen at the GNSS receiver level, and that's a good and necessary thing to do. It's often the best first line of defense. If I can keep the effects out of my GNSS receiver, that's great. But it's not guaranteed to be sufficient because, first of all, you're never going to have a perfectly hard receiver. And if you don't understand the level of hardness of your receiver, when you integrate it into the rest of the system, you're not going to really understand what the impact on your desired product is. Down arrow, please. A couple of the big potential things for hardening at the source are the use of multi-element SERPAs. You probably recall that my Toughen subgroup worked on this for the last couple of years and produced a white paper and a recommendation to essentially remove SERPAs from the ITAR list. SERPAs are great if you can keep the energy out of your receiver. That's good. However, they're not a panacea. But they are a very powerful tool in protecting GNSS receivers. So we want to reiterate the recommendation we've already made about, excuse me, enabling the wider deployment of SERPAs. And then other techniques for hardening at the receiver have already been talked about today a little bit, but improved signal processing capabilities, and Logan is going to go into greater detail on this. So down arrow, please. We could also toughen the system at the source by just making changes to the system so it's just harder for people to tamper with it in a fashion that would be undetected. And I'll talk a little bit about that. Now that's difficult to do for a number of reasons. Making changes to the system itself is expensive and time consuming. Plus, typically, if I make a change in the system, I have to also make a change in the user equipment. So syncing those two things up can be quite challenging there. Another down arrow, please. Another way to harden your source or toughen your overall system is to add other sensors. And this, again, can happen in a spectrum of ways. Those sensors can be tightly coupled into your GNSS receiver, or they might be totally independent sensors that can measure parameters that you would use in the development of your desired product. So that could be a fully, redundant, independent backup. So this is along the lines of what we've been talking earlier about CPNT or complementary PNT or multi-nav. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to look at this. Down arrow, please. So lots of opportunities there we'll talk a little bit more about. One more down arrow. But ultimately, we need to toughen at the platform level and really understand how we're protecting the particular use case, particularly with respect to critical infrastructure. One more down arrow. Okay, yeah. So the first step in all this is to really understand the threats. And the primary ones that we're interested in are interference and spoofing. But remember from my last diagram, the system integrator really needs to take all the cyber threats into account. So if you have a system that's connected with any kind of a communication system, you have to analyze those in terms of their attack surfaces. So interference can be just radio noise, or it can be an intentional jamming. And it really, to the receiver, it kind of doesn't matter. The receiver doesn't care about the intent. And then there's spoofing. And spoofing is obviously when there are signals that are presented to the receiver that look like GPS receivers, and they're intended to mislead or hamper the operation of the receivers. There's really two types of GNSS spoofing that we worry about. There's measurement spoofing, where we actually cause the receiver to measure the wrong delay and or phase. And then there's data spoofing, where we feed the receiver bogus data. And often those things both happen, but either one needs to be analyzed, and the effects can be quite different, because if you just give bad data to the receiver, you might impact the performance of that receiver for a substantial period of time by getting into the non-volatile memory. Or there have been instances in the field where we've seen GPS receivers be bricked entirely by having bad data put into the receivers. So again, the system integrator needs to understand all these threats and then assess the risks for the various kinds of threats. And the protection against the threats will come in a layered approach that I'll talk more about here, but I put this graphic up here for the first time just to make the point that there's no one technique that will protect you from all the things. Typically, you'll have to have layers of protection for your system. Next chart, please. Oh, so here's just an example of, you may have a system that has a SERPA as its first layer, and then it does some advanced signal processing as its second layer, and then ultimately you would have a layer in there to do authentication or RAIM, and different threats will be impacted by the different layers. And typically I would say you may have in a large complicated system, you may have 20 or 30 different layers of defense that you have to work through and go through and analyze them all and make sure that for every identified threat, it gets caught by one of these layers of defense and either turned into a loss of service, i.e. I detect and I stop using the system, or I can mitigate it and continue to operate. Next chart. So this is a very simplified notion of how to do good systems engineering when you're trying to toughen a system. The first thing you have to do is figure out what you're drawing a line around and defining as your system. So what are my total system level requirements? What am I trying to produce? And what are the key metrics in terms of the performance? So if I have a critical infrastructure problem, I might be providing a service that people are using for safety of life. That may have a much higher integrity and continuity of service than, say, some other service that is not safety of life, but is still kind of critical. I can probably live without electricity for 10 minutes, more than I can withstand having an autonomous landing system lie to me for 10 minutes if I've got 250 people on board the aircraft. So you have to understand, begin with the end in mind and understand what you're trying to protect, and then understand your system and exactly how GPS is used and all the ways that GPS is used in order to support that end capability, because you need to understand as GPS fails in different ways or service is denied, what the impact at the output of your system is. And then you have to identify all the attack surfaces, not just GPS, if GPS is used, but it's also used in conjunction with other nav aids or radios or sensors. You have to consider what if they're also tampered with. Okay. And then understand the ramifications if your augmentation systems are denied or compromised. And at the end of the day, you need to define an architecture with these layers of protections that will still support your required performance at the end capability in the presence of all the threats. So some of those layers might be redundancies, redundant systems, voting systems. But this is up to each organization really has to do this kind of risk management job in the context of their own cyber ecosystem, architecture, and everything else. So again, no one size fits all. So the responsibility is on the system integrator to do this kind of an analysis. And next chart. As John mentioned earlier, there is a gap in the amount of information that is available to people doing these kinds of risk studies, but the good news is there is a lot of good relevant guidance already out there. I'm not going to go through and talk about each of these individually, but just to mention that the DHS has this resilient conformance framework, gives some good advice. None of these things are compulsory, and none of them are what I would consider to be complete, but they do have some good information. But there are some gaps that none of these are addressing at this point. Yesterday we actually had a nice presentation in the prep meeting on the current status of the IEEE P1952 standard that's under development. And that looks like it's going to be pretty useful for people that are trying to do this system level integration for critical infrastructure. And then I want to give a nod to SAE-ARP 4754A, and even though that's aviation specific, it's a pretty good guide on how to do good top level systems engineering in a safety critical system. Next chart, please. But we need additional guidance. John alluded to this morning. We have some guidance on system performance with GPS in the form of the system performance standard, and that defines some really basic things like what you can assume for a probability of an individual satellite failure and things like that. But what it doesn't include are things for like what's the probability of a long-term outage? What's the probability of experiencing interference? And that might not even be possible to characterize except regionally, or in specific cases, you may have different probabilities of experiencing interference. Probability that somebody's going to tamper with your system. So that is all left up to the system integrator who's trying to do his risk assessment. And this is where I think the U.S. government might provide some additional benefit. And we already have a recommendation on this from last year, which I've shown here in the corner. And I think this still stands, and it's a good thing. I don't think we've seen any action on it yet. But
2 years ago.
2 years ago, okay. Time flies when we're having so much fun. So the only thing I would suggest is we might tweak this recommendation to make it a little clearer that what we're looking for is guidance. We're not looking for a commitment, a performance commitment. Like some of the user community tends to look at the SPS performance standard as this is what the government is committing to provide. I don't think we can do that. We can give good, educated advice on what to expect in terms of long-term outages or the probability of a total constellation failure and so forth. But to me, that would have a different level of assurance than what we actually put in the performance spec. Next chart, please. So if anything, we could maybe revisit that recommendation from 2 years ago and make it a little clearer what kind of guidance we think the government could put together. Excuse me. Okay, so the next thing, we could toughen GNSS at the source, and we can do that in a couple of different ways. There's a proposal to do it in-band with a solution called Chimera, and then we've also got a proposal to do an out-of-band solution, which is HARS, which Frank talked about earlier, the high accuracy and resilience service. You can also toughen at the source by doing things like using better signals and higher chipping rates, but there's really limited trade space left there because it's largely bandwidth limited. And also those things are very expensive because you have to essentially replace the entire constellation. So will probably take decades to implement. And frankly, the benefits would be fairly marginal compared to the costs and the time frame for implementation. Any of these things are going to take a long time, but some will take less time than others, which I'll talk about in a minute here. But I do want to reiterate what I said earlier, that if you toughen at the source like this, you're always going to have some change at the user equipment level to be able to take advantage of those changes that you made. So it's a cooperative effort between the air and the ground. And next chart, please. Chimera, I just alluded to that. I think this board has had presentations on Chimera in the past. It's a proposal that has gained a lot of traction, but there's no commitment to it yet. We are at least committed to the point where we're getting ready to do an experiment on NTS-3 to look at it. And in the distant future, when we have more software-based satellites, if you will, this sort of thing may be easier to do. But it does bring some baggage along, because again, if I'm using cryptographic means to authenticate these signals, then I have to have key management across the system. So the user equipment would now have to buy into key management. Not a big deal for the military guys. They've been doing that forever. Bigger deal for commercial side. Not insurmountable, but kind of a big deal. I don't have anything else to say about Chimera. Next chart. I do want to point out that Galileo is already offering some kind of authentication at the source through their OSNMA capability, which is online. I don't know if it's declared fully operational yet, but yeah. And they also offer a high accuracy service on the E6. Next chart. What I personally think is much more interesting is to do an out-of-band solution, because first of all, you could do it a lot faster, right? We don't have to have a change to the program of record. We don't have to launch new satellites. We can provide information through a secure side channel that the user could use to help authenticate the signals, particularly in the data spoofing side of things. And also there are techniques where if you know the data that's going to be broadcast, you can start to do some signal processing that allows you to actually operate at lower carrier noise ratios and get some anti-jam capability out of it. Right. So we've talked about this, and Frank already presented this earlier today. I just wanted to come back and foot stomp on our recommendation to move forward with HARS. Of all the things that we could do in terms of hardening at the source, I think this is the one that could be done the quickest. And really, I think it could be potentially the most effective. Next chart. I just want to point out that with respect to high accuracy services, other constellations are already offering these high accuracy services, and I'm getting into the territory of the next meeting a little bit because I want to compare them. But I want to make a specific point about this. Galileo has a high accuracy service, global reach. They're offering it on E6B, which is a signal that's not authorized for use in the United States, so that's kind of unfortunate. Anybody that wanted to try to use that service in the United States would not be able to do so legally at this point. And I want to point out that they provide corrections through their satellite constellation for all their signals, E1, E5, E5B, and E6, and E5 Alt-Bach. And they also provide corrections for GPS L1 and GPS L2C. Baidu has a PPP service. It's only available through their geos right now. So it's only a regional system, but they are also providing corrections for their own signals and for GPS L1CA. So there's precedent already for high accuracy services to be offered through the constellations that provide corrections for other constellations. And then QZSS is another example of this because they provide corrections for not only their own satellites but GPS. Now, those are PPP, RTK type solutions that are, ostensibly sub-decimeter level accuracies. Next chart. So I think anytime we're dealing with GNSS, we should adopt a zero trust cyber mentality on this and say, we're going to verify anything, because even though I expect the government to provide the highest integrity and accuracy capability that it can, I don't know that I'm not being spoofed. So when I get the signals, I have to verify that they're good signals anyway. So I'm always going to have to do some level of cross-checking, have some level of redundancy or other capabilities that I can compare things to. So there's an opportunity here to build HARS to be like an extensible architecture where we could start by providing corrections and resiliency services for a couple of constellations and then add capabilities over time. For example, we could build the network so that it will monitor all the GNSS core constellations and give some information to the users about the current status. So if we see something strange happening in another constellation, we can warn our constituents about the use of that constellation. This could help mitigate some of the concerns that people have about using the foreign satellite systems. In essence, I view it as we could be treating all the constellations as if they're augmentations to GPS by wrapping corrections around them and doing integrity monitoring for them and doing continuous measurement of their performance and benchmarking. All that could be really useful to people who will ultimately use these constellations anyway. So one of the things that we've talked about with HARS is to send these authenticated nav message bits, and as Frank reported this morning, there's a lot of interest in doing that in industry. And again, if we're going to do it, we should do it for multiple constellations. So I just want to foot stomp on the fact that HARS could be a really powerful tool to aid in the detection and mitigation of spoofing. Next chart, please. So we already have a recommendation about HARS. I would only suggest that we might modify that recommendation to be a little more specific and say we should support multiple constellations. Frank reminded me yesterday that our original white paper already says GPS and Galileo, so that's good. But next chart. So now I'm going to turn it over to Logan, who will give us some more pragmatic things about toughening GPS receivers.
Hey, so I just wanted to say thank you to John for putting this all together. He's been a great leader in all this, and he deserves a lot of credit for this. So I'm going to be talking about some of the more pragmatic steps you can take in hardening receivers. So it's basically belt and suspenders is the kind of thing you want to be doing. So next. Okay, so bottom line up front, situational awareness is the foundation of all of this. If you don't know that you're being jammed or interfered with or under cyber attack, you don't stand a chance because you don't know what's going on. So you want that situational awareness, and it's really not all that hard to achieve. The second thing is that when you're trying to achieve resilience and situational awareness, having multiple sensors out there can help you tremendously. And again, it's not something that necessarily has to cost a lot. You know, my phone, as an example, has all kinds of capabilities in there that can be used to enhance resilience. Adaptive arrays have been proposed as a mechanism for hardening systems, and it is definitely the big guns of anti-jam, but there are some cautions I want to talk about with regards to adaptive arrays. You can't just unilaterally install one of those and everything's going to be great. There can be some problems. And this next one is really important, and that is that if you don't expose your equipment to actual threats and see what it does, you really don't know what you've got. And so many times, you know, the first time receivers are exposed to a threat, it's almost 100% failure rate. In other words, you never get it right the first time. And so the exposure testing is just crucial to all this. And then finally, the user community is not necessarily all that well informed. There are user communities that are, examples being the power grid, telecommunications and so on, but there are other communities like sheriff's associations and so on that they're not necessarily all that well informed, but they still have some major issues with regards to needing high integrity systems there. And then I would finally point out that as you add autonomy to these systems, not only in terms of vehicles, but in terms of information management, shipping systems, and so on, that sort of raises the bar on all this. So that's basically the bottom line up front. So that's going to be my message. So next. Okay, so a few definitions to start with. Jamming versus spoofing. Jamming's objective is usually area denial. In other words, I'm just trying to deny access to signals over a wide area. Spoofing can take several forms, and one of the more pernicious forms is cyber attacks. And cyber attacks can be things where I'm attacking the receiver through the front door, but also you can build in trap doors and back doors into receivers, and so you have to be very careful with the supply chain, where you're getting your receivers from, in order to make sure that you're not vulnerable to those attacks. But with that said, spoofing's objective is usually to convince you that you're somewhere that you're not. And that may be an attack on one receiver, or it may be an attack on many. And as an example, there's a lot of boats, Ubers, and so on now located at the Beirut International Airport as a consequence of a spoofing attack. And then finally, sort of intermediate between these is structure jamming. And this is where you attack features of the signal that can cause some wild results in receivers, but don't necessarily require a great deal of sophistication to launch. So next. Okay, so super fast introduction to GPS. Basically, every receiver generates what I would call a range Doppler map, where it is trying to track the peak of that point. And as that point moves around, that's an indication of range to a satellite. And so if I have 4 measurements of ranges to satellites, I can then go off and figure out where I am and what time it is. And most receivers don't develop the full range Doppler map like I'm showing here. They just generate 3 points on this, specifically early, prompt, and late, for those of you who've got a receiver background. So we want to go off and track this and estimate where we are. So next. Okay, so what happens if you take a receiver that is expecting to see what's up on the top left and present it with what's on the bottom there? And that's not that hard to do. All that is that's just PRN1 of the CA code. And that would be about a 1-watt jammer having an effective range of around 30, 40 kilometers. You could cover a wide area with this type of thing. And I'll be upfront with you. One of those is the actual signal of all those points there. So your receiver's designed to go off and track pointy bits. And it's now got a whole bunch of pointy bits there. So how does the receiver react to this? Well, back in 2009, they did some experiments with the Polestar, which was a buoy tender. And here's what happened. Next. Pretty soon, it thought it was flying over Norway, Finland. It was flying at Mach 1. This is a ship, by the way. You know, it has no ability to fly, but according to GPS, it was flying. And interestingly, there were a lot of alarms generated. Next. In fact, there were so many alarms generated that it was confusing on the bridge. They didn't have situational alerts. They knew something was wrong, but they had no idea necessarily that it was the GPS. And in fact, some of the, one of the more interesting alarms was the SATCOM system said, oh, I've lost connection to the satellites. And the reason is it thinks it's off in Norway, so it's pointing its antenna that way when it should have been pointing it that way, and so it completely misses the geostationary satellites. So you do get lots of alarms in some cases, but this is basically the concern you can have with an uninformed receiver. So next. So when we talk about situational awareness, there are several elements to this, but again, it's the first step you need to take. And so the first element is, what are your tools? What kind of signals do you have available? What kind of data sources do you have? For instance, do you have things like HARS and so on? These can all be used as your toolkit. And then the next thing to start looking at is what kind of obstacles you've got. And so multipath is certainly one, but we're going to be focusing on the interference environment here. But again, let me emphasize, cyber is a key one. I'm not covering that today, but I view that as probably the #1 threat of them all. And then next thing is, what are you trying to do? And Tim alluded to this a little bit, what are my requirements for accuracy, continuity, integrity, and so on. And the GPS receiver in that truck there, it was probably working just fine, but there wasn't a full understanding of what the situation was there. So again, what are you trying to do is very important in this. So from here on in, I'm going to focus on the interference environment. So next. Okay, so this is going back to 1985 when I was building some of the first digital receivers with my team. And basically what you've got is an analog to digital converter to get into the digital realm. And in order for that to work, you need to have the correct amount of gain on your receiver front end. In essence, a volume control. So next. So basically, this yellow section here is the volume control. And basically, if it sees a lot of energy coming in, it turns down the volume. If it sees little energy coming in, it turns the volume up. So this is basically the AGC, just like what Dennis was talking about this morning. Now, as a slight twist on it, here's something else I've always included in receivers. Next. Oh, sorry. And with that, you can basically read off what the jamming levels are. So very straightforward there. Okay, next. So here's the little twist, is I also look to see if the incoming jammers have Gaussian characteristics or constant envelope characteristics. Because one of the dead giveaways on most jammers is most of them, not all of them, but many of them are constant envelope, for instance, CW jammers and so on. And so if that pink circuit activates, it basically tells you, oh, I've got something that not only do I have jamming power coming in, but it's of this particular type. And that's really a good information to have. So next. And so just as an example of how this might operate, on the top, I have a jammer turning on and off once every 5 milliseconds. And the next line with the volume control, you can basically see how the AGCs react to this. So this is important to understand about AGCs, is they react extremely quickly, under a millisecond kind of time frame. And then on the bottom, that red line is basically showing an indication of whether you're seeing CW or a constant envelope kind of jammer or something else. So these are, the core thing here is that the AGC reacts quickly. It's a very simple circuit. And to the best of my knowledge, every receiver has an AGC in it. If anybody's ever seen one without an AGC, I'd love to hear about it, but I think they all have to have it. Okay, so next. Okay, so in maintaining our situational awareness, there's really two major elements I can use. One is my automatic gain control, in other words, indications of jamming, and the other one is my signal-to-noise ratio estimate, in other words, C over N 0. And so if I'm down in the bottom left quadrant, I probably walked under a tree or I'm in a building. In other words, the C over N 0 is low, but the AGC has not reacted to that. So again, echoing what Dennis was saying this morning. If the C over N 0 is starting to go higher and I'm still able to track, I'm probably in a safe zone there as long as the AGC has not reacted. But moving towards the right, when the AGC starts to react, I need to start being very careful. And in particular, if the C over N 0 goes down, that's sort of what you would expect under jamming environments. In other words, the signal-to-noise ratio goes down. But if the signal-to-noise ratio goes up, when the jamming goes up, that's a very clear indication of spoofing. And so at this point, you now have the basis for creating a fire alarm. Fire alarms don't put out fires, but they certainly help you mitigate the damage caused by them. It alerts you to the fact that you need to start using other sources of information to figure out where you are. So next. And so just to put a fine point on the left side here, you see the power goes up, the signal-to-noise ratio goes up, and this is just an example of a very typical spoofing attack. And looking at those two pictures, you can probably figure out when the spoofing started there. Now, having said that, if I'm over sort of in, I turn on this time here, I'm not necessarily going to know that spoofing is going on. So you have to be extremely careful during the initial acquisition phase there. Okay, next. Okay, so summarizing, if you've got an intelligent receiver, it's basically doing a continuous assessment of the environment, and it can report all sorts of interesting things about what it's seeing. It can basically say, here's what I'm seeing in terms of, I'm seeing a jammer starting at the following time. I'm seeing C over and zeros like this. Here's what my AGC is saying. In other words, these are basically indicators that something is going on. But with some of those other circuits, I can say, oh, I'm seeing constant envelope jamming, and so I'm identifying a particular type. And if there's any pulse characteristics of this, I can certainly identify that as well. So at the local level, it's a fire alarm. But if I take this information and I report it into a more centralized location, then I can aggregate this data into estimates of location. And so going back to what Dennis was saying this morning, if I have a crowd of sensors out there, I can make a pretty good statement as to where that jammer is, and I can also conduct pattern of life analysis. And so just because a jammer is small doesn't necessarily mean it is a harmless thing. And so as an example of this, out in Portland about 10 years ago, we were set up near the Portland airport, and about every third or fourth truck going by had an operational jammer on it. And you might say, well, why was that? They were just tiny little jammers. What's the harm in that? Well, they were all trash trucks headed to the Port of Portland. And so it doesn't take a lot of imagination to see that that was probably an illegal trash dumping operation there. Okay, so pattern of life analysis is very key, and having a global situational awareness is important, and an intelligent receiver can help with that. So continuing, next. As you move into more advanced receivers, there's some additional capabilities you might bring to bear. So as an example, this Novatel receiver I'm showing, it has two inputs, and their intended purpose is for obtaining bearing. In other words, knowing what direction the vehicle is pointed. But at the same time, I can use those to detect spoofing, because typical spoofer, all the signals come in from the same direction. And so if all the signals are coming from the same direction, that's a dead giveaway on spoofing. And I can also consider building a very simple adaptive array using these two inputs, perhaps for a timing application. So there's a lot of capabilities in receivers that can be exploited. Moving on, multi-GNSS, multi-frequency options. They make it harder for the spoofer and jammer. And basically what they do is they force the spoofer to operate at more frequencies. And ultimately what this forces is more power to come out of that source. And as soon as there's more power coming out, these things become more detectable by things like the AGC and so on. So it does make the spoofing and jamming job a little harder. Let me get some water. So something else that a lot of receivers have now is an RF memory in them. And the intended reason for that is to do jamming analysis. In other words, you basically record the raw I's and Q's, and then you can process those into a spectrogram. And the one I'm showing here is what a chirp jammer looks like. But it can identify a lot of other things about your jammer. It can actually parameterize it and generate better fingerprints on it. Interestingly, that same memory can also be used for some of the delayed key systems like Chimera, ACAS, and so on. So dual use. And then finally, if I've got an IMU and a clock in the system, those can be very powerful in the sense that if the receiver says it's going this direction, the IMU says you're going this direction, well, that's an inconsistency that is pointing towards you're having a problem. And so most of these techniques are available in higher end receivers, but even some of the lower end receivers, and I'm thinking U-Blocks has a lot of this kind of capability in it as well. Okay, next. Okay, so when we talk about diagnosing or maintaining situational awareness, think in terms of a visit to the doctor. So you go into the doctor, and those first two, the J over N meter and the C over N zero meter, think of those as being the thermometer. And they tell you, hey, you've got a temperature. So the next step you might take is say, okay, I'm going to spend a little bit of battery life generating a more complete range Doppler map. And so off to the right, that's an example of spoofing. In other words, if you see two strong peaks there, that's definitely spoofing. And in fact, that Polestar stuff would have immediately been recognized if you had done this. There's some additional techniques that come into play here, and I'm not going to go through all the details of those, but I'd be happy to talk about them on offline. As we move into the more complex stuff, using multi-GNSS and or having multiple antenna elements, these add some costs because they require hardware, but again, they're not all that hard to do. And then finally, cryptographic authentication, that can range anywhere from very hard to very easy. It just all depends. So I don't want to put a number on that. Okay, next. So those were signal-based anti-spoofing techniques, but there's also navigation things that you can look at. For instance, in Portland in 2017, just about every cell phone that walked by suddenly said, I'm in Toulouse. And a good question would have been, how did I end up in Toulouse, in the space of 5 minutes? Teleporters are not a real thing, although they'd be wonderful. So unexplained state changes can reveal a lot. And the one that is particularly useful is time. If a receiver jumps in time by 1 millisecond, that doesn't sound like a real big deal. It's only 1 millisecond, 1/1000th of a second. But that is the equivalent of jumping 300 kilometers in position. And so if you take a look at the time bias and time bias rate states coming out of your Kalman filter, that can be very revealing about your spoofing status, because this is one of the things. A spoofer can cover up position information pretty well, but it's very difficult to cover up what you're doing with the time, because unless you know exactly where the victim is located, there's going to be some observable things in the time bias and time bias rate that you can exploit to identify the fact you've got a problem. And again, notice that I'm not saying that you can operate through this. I'm just saying that you can generate an alarm to the effect that there is a problem. Now, one of the cautions I would give in a lot of the anti-spoof stuff is A, it makes testing the receivers much harder, because an anti-spoofing receiver, if you hook it into a normal signal generator, it's just going to say, well, I'm being spoofed and end of test. So you can't go much beyond that. But I would also notice that there are various denial of service attacks you can conduct using the anti-spoof techniques. And so as a simple example of this, let's imagine a receiver that every time it turns off, it records what time it is and then propagates that time forward. Okay, and because we know you can never go backwards in time, and so if I launch a typical canned scenario against that receiver, it'll say, well, it's 2014, not 2017, therefore, this can't possibly be a real signal. Sounds good so far. So what I do if I want to do denial of service is I generate a signal that says it's 2025. Okay, and the receiver buys into that because the time moved forward. And then when you turn off the receiver, it says the year's 2025, and for the next year, the receiver is effectively bricked. It won't accept real signals. So again, be very cautious whenever you're trying to design anti-spoof measures. So next. Okay, so in the civil arena, I tend to think in terms of, it's basically a whack-a-mole defense. In other words, your core job is to identify and discard suspect signals. And all of those ones indicated in blue are parts of your cell phone. In other words, your cell phone receives GPS, GLONASS, Beidou, Galileo, and so on. It has the capability, at least. Many can receive the regional systems. So those are all sat-nav systems. But it's important to note you also have systems like Wi-Fi, cellular. These can give you position information. You've got an IMU, and so on. And so those can be used to indicate problems. So as an example, in the Portland spoofing incident, the GNSS was all saying they were in Toulouse, France, but the Wi-Fi and cellular systems, they're saying you're in Portland, Oregon. But because so much trust was placed in the GNSS system, even though they had the right sensors in the phone to say this is a spoofing attack, they didn't do that. They just bought into it, and in some cases, receivers bricked. So basically looking for uncorrelated vulnerabilities and correlations between observables is key in developing your situational awareness. So next. Okay, so the world situation has been changing over the last couple of years, and we're reaching a point now where we've got military operations affecting civil operations. And you can just see the growth in jamming, and it's gotten even worse in the Middle East in recent months. So at this point, you might ask, well, are there some military approaches that you might consider using in a civil environment? And the answer is yes. Next. So the military defenses, I refer to that as the bunker defense. That basically says there's a signal out there, I want to get that signal. And there's a lot of commonality between civil and military in the sense that you need situational awareness. So I'm not going to rehash that. But if you really do want to operate in those environments, an adaptive array is probably the way to go. And these are the big guns of anti-jam, so they need to be carefully handled. In other words, these are not the kind of things you want to find showing up on Amazon or something like that, because they can be used for nefarious purposes as well. But a typical adaptive array will improve your resistance to jamming by a factor of 1,000 to a factor of 10 million. And just to give you another way of thinking of that, if a jammer has an effective area of 1,000 square miles, and I put one of these antennas on there, then the effective area of that jammer goes down to 1 square mile. In other words, it tremendously reduces the reach over which that jammer is effective. So these are the big guns. But you have to be cautious with adaptive arrays. Like most ECCM techniques, they do degrade your accuracy. So next. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into adaptive arrays in a civil context. Next. So there's an adaptive, that's a non-adaptive array, and that black is basically the standard pattern where directly up is the top of the chart, and then off to the side is this direction here. And so the typical GPS receive antenna is designed to have omnidirectional coverage. Well, if a jammer shows up, what I'd like to do is have that antenna have very low gain in the direction of that jammer. And the consequence of that is, yes, I will take out the jammer, but I may take out a satellite too. In fact, that one sitting right behind that skull and crossbones, that's probably going to be taken out. So if I've got a lot of satellites up there, if I've got GPS plus Galileo and so on, the fact that I kill 4 or 5 satellites, I shouldn't say kill the satellites, but kill the satellite signals, that's not necessarily going to be a big impact. I can continue to operate. Okay, so how do these things work? Next. So on the left, I've got 2 antennas, and no matter where the jammer is coming from, one of the things that's going to happen is it's going to hit one antenna before it hits the other, unless it's coming from directly broadside. So the signal hitting that antenna on the far left, it's hitting that one second. So in a sense, what I could do is take the first antenna signal, introduce a delay equal to that excess delay on the second one, subtract them, and then the antenna pattern is going to have a null in the direction of that interference. Okay, so that's the basics of how these work. And generally speaking, if you've got n elements, then you can take out n-1 jammers independently. So if I've got a 7-element antenna like what I've got shown here, I could take out 6 jammers, or perhaps more in some cases. So what is the big drawback with these things? It's basically they're physically large. That antenna is 11 inches across. Okay, so this is the big nut. You're not going to put these things on cell phones necessarily, but on airplanes, vehicles, lots of critical infrastructure applications, it's fine to put them in there. There's a lot of different control algorithms that you can use in these things. I'm not going to go into that in any detail. But I did want to note that if you have a 2-element horizon, in other words, it's a 2-element antenna, I've got one here, another one immediately below it, then what I can do is I can create a very strong null in the direction of the horizon. And that's where most jammers' energy comes from, because most jammers are located on the ground. And so with a fairly simple circuit there, I can protect a timing receiver with just a 2-element kind of element. Not guaranteed, but it'll be a lot harder. One of the core aspects of SERPAs is that they are ITAR controlled, at least under current regulations, and I'm going to defer to Jeff Auerbach as to what the status is going to be on that. So next. Okay, so some cautions on adaptive arrays. The first one is that although they're very powerful, they're mostly pretty stupid. Their objective is to maximize the signal-to-noise ratio, okay? And they will do whatever it takes to maximize the signal-to-noise ratio. And so if the desired signal and the jammers come from similar directions, it's sort of like looking into the sun. And the adaptive array will tend to squint, and when it does that, it can create some very large errors in the observables. And so in the configuration I'm showing on the right, I'm getting about almost a 9-meter pseudo-range error from this small antenna, and that's with the CA code. So you have to be very cautious if you have accuracy requirements in your system. You can create large errors that are much further than just the diameter of the antenna. I would also note that L5 errors are typically about a factor of 10 less, and so if you're using adaptive arrays, you'd be well advised to use the L5 signals as opposed to the L1CA. I mean, they will protect L1CA, don't get me wrong. It's just you need to understand that there can be some potentially large errors in that. Okay, next. Okay, so Jeff talked about ITAR, and so this chart is a little bit out of date.
Wait just a second. Quantify large.
You can generate 20, 30 meter errors.
Now, the largest I've seen is on the order of 5 to 8 meters.
Okay, so that was just a particular pseudo range that I was running. So large is 10 meters for L1CA, and for L5, it's around 1 meter.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I mean by large.
Okay, the point is that's in context. I don't mind, the caveat's appropriate, but I'm a little concerned people will go away thinking, oh, you're a half mile off or something.
No, you won't be there half mile off.
No, it's down in the order, and when you add it in the DOP and your ability to probably throw that out because you think it's an integrity violation, maybe.
Maybe. Okay. But, and so this sort of comes back to the whole situational awareness. If we're talking about, I'm just flying along en route in an airplane and I develop a 10-meter error, no big deal. But if I'm trying to land an aircraft, a 10-meter error can become a big deal at that point. And so, again, I'm just trying to caution people that you can't just stick these on there and everything's going to be good.
But I happen to know a guy named Logan Scott also solved that problem.
Oh, I have, yeah. Okay, and so I'm not going to get into the solution, but yes, there is solution. Okay, so again, coming back to the ITAR, I just wanted to quickly note, under current ITAR regulations, just because you've got a 2 or 3 element antenna doesn't necessarily mean you're compliant. In other words, it's not just about elements, it's about how deep these nulls are. And quite honestly, it's hard to build an antenna that's as bad as some of these numbers that are in the ITAR regulations. You'd really have to work at it. Next. Oh, next, please. Okay, so closing out the SERPA topic, I just want to say that they can cause operational failures if you don't match the SERPA to the application. That you absolutely have to do this. You have to understand whether you're dealing with a nuller antenna or a beamforming antenna and match those up to your application. And I'll also note that RTK and PPP applications are particularly sensitive to adaptive arrays. And it's a little bit pernicious what can happen is that you attach the adaptive array and everything works great. Okay, problem solved, right? Then somebody turns on a jammer and the adaptive array itself gives you great signal to noise ratio, but the observables are so messed up you can't converge your RTK algorithm. So major caution there. Now, having said that, there are ways to curate signals and identify which ones are likely to have the high errors. So if the receiver is aware that it's attached to a SERPA and knows how to deal with this, there are solutions out there. So again, I'm just trying to raise some cautions. If you just run down to adaptive arrays or Rust and stick one on your receiver, you may be unpleasantly surprised in jamming. That's the key warning, Brad. Okay, but it is fixable. I would also observe that if you're doing any new installation, definitely put in an L5 capable array. Even though L5 is not certified for safety of life applications at this point, or not even set healthy, if you're going to do an installation on an airplane, put in the L5 capability now, not later, because you don't want to have to go off and do a retrofit, and the L5 is going to be a much more certifiable signal than the L1CA. Okay, next. Okay, so even if you didn't get any of what I've said so far, you probably got this impression. There's some assembly required on this. And you can sit there and you can have all the right parts, and surprise, surprise, you can put them together wrong. And so if we go to the next chart, the initial results when you build an AJ system are usually pretty discouraging. It's usually about 100% failure rate. I've never built an AJ system that worked properly the first time. There's always been something that I've forgotten or didn't really understand, and has to be go off and fix it. And the only way you learn this is by testing. And so, I'll come back to the Portland incident. The failure rate was 100% across many manufacturers. Every one of them thought they were in Toulouse. And so when we talk about testing, there is a little bit of a conundrum in that testing for jamming and spoofing resistance is basically an electronic attack, EA. And when you're trying to design countermeasures and detection methods, knowing what the EA looks like, in other words, knowing what the attack looks like, is a very helpful thing to do. But it's also important to understand that you don't really want to propagate EA attack technologies and methods because they can be used against you by an adversary. And so there's this semi-virtuous loop where basically you need to do the testing, and the testing will improve your receiver competence. But if you're testing your receiver and you're really getting into the guts of this, you'll learn a ton about EA and how to attack receivers. And so I'm just raising a caution here that testing has to be done, but at the same time, it's going to promote understanding of how to do EA. Okay, and last chart. So with regards to the user community, yes, there are some user communities that are very informed, but there are others, for instance, imagine a police department, that may not be as informed as to what they need. And so just as an example of an attack you could launch against them, I set up a spoofer, a 1-watt spoofer, and I set it the position to Randy's Donuts. And so now the dispatcher's screens, every one of them shows that every emergency responder, every law enforcement individual is at Randy's Donuts. You can just imagine the chaos and confusion that causes. So the user community really does need a way to pick receivers. So in the high value industries like offshore drilling, cable laying, things like that, where you're spending $100,000 an hour, what they typically do is they hire a firm to do a bespoke assembly. In other words, there are companies out there that know the equipment out there, they know how to put it together, and it will work, and it will work great. You will pay a small fortune for it, and they will maintain this, and they will keep it operational. They have helicopter crews standby, ready to go should any problem show up. But again, you pay for it. So another approach for generating signals is to set standards. And I'm going to argue that setting standards a la FAA, where you're looking for 7 nines and so on, is going to be a little bit problematic in the context of jamming and spoofing, mainly because the environment can evolve very quickly. In other words, your threat can change very quickly. So you may have solved today's threat, and then 2 weeks later something new shows up. And this is particularly true in the cyber aspects of this. So the last three are basically the same thing, basically says do testing. It's mainly a question of who does it. And so the first option would be to have government signaling. In other words, a government lab goes off, tests the stuff thoroughly, and then by making a purchase decision, they have an implicit endorsement of a particular product for that particular application. And I see that as being workable in certain industries, but certainly not all. Another approach, and this is one that I think that the receiver manufacturers would like, is self-certification, where they basically go off and do their own tests. The caution I have there, though, is that particularly for someone who does only civil receivers, they may not have the expertise to know how to launch the electronic attacks. And so they might need to go off and buy a suite of signals and attacks from a company like Spirent or whoever is producing this. And then finally, another model says that you go off and do testing by third-party labs. And there's some merit in that, but there's also a caution in that can slow down your development cycles if you require those kind of things. So I'm not trying to provide an answer here. I'm just saying here are some of the possible options for becoming an informed user or an informed buyer as you approach these things. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Tim unless there are some follow-on questions. Hopefully that was somewhat clear. Okay.
Yeah. Very enlightening. Can you give me any physical insight into why L5 drops so much in terms of a typical error due to a phased array ranging signal?
It basically has to do with the bandwidth of the antenna. So basically, behind each element, and in fact, each element is a filter. Okay.
Oh, so what you're saying is I'm getting more precision because I've got a wider bandwidth in the front?
Pretty much. Okay, it's almost like a multipath phenomenon that the antenna itself generates.
I'm
Okay?
just surprised at the magnitude, but it's very good news. That's foot stomping for you, Karen. Let's get L5 turned on.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to say a few more words about toughening at the platform or use case level. Next chart. So I talked about this a little bit earlier, but I think, we have these definitions for toughen and augmentation, and in my mind, that taxonomy like that is of limited use, because arguing about whether something is an augmentation versus whether or not it's hardening is almost an academic exercise, because in fact we augment in order to harden in many cases, and there's a whole continuum of how that can be done. And for example, you can use complementary systems or sensors in order to enhance your ability to detect and or mitigate the jamming and spoofing. So you could start with an independent source of time, like a chip scale atomic clock. Now, if I integrate that right into my receiver, now it's part of my receiver, right? So I've hardened the receiver. But if I have a chip scale atomic clock in my network of receivers that I'm using as an independent time, now it's an augmentation to the overall system. But at the end of the day, I'm still doing the same thing. I'm using a redundant source of information to enhance the detection. Another popular thing to do, because with GPS we're getting position, navigation, we're getting position, velocity, and time, right? We get an independent source of time is one approach. An independent source of motion would be another level of independent redundancy that we could do. So an example of that is to use some kind of an inertial system to measure the motion of the platform, and then do a cross comparison between what GNSS is telling me about the motion and what I'm measuring the motion. I can have an independent source of position altogether through some independent system like ELRAN or DME, or other radio navigation systems. I could have an independent source of satellite and orbit and clock information through either SBAS, GDGPS, HARS, and then if the nav message that I'm getting from the direct signal is telling me that the satellites are in dramatically different places, I know there's an issue. And then the independent source of trusted satellite data, which is a big part of what we're proposing with HARS. So the appropriate combinations of these augmentation elements are really, again, use case dependent. For example, if my use case is I'm primarily using GPS just for time transfer, and I know all of my GNSS receivers are going to be in fixed locations, then I sort of have a built-in independent source of motion. I know that there shouldn't be any motion, so I can use that as an augmentation. In a high dynamic aircraft application, that wouldn't be appropriate at all, but I could use an inertial system as an independent source of motion. So this gets into the whole subject of complementary PNT systems, and I think there are really high reliability, critical infrastructure applications out there where we really do need fully capable independent systems to provide position and navigation, because I don't think we'll ever be able to toughen the GNSS side to the point where it can't at least be denied. You get into a situation with, if you believe the jammer can have kilowatts of power, it takes a pretty serious SERPA to allow you to play through that. And that's probably not going to be capable on something like a cell phone. So we had some inspiring words last night at the reception about all-source PNT, essentially, or multi-sensor navigation systems. And I think that's something that all users should be encouraged to consider, not just as a fallback, but to integrate them in a way that enhances your ability to do fault detection and exclusion for the system. Next chart, please. Logan already talked about this a bit, but use of multi-constellation, multi-frequency is, in my opinion, a powerful tool for helping protect against spoofing, because it sort of raises the bar on the spoofer. If I'm using 3 constellations and 50 satellites, he needs to be able to spoof all those successfully in order that I wouldn't be able to detect it. So as Logan said, that means he has to generate a lot more power. He has to have a convincing clock and clock motion of 3 different systems. There's all sorts of things you can start to look at if you're using multiple constellations to help you detect if you're being spoofed, even on multiple constellations. So this is why now we're into the realm of personal opinions here. I believe that prohibiting the use of foreign satellites without a license is a counterproductive move on our part, because this is just going to deny U.S. users potentially useful tools in combating spoofing and improving resilience overall. I understand there's arguments about, if I'm using 2 constellations, what's the benefit of the 3rd constellation? There is some benefit there. Beyond that, I think it also puts U.S. industry at a disadvantage to do this, and here's my rationale for that. U.S. chip manufacturers and receiver manufacturers are going to build systems that use GLONASS and BETO anyway, because there's a global market that will demand it, right? If they are forced to not use it in the United States, that means they can't even test the things that they're building in the United States without some kind of a waiver or process to get a license. They're certainly not going to go out to the world and say, here, you can buy my GPS and Galileo only receiver, and they're competing with other manufacturers that are building all 4 constellations. So really, prohibitions like this could limit the ability to develop and test these capabilities in the United States, particularly if there's in situations like mine where I'm in a highly regulated industry, could be a real barrier. Next chart, please. So here we are. What are the gaps in all this discussion that we've had that I think the U.S. government could address? So these are potential recommendations. The first one is really just to reinforce that we should go implement HARS. And really the first step to that should be develop a roadmap for system implementation and an architecture that is modular so that we can add capabilities over time. HARS is since we're delivering things over the internet, that source of information could actually be useful for other things, like the dissemination of information about the current spoofing situation, a clearinghouse on spoofing information. So if I'm a user and I log into the server to get my HARS data, I can also ask for, please tell me if there's any interference that's been reported in the area. It would be like a central official clearinghouse of information on spoofing or on interference. Now, we may want to brand that as something different than HARS, but the same servers and infrastructure for collecting that information and disseminating it in a secure fashion could be leveraged. Okay, the next recommendation would be around trying to address the gaps in the service definitions that I talked about earlier. Now, we already have a recommendation from 2 years ago. We should maybe revisit that recommendation and see if there's some rewording or some strategy for maybe getting some action on it instead of the reaction we got the first time we did the recommendation. The government could also try to identify any gaps that they see in the current standards development work. I mentioned P1952, and I'll point out now that there's actually an RTCA EuroK activity that's just recently stood up to come up with some additional standards for testing for jamming and spoofing resilience. Okay, then another potential recommendation is to try to remove or mitigate these prohibitions for the use of foreign satellite systems. I really like the Australian model. If it's legal under the ITU, it should be okay to receive the signals, understanding that you use them at your own risk, and you should verify and protect yourself from anything that might happen to you with those signals. And we could do that by either just go through the current process for doing the blanket licensing for all of the constellations, or we should propose a change to the law to bring it more in line with the sort of thing that is in Australia. In the process of doing that, the U.S. government could provide some strong guidance on the whole concept of zero trust for foreign satellite signals. You know, it's like you can use these signals, but understand there's no guarantee on any of them, which is really the case on all signals. I mean, the U.S. government makes guarantees on the performance of GPS, but they can't guarantee you're not being spoofed. So we should trust, but verify the signals. And then finally, the last recommendation there would be, again, relaxation of the export restrictions. We've already made a recommendation, and apparently the government has acted on it, although we're not privy to what the results are yet. But I think we could go a little further, because all the discussion that we had on the SERPA stuff was in the first 3 or 4 of those ITAR requirements, and that fourth one, which talks about interferometer antennas doing better than 2 degrees. There's already a carve-out for that for aviation. And with modern technology, you can do a lot better than 2 degrees. And being able to do bearing measurements to known emitters is a potentially powerful addition to complementary PNT. So it'd be nice if that wasn't restricted as well. Next chart. So what about recommendations for industry? I think industry should go develop some kind of a standard taxonomy for jamming and spoofing so that everybody is at least talking about the same thing. And as I mentioned, RTCA and ICAO have already done some work in this area, and it's being extended through a new subgroup within SC 159 now. Could that sort of thinking be extended to support other critical infrastructure people? And the reason for having a standard taxonomy is then simulator manufacturers and receiver manufacturers would be talking about the same things when they say, you know, I am hard to a certain level of jamming and spoofing. So manufacturers could indicate what levels of resilience they've been tested to. Simulator manufacturers could provide suites that would test to those levels of jamming and spoofing. And then ultimately the system integrators would be able to use the same taxonomy to evaluate the overall hardness of their whole systems. The other recommendation to industry is to move briskly towards multi-constellation, multi-frequency receivers wherever practical, and implement lots of cross-checking through ARAIM and or integrated independent sensors. And then the final recommendation would be for the users to adopt these augmentations for resilience wherever possible in a timely fashion. I think that's it. Next chart, maybe conclusion. Lots of options. I hope that's one thing that you took away from this discussion, is there's lots of moving parts here, lots of ways to create layers in your protection system. SERPAs are a pretty powerful tool. like I said early on, if you can keep the energy out of your receiver to begin with, that's a big step forward. Of course, you do have to do that carefully to make sure you're not compromising the performance in other ways. I think multi-constellation, multi-frequency GNSS is also a powerful tool that should really be enabled and supported. And then ultimately, CPNT is an important tool that should be enabled as much as possible. So the U.S. government should eliminate the barriers to the use of these things and ultimately facilitate timely adoption by users. And then finally, we need the additional guidance and standards for the jamming and spoofing scenarios and the testing standards. I think that's my last chart. Yeah. Any questions?
Yeah, so we have time for some discussion by the board now, if anybody has any comments, questions, or discussion. Brad?
Yeah, I have one question. One of the things that I did not realize was the issue I raised with Logan, and that is this L5. Are you assuming, I don't know, we've been pushing in terms of near-term opportunities, the L5. It's evidently paced by OCX and certifying the signal and a few other issues floating around in there. Do you have, your panel have anything to say on that L5 issue, both in terms of maximal SERPA errors and in terms of the diversity of using signals and frequency bands that are apparently not being jammed right now?
Yeah, I think the sooner we can get to L5, the better. It really helps on the incidental interference issue, right? If I get an accidental interference on L1, I want to be able to continue to operate on L5. I don't know how much the commercial world has started to adopt L5. In my world, in the aviation world, we're limited, we're paced by the standards development. And the RTCA is still working on a MOPS. I can't field anything on an airplane. I can't even provision in terms of, you said, go ahead and put the L5 on. Can't do that.
Oh, no, I didn't say use it. I just said if you're going to put an antenna on there, put an L5 capable manifold. You can purchase those now.
Even the standard for the antenna is not done yet. But
Exactly. Put a hole in the airplane for it.
But I think that's the great advantage, as we discussed yesterday, actually. Since there's no certified safety of life equipment that uses L5, there's no danger to safety of life by turning L5 healthy. At least I don't understand if there is.
No argument there.
So thank you for RTCA for being slow. Now the rest of critical infrastructure can use the signal in the meantime.
Yeah, I also want to point out something else about L1 versus L5. The L1CA signal, as we saw early on, has some structural vulnerabilities. And you could actually sneak some of those past an adaptive array. And so you can actually impact the accuracy of the L1CA using a structural vulnerability, even though you've got the adaptive array, which has taken out most of the jamming. So there's a lot of cautions about using L1CA with an adaptive array. I mean, generally speaking, it's pretty effective, but watch out. With the L5 signal, it's got a much better design with regards to not having strong structural vulnerabilities. And so not only is it a better signal in terms of bandwidth, it's a harder signal to play games with. The L1CA, there's just tons of fun things you can do to play with that signal.
Well, I guess I'll make a couple comments on that, Logan. First of all, in the spirit of raising the bar, even if there's going to be some nefarious, super cool person who's still able to sneak something by a toughening approach, we still ought to toughen. But second of all, to get to Brad's point, I think that we'll have to admit to having neglected the turning on L5 recommendation in all of our slides today, but I would like to propose that we, as a board, even now, make a debate and then decide on a recommendation that L5 should be turned on as soon as possible in advance of the OCX capability using some other suitable monitoring approach. And I don't know if people want to make it more specific than that, but I think it's time for this board to stand up to that recommendation.
Yeah, putting my aviation hat back on, I definitely want L5 turned on, set healthy before I field the first receiver that uses it, because I don't want to have to field receivers that have some artificial means of turning that off and then have to go do a software roll or update to that receiver later, just because IOC was declared or whatever.
Matt?
Yes. I was just going to, because I'm not an expert in this PTA area, but has there been much work done on testing the advantages of E5, and does that inform the business case to do L5?
I would think it certainly does, because automatically we're going to have plenty of satellites in view when you combine the E5 satellites and E5A satellites and the L5 satellites.
But has testing been done to show the value that then helps the US argument to turn it on?
Yeah, plenty of
Or
satellites.
extending it, has analysis been done? I'm not certain we're in a position to.
Well, there's certainly been analysis done by the Europeans for a decade or more about the benefits of jointly using GPS and Galileo, yes.
So plenty of satellites is, again, context dependent, right? If I'm trying to operate in the geomagnetic equator in a high scintillation environment where I'm losing half my satellites because I'm in an operation where I'm smoothing for hundreds of seconds in order to beat the noise down, yeah, I'd like to have as many satellites as I can get my hands on. The numbers sound big compared to what we had in the past, but there are those corner conditions where it still brings some benefit. To some of, I realize these are corner conditions, but there are people that want to operate there.
Yeah, I just want to say, I fully concur with what John was saying about L5, and I just want to point something else. If you're trying to certify for safety of life when using a SERPA, you're probably going to have a much easier time doing that with L5 as opposed to L1, just because of the squirrely things that can happen. Remember, adaptive arrays can create squirrely effects, and that's part of your safety of life consideration.
Does anyone know if RCA is actually working the combination of L5 and SERPA?
No.
Problem?
Our TCA is not working on any standards for SERPAs at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is the great after you Alphonse. I mean, where's the sense of urgency on that? Most everyone around this table thinks that the directional antenna capability of SERPAs is at least a huge bat against any kind of interference and spoofing. And yet, there doesn't seem to be any urgency in trying to actually work the problem to the point it's usable.
I think it's not necessarily a lack of urgency more than a bandwidth problem. I mean, we're already years behind where we wanted to be just to get dual frequency, multi-constellation GPS Galileo receivers. This stuff just takes a long time, and there's
It takes a lot longer if you don't start.
Yeah, I think there are people. I think there are people working on it. It just might not be on official RTCA. What do you call it? Statement of work. Help me out, Todd. Terms of reference. There's no current terms of reference to work on it, but that doesn't mean there aren't people thinking about it.
Just as a rough rule of thumb data point for anybody who's interested, the difference between the jamming resistance of a good L5 receiver and a good CA signal receiver is about 15 dB, or a factor of 30 in jamming power.
Yeah.
Let's recommend it gets turned on.
It's the primary thing that RTCA is working on right now, is that MOPS to add L5 and dual constellations. So.
Doesn't RTCA take all of its tasking from FAA?
Not anymore. This is a long story.
Really?
We're not a FACA committee thing anymore. We're an independent standards development organization. It's the terms of reference are driven by consensus of industry saying there's a demand for things. 10 years ago, what you were saying would have been true. The FAA kind of drove the agenda. at RTCA. That's not as true as it used to be.
I'm shocked. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's,
Huh.
that's a long,
So this
miserable story.
self-licking ice cream cone is not doing well.
Pardon me?
This self-licking ice cream cone is not doing
Yeah.
well. They don't know when to lick. No, I'm serious. Oh my God. So, who's steering the ship? You're saying it's a consensus of all the airlines, and if they don't see
No,
any
it-
particular urgency or need, it just isn't going to be tasked and isn't going to be done? Is that?
I think it goes like this, and Todd, help me out if you know better here, but unless you have a couple of receiver manufacturers that show up and say, yes, we would certify to a standard, RTCA won't develop a standard. Right.
Well, shame on them then, because if they are customer-oriented, they should be going after solutions, given the GPS jam whatever it is,
Yeah.
given that map alone should be a massive incentive, and plus all the horror stories we hear, and then what Joe Burns, I won't tell you what Joe Burns whispered in my ear, but it was terrifying in terms of the absolute chaos that could be wreaked if somebody were to really try to do it. And so what I'm hearing is through the government now, the government has no leverage over causing RTCA to address most anything. It is a self-licking ice cream cone.
I'm sorry if I gave you that impression. I wouldn't characterize it as they have no leverage. But they had a lot more before they cut RTCA loose as a federal advisory committee.
I didn't know that.
John, I completely agree with you. I tried 13 years ago to get L5 set healthy and got shut down, so it's time.
I'll try to word a draft recommendation that we can consider tomorrow, so we have some words on paper, if that's all right with everybody.
Okay, so it's not just RTCA that's the problem. The dual frequency standards at ICAO have just been finished, and in fact, I think they're out for state letter right now. Or the applicability date on the basic core constellation stuff has already happened, but the dual frequency SBAS and ARAIM, that's literally out for state letter review right now, and it won't become applicable until, I'm not exactly sure when. Do you know, Todd? Yeah.
But
So
that just
typically
opens up a
that
window of
precedes
opportunity for
a
the
MOPS.
whole rest of critical infrastructure to benefit from L5 in the meantime, so let's push.
I totally agree.
Push for that opportunity.
Yeah, I agree. We shouldn't be holding up any use of L5 based on aviation having to have all these ducks in a row to be able to do it. But I have no visibility into whether or not, like, commercial receivers are putting L5 in. For cell phones, I think, didn't you mention the Pixel, the latest Pixel has L5 or?
Yeah, every high-end cell phone
Yeah.
has dual frequency.
Let's
Yeah,
hear
they
from,
don't
let's hear
worry
from
about it.
commercial industry.
Pardon me?
Let me introduce Michael Ritter.
Michael Ritter.
Has had a massive amount of the really wonderful, I have no stock, the really wonderful receivers that are manufactured up in Calgary and elsewhere. He has some insight.
Are you Hexagon?
Okay, just to give you a little bit of intro, everybody uses L5 in the commercial side. From a cell phone, like Frank said, to high precision receivers. And actually not just us, but as well the competition, we monitor L5.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have to deploy, I mean, you talk about Haas, we deploy thousands of network monitoring stations around the world for all kinds of commercial services. So we monitor L5, and there's nothing wrong with L5. We do the same for E6. Yeah, and actually L5 and E6, not even L5 and E5AB, but L5 and E6, they give a tremendous advantage in hardening.
Yeah.
It makes units more expensive, so of course it's more in my, like, say, high value world that this is an easy deal, but it makes everything better because it's just more modern signal structure. And to talk about SERPA and L5, the current SERPAs that were not designed for L5, that's the one reason that kind of L5 comes like as an out-of-band signal. So what you're seeing there is easily fixable. It just, at the moment, nobody's prepared to field something that can do L5. It's kind of illegal, as we know. Thanks.
And all those receivers that are using L5 don't pay any attention to the fact that the satellites are not cell healthy yet, right? Completely understandable. Yeah. What about Beidou?
Say your point again.
Yeah, so we're teaching all the receiver manufacturers to violate the ICD and use signal set unhealthy.
Yeah, that's
well,
correct.
I think that's in line with the zero trust but verify philosophy. Just because the satellite is telling me it's not usable, if I have tons of data from another source saying that's a perfectly usable range, why wouldn't I use it?
Hey, Tim, just to add to the commercial receiver side of things, in the automotive space, traditional GNSS receivers use L5 as well, dual frequency. So in a vertical where every nickel and dime is really monitored, they use L5.
Yeah. We used L2 codelessly for many years, right? So.
Yes, Matt.
A question, I guess, for Todd or Tim. There's also the problem, isn't there, of sort of a feedback loop of ICAO's not in a hurry because GPS is not in a hurry. So there's kind of a...
Oh, ICAO was in a hurry.
I think there's very much that in that the WAAS dual frequency service won't be particularly valuable until there's at least 23 or so healthy or usable L5 satellites. I mean, we rushed a long time ago to put L5 capable GEOs up because we thought we'd have L5 service a long time ago. And that generation of L5 GEOs was going to retire without ever really providing L5 service. You know, it was a rush. It was, I think it cost the FAA a lot more than it would have had we known it was going to take this long. But I think our goal is to be ready when GPS is ready, and we have no doubt we will be. You know, so there's not, Brad, I apologize, there's not a sense of urgency because of that. But it does, I mean, standard setting and safety of life takes a very long time. It's not like we could just suddenly turn around and sprint the final amount there. We do need a couple more years to really hammer out all the standards and to finish the development of the ground system to support the L5 monitoring.
Well, anything I can do in parallel as a program director, I do. I don't want to stick things in series. I don't want to have the PERT chart extended out. And I don't know, maybe I'm hearing it wrong. Maybe it is, but I want to have each of those pieces running as fast as it can, and then we'll all blame whoever's last.
I will say we've run in parallel for a very long time. I mean, I think I was writing papers on dual frequency WAAS 15, 20 years ago. We wrote the algorithms designs for dual frequency WAAS at least 10 years ago, and we've been waiting. We've tested it out at L1, L2, then we've been waiting to get the L5 data in sufficient volume. You know, we're at that point where we're starting to develop the actual code for L5 and test it on actual L5 data.
I don't understand why that doesn't walk away from this other check, because you have WAAS then at all times to tell you whether L5, and furthermore, if that bit is set
we
zero.
follow the ICD. We're not going to set a satellite healthy that's labeled unhealthy. So we follow the ICD. That's in our policy. So
are there any more comments on L5 while that horse is still twitching?
I have one last hello. Okay. So could the board make a recommendation to decouple or to get safety of life off the critical path? for setting it healthy.
How would that, what do you mean by that, Tom?
Well, Todd says safety of life takes a long time. And I understand there's a lot of analysis needs to be done to get all those nines, but why does that have to be on the critical path to set for 2 stops to set it healthy?
Well, I think that's the point. If there are no safety of life receivers out to use it, then there's no certified safety of life concern with making it healthy right now. So I think that's the way we'll try to word the recommendation. Thank you.
I would say, they published commitments that if they feel they can honor that now, they should go ahead and set it healthy. So that what's in the SPS performance standard, if they can meet that, they can set that healthy whenever. And we won't have certified receivers, so it won't be used in aviation until we allow that. We have to complete the MOPS. There has to be a TSO. So we have control over that aspect. But I would think it'd be on their side because they have published an SPS performance standard that says they are meeting certain fault rates, certain monitoring capabilities. And if they feel they have that already, I think they can go ahead and do it at any time.
Good. Thank you. Any comments on other topics that we've heard about toughening?
I was just going to add, Tom said it, that my understanding of the L5 history was that L2 was not safe in the spectrum, therefore we needed L5 safe in the spectrum for safety of life.
Yes.
And that's what's been the timetable, in a way, in terms of thinking. But then critical infrastructure comes along that could benefit from it greatly, and all of this awareness goes up on the other side of the equation, and I think we have to recognise that and should be more responsive to that. So it's just supporting what you were saying before, John, about the importance of getting it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to, say, so for L1 and L2, there were military equivalents for monitoring. And for M-code, to get early use M-code, AEP was modified to have the monitoring. Unfortunately, AEP was not modified for L5. So I think that's been the challenge that we've faced. And even for L2C, to set L2C healthy, it's use at your own risk. So I think, understanding the caveats and messaging. But, right now, there's no military equivalent of L5. So I think, really thinking through the U.S. government providing a signal that, yes, there's monitoring out there, but there's no monitoring through the GPS control segment like was done for M-code to get early use.
So L2C is set healthy right now, but use at your own risk?
Correct.
I think that's the same kind of thing that we would talk about for L5. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we talked about a lot of other topics during Toughen. Scott?
Yes, I would just like to follow on to Tim's comments about the multi-GNSS issue. I agree with Tim. I think prohibiting reception of other foreign GNSS signals is a misguided policy. It puts U.S. manufacturers at a disadvantage. We walk away from a lot of the robustness and the extra signals that we need to make a better receiver. And I don't know what the board can do or say here, but I do think it would be a mistake for us as a country to say we are only going to do these 2 constellations and we're going to let everyone else have the rest of it. Where's our technical leadership at? We're just abandoning that. And I don't have a clearance, but I haven't heard any real security threat enunciated by this. Honestly, I don't know what problem we're actually solving. So it seems like a misguided policy, and I agree with the recommendation Tim made on letting all multi-GNSS signals. If they're, I like that Australian approach. The ITU allows it, right? So they're here, they're coming in. Let's use them if we can. So.
Can you back up a couple slides to look at the other potential recommendations? One more. There we go. One more for the USG.
And I just wanted to associate myself with the comments that both Scott and Tim made on multi-GNSS. We at CTA agree.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is, and I think his name is Jeff, might verify this, the receiver manufacturers are going to make the receivers that do it anyway. And users will buy those in this country, and they will use it anyway. So it will just make criminals out of lots of people, unless we're going to try to expend the money to enforce that. And that seems crazy to me. We should be out trying to prosecute people that are actually actively jamming, right? If the FCC is going to go out and enforce something, please enforce that. We should get over ourselves and figure out people are going to use it because the global market is going to provide receivers that you can buy for $100 on the internet that will have that capability turned on, and most users aren't going to know anything to turn it off. And then just accept that that's what the user base is, and then help protect them if we can by doing the monitoring. I mean,
Mike?
There we go. I, for one, would not want to associate myself with those statements. I think the fact is that it's risen to everybody's attention that there is deep concern about actions that are occurring where Chinese government intervention in industries, in product development, and the particularly troubling part about Beidou is the forward messaging link that goes directly into equipment, that we have no idea of the provenance of all the various chipsets and the rest of that, to which now there's direct access. Now, I'm sorry. Well, so what I'm saying is that I, for one, do not know. This has been issues raised by the U.S. government. It is part of a broader set of concerns about the provenance of chipsets going into very important infrastructure applications and the rest of that. And I think if there's to be any sort of statement of principle that says there's goodness in having maximum number of inputs, if you will, to improve resilience or whatever else, subject to determination whether or not there's unacceptable vulnerabilities, particularly in critical infrastructure applications. We're spending tens of billions of dollars of trying to decouple from the dependence on major chip sources and the like, and here it is, you've got a system and architecture that creates a attack surface and the rest of that is, I don't know where else this exists.
I'd like to respond to that. I agree with you, but I think they're separate issues. That I don't critical infrastructure should be using chipsets from China.
So
but that doesn't mean
which ones do we think are okay to do it? Your refrigerator?
I'm sorry?
You think it's okay to do that with your refrigerator? But my point is that there's a much larger sort of policy decision, and yes, I think there's different echelons here of critical infrastructure applications, but there's real issues with respect to which now there are attack surfaces that I don't know whether in the U.S. government whether there's a consensus about what are or not acceptable risks.
Are you talking about this short message service, the SMS capability that Beidou has?
Yes.
So I agree with Matt. I think maybe some clarity on that could be good, but that's not implemented in these chipsets. We don't make any use of that.
There are also reserved data bits in the sat-nav messages as well. So here's what I would say. First of all, it's fine if the board wants to make the recommendation that Tim has proposed. And I think some others will provide a formal dissent from that. I see this as the same kind of issue as Huawei and TikTok and other things where there are maybe some known and maybe some unknown vulnerabilities. And in my mind, I just don't see the benefits. Once we have 30 satellites in view over the U.S. from GPS and Galileo, it's just not clear to me that there's enough of a benefit to take on the risk. I understand Tim's and maybe Scott's interest in being able to test products for international sale. That's a corner case. There are ways to handle that without allowing general use of these other systems.
I just want to add, to use Beidou, you do not have to buy a Beidou chipset. They publish an ICD, and you can code it up from an ICD just like you code up CA code. So you can mitigate some of those supply chain risks if you do it that way.
And then we're going to inspect every receiver that's used for critical infrastructure and understand the provenance of the chip and the software that came with it? I don't think so.
I would hope so if you're doing a good cybersecurity systems engineering.
But that's the whole point, is that there's a whole series of
I'm not taking on. You think we're taking on the whole?
I don't want to, no.
I suppose it needs to be studied, but I do wonder how much damage you could do with an SMS versus an internet connection. It seems to be a very different level, but I'm not an expert in it, so yeah.
So there's been a recommendation recommended to remove the prohibitions on the use of foreign sat-nav signals. How do we want to proceed with that? Debate it more now, debate it more later? Tim, do you want to write up a recommendation for us to discuss more tomorrow?
I can try to write you a recommendation by tomorrow, but I'd rather see us debate it until the next meeting.
Wait till the next meeting?
Debate it until the next meeting.
Okay.
Not wait until the next meeting. We should have more discussions offline and fact-finding meetings and things like that to come up with a well-thought-out recommendation, because
I think there's also that issue of Beidou, banning Beidou versus also collaterally damaging Galileo and QZSS. There are two parts to the problem.
Can you explain that a little further? I don't understand.
Well, neither Galileo E6 and QZSS L5 are not authorised either.
Oh, so those
there's
specific frequency bands.
There's two sides to that.
But I certainly was not suggesting this, and where my thinking is coming from, this is part of the larger shift that has transpired over the past decade or more, and that is it's becoming clearer where adversaries and competitors are and where allies are. Okay, so this doesn't have to be a blanket kind of statement. It can be a selective statement in terms of how do we as a nation want to operate in the international environment.
And that's why I was making the point we don't want to damage our allies either.
Well, no, this is an opportunity to help strengthen our ally cooperation.
I think we need to understand the reasons that E6 and the QZSS corresponding L6 signal, that band, were not included in the waiver. My understanding is it's a spectrum allocation issue between 1240 and 1300 and nothing more than that, but that's just my understanding.
I thought when I asked at the time, it was that there were no equivalent of E6 services in the US. So the Galileo authorization was on L1 and L5 because that was my understanding at the time.
Maybe that's a topic for the next meeting, is to get someone who actually has the rationale so we can understand it before we debate it.
Yeah, there seems to be a gap between we're not going to protect the spectrum and you can't use the signals, even if you're getting them and they're perfectly usable by your system.
Yeah, well, part of the rationale is exactly what Matt said. The other part is at the time, and I think it's still under consideration of repurposing the 1300 to 1350 megahertz band and a potential adjacent band, issue. So in addition to there not being an equivalent L6 signal at 1278.
So if that's the case, then there is a compromise position where the use is permitted, but there's no protection associated with or guaranteed with that use. I don't know. We'll have to find out more. Are we ready for a break? Will? Oh, go ahead, Frank.
I had a single slide I'd like to share with the group in the sense of general education that touches on toughen. And it's, Sarah, I sent it to you. Can you put it up? If that's okay? And it's to do with, like we're talking about spoofing and what receivers how can we toughen receivers so they're robust to spoofing? I just want to share with the group what the requirements are to get a chip into a cell phone in the first place. Yeah, so let me step up. So just the title slide and a slide with some, just go back to the title slide, it's got the summary. So these are the standards that specify simulator-based testing, and these are used by carriers, so like Verizon, AT&T, and so on. Before they'll accept a phone, to test if the GPS works, they'll use these standards. So what? Well, they're saying you must achieve the performance that we specify on a GNSS simulator. Well, the GNSS simulator is just a polite way of saying a spoofer. Okay, so next slide. So here they are. So there's this 3GPP spec, that's technical specification group, and it says for assisted GPS, which is what all GPS is in phones, you must use this. Here's the procedure. You see the procedure on the right there. And it refers to this ETSI spec, which I've shown here. And there you see GPS scenario 1. So it says switch on your phone and use assistance data specified like this, and you should produce this position, 33 degrees, 40, that's in Atlanta, right? So anyone who's made phones are very familiar with this location in Atlanta. And so you have to take your phone, subject it to the simulator will generate this signal, and you better get this position, else you didn't pass the test. And then I see later that somebody goes and they took this phone and then they did some spoofing and it came up with a position where it wasn't, and people are like, wow, look at that. It's like, no kidding. That phone you just replicated the test that was done before that GPS could be accepted in the first place. So and that's, you see, it's scenario number 1. Scenario number 2 is in Tokyo and so on. So they run through these scenarios and the phone has to jump around to these different places, otherwise it fails the test. So I just think it's kind of interesting that, and you should all be aware, and I thought it takes a while to go dig up these standards, even if you're familiar with them, so I just left this as a gift to the board for future reference.
Also, am I right in saying that until it passes these standards, it doesn't get to be used on an American phone network?
Well, I wouldn't specify it nationally like that. ETSI is European. I think these are used by cellular carriers.
There is a whole standards infrastructure that sits there that protects some of this, is my question.
Yeah. So, I don't know, like, how, if there's not like some supreme body that's saying you must do this. It's the carriers are choosing to use these. These are like these things make sure that the phone works as expected. And so I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's good to test on a simulator. How else are you going to test things, right? But it's good to be aware of this. People talk about spoofing kind of in a shocked way. It's like, oh my God, did you know you can spoof a phone?
No,
of course you can. And probably not just phones, any other receivers. I mean, people test on simulators. It's almost the only way. It's kind of hard to, you want to test what happens in the southern hemisphere, what happens when your longitude changes sign, all that. You have to test on a simulator. So, so I'm not representing that this is mandated by anyone or anything like that. I'm just saying this is very common, and no one should be surprised if a device that's been tested to prove that it can jump to a specified location gets discovered that it can do exactly that.
Hey, Frank, I want to point out something real quick. If you have an anti-spoof receiver in there, it should reject all of those signals because the date is January 2005.
Right,
so
and you
if
failed
you've
the
got an
test.
independent source of time coming in from your cellular network, for instance, telling you that it's 2024, it should reject those. And this is coming back to what I was saying earlier. A receiver that is capable of anti-spoof is also very hard to test.
Yes.
Because it's going to tend to reject stuff like that.
Right.
But there are ways of doing it.
Yeah, so like I said, I wanted to present this in the sense of education. Like here's some information that's good to know about. And if you think, well, what should we do about it? Well, maybe it would be good to add on to this and say, well, pass these tests, and also, when operating live, have the following kind of anti-spoofing things. It's just a possibility. Generally, this does not nearly reached the level, jamming is a real issue, but I'm not aware of any real spoofing that ever happened in the US, for example, right? But there is spoofing going on in the Middle East and in Moscow and in the Black Sea. But I think the only spoofing that's ever happened in the US is in academic papers. You know, people have demonstrated stuff, but I'm not aware of any like live malicious spoofing that ever happened in the US. So I don't think it's a real big issue for us in the US, but it's just...
Well, wasn't there an incident at a GNSS conference where someone had a simulator turned on?
Oh, sure. Yeah, someone,
that was spoofing,
accidental,
wasn't
yeah, well, they were retransmitting a signal from an antenna. So that kind of thing goes on all the time, especially in GPS companies, right? Because someone's got an antenna on the roof and they retransmit, now you're just picking up that.
I thought they were actually driving it from a simulator.
Yeah, they were driving it from a simulator at the conference, yeah. That's true. So, yes, there you go. So accidental spoofing from a simulator, which just goes to, that's just the point I guess I'm making, is that a simulator and a spoofer are the same thing, so, and simulators are standard in testing.
Okay, we have gotten ourselves back on schedule.
We knew we could do it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Tim and Logan, for a very interesting and in-depth presentation. We're going to take a break and come back at half after the hour.
We were right on schedule. We did good. We took about 1 minute.
So we've made our way through protect and toughen, and what's left is augment. And so what we're going to do for this part of the session is there's going to be a tag team between me and Scott Burgett and Logan Scott, where I'll kick things off and finish things up, and in the middle, Scott and Logan will carry the ball. So next slide, please. So we talked about the definition of augment in the beginning being the combination of providing enhancements, which Tim rightly pointed out, receivers can use to get better in lots of ways, including toughening, as well as the provision of alternate sources, what we might call multi-nav or multi-PNT, as we heard last evening. And certainly, as Logan pointed out, that augmentations provide useful situational awareness about whether the GPS receiver is providing good data. As we'll see, there are lots of classes of alternate PNT sources, some that are standalone, although they need to be initialized, some that use natural phenomena, some that use information that's generated intentionally. And we know that GPS is extensively used in timing for critical infrastructure, and it's also used for positioning and navigation. And as we'll see, it's a lot easier to come up with good alternate sources for time than it is for positioning and navigation. Next, please. So we mentioned earlier in the definitions that there are these enhancements that we include as part of augmentations. And just a word about them on this slide before we move on. They help the receiver improve, whether it's the accuracy, the robustness, or whatever else. There are enhancements that have been around for decades, like SPAS. There are the commercial differential services and RTK. There's high accuracy information. There's things that we've proposed like HARS. There are enhancements like the SERPAs we've been talking about in inertial aiding. So there's a lot of different things, but in this session this afternoon, we're going to focus on the alternate sources of PNT and not on the enhancements. Next, please. So to set some context for this work, we know we're wading into an area where there are a number of other things going on right now and that have been going on for a while. Certainly the DOT efforts on complementary PNT, the NIST developments of the foundational PNT profile, the IEEE P1952 standards that we heard about yesterday, and also work done in the European Union by the Joint Research Commission. And I just point out that we are not addressing civil aviation here, which is being addressed separately. So the bumper sticker here is really important. We're not out to tell people to generate a new set of paper for the sake of a new process, a new standard, a new framework, or a new architecture. Instead, we're trying to provide a way of thinking about things that leads to a set of alternative PNT sources that can be rapidly implemented to drastically change our dependence on GPS. So the way we've gone about this is that we looked at the presentation that was given last December that provided a number of use cases. MITRE had done some work for DHS that included defining a set of use cases that described a whole set of critical infrastructure applications and the characteristics needed by each of those use cases. And based on that, we on the PTA subcommittee got together and took those use cases and actually evaluated many, many different potential alternate PNT technologies against those use cases to understand how they stood up, how they fit in, for which use cases the different alternate sources might be useful. Next, please. And so what we did is this evaluation, and you'll see the results of this evaluation. But what starts our thinking is written at the top of the title slide, that having PNT is not a binary thing. And all too often we hear people think that way. Oh, I've got PNT, I don't have PNT. And that's not sufficient. As we see by these criteria here, there are a lot of different criteria that need to be satisfied for a PNT source to actually be useful in a specific critical infrastructure use case. And so what we've done is taken these use cases and evaluated the different candidate sources against them. And I'll admit this is the draft evaluation. We might have overlooked some things, we might have made some errors, and so every result will be labeled draft, and we're perfectly willing to accept feedback after today's session. But the idea is to provide an example of how thinking about use cases can guide work in focusing and acquiring the most useful alternate sources of PNT for augmenting GPS. So let's go through these quickly. Obviously, a source that provides only time will be different from one that needs to provide positioning or the one that needs to actually tell you how to get someplace, navigation. We'll look at measurement accuracy and what the use case needs and what the alternative source can provide. We'll look at the operating region. Where does it need to provide that service? We'll look at the availability and continuity. Is the augmentation going to be there when it's needed? And that includes things like every augmentation opens new attack surfaces. The augmentation, if it relies on any kind of PNT infrastructure and user device, we have to think about the toughness of that augmentation. And finally, we have to look at the dependency of that augmentation. Does it rely on having electrical power? Does it rely on having an internet connection and so forth? Because those also affect the toughness and the correlated errors with other kinds of problems. We'll also look at the operating conditions and the limitations. If something only works in good weather in the daytime, but the use case requires things to work 24/7, including in bad weather, then it's not going to score as well. We'll also look at if this infrastructure involves, if this PNT source involves infrastructure and there's a cost to the government, we're going to try to estimate very coarsely what that cost to the government would be in order to field the infrastructure and maintain it. Finally, we're going to look at the fact that there needs to be a user device, and that user device needs to have some level of acceptable cost, size, weight, and power. And finally, since our focus is on near-term pragmatic solutions, we're going to look at operational maturity. How fast could it be deployed? And recognize that's very different from TRL, technology readiness level. We're not looking at how mature the technology is. We're looking at how fast it could be used across the use case application area. And so for it to be considered mature, we're going to judge that it needs to have a fielded infrastructure and user devices that are available already. And I'll warn you that we'll find almost nothing passes this set of gates. And the biggest gate, as we'll see, is the unknown toughness of the user devices in almost every case. So we'll come back and see that at the end. Next, please. Well, we talked about availability and continuity of these alternate sources. Just say a little bit more about that. Obviously, the use case needs to provide, needs to have its needs met during the time that GPS is not available. So you can think of 3 different reasons why GPS wouldn't be available. One is that the user device fails. And when we talk to people in critical infrastructure, they say, yeah, we have GPS failures because our device fails. So we know that's a problem, and the user is going to need, the owner-operator is going to need to deal with that. Also, there could be interference or spoofing that is so severe that even a toughened receiver is overcome by it, and it becomes a denial of service attack. And the user is probably going to need to assess the risk of that in their own application area. But we're going to assume that for severe interference, that the U.S. government guarantees that it will take no longer than 3 days to detect and remove any significant source of interference. We've given them a break compared to the 1 day you saw in the recommendation earlier. So we're using 3 days here. So we're going to evaluate the alternative sources of PNT as if they can meet the use case needs for 3 days without GPS being present. And then finally, if we're starting off with a GPS receiver, that GPS receiver relies on GPS signals being there and meeting their specifications. And so we also have to think about the fact that GPS might fail to provide useful signals due to some natural or accidental or malevolent cause. And so we're going to assume that we've gotten some kind of quality of service assurance from the GPS operator that says that the risk of such an event happening for more than 3 days is so low, you don't need to worry about it. Now, those are assumptions on our part. They could be changed, and they will drive the analysis and drive the answer. So we had to make some assumptions in order to get there. Next, please. And so you see two important places where our entire analysis and where essentially any owner-operator in critical infrastructure is relying on some kind of implicit or explicit information from the government. How long is interference going to last? If it's so severe it shuts down my receiver, and how likely is it that GPS is not going to be providing useful signals for a considerable period of time? Next, please. So what we've done is evaluated different PNT alternative sources against these different use cases that were presented to the board in December. And you'll see the ones for positioning and navigation as presented by Scott, and you'll see the ones for timing presented by Logan. But to give you a heads up into the details that we went through, there are many dozens of backup slides that we are not going to present today, but are in the package that will be included on the pnt.gov and available for anybody to examine, one for each alternate technology source. And what we've done is evaluated each source against each of the criteria that we listed earlier, rating them blue when the technology, when the alternate source does better than the use case needs, green when it meets what the use case needs in almost all situations, yellow when it's unknown or marginal in many situations, and red when it doesn't meet what's needed in many situations. And when we looked at performance, we found there were two excellent sources. One was the DOT CPNT report done as a response to the FY18 NDAA, and the other was the Joint Research Center's more recent report where they evaluated a number of the technologies that we're also looking at here. As I said, all the assessments are labeled draft, subject to discussion, and just an example of what we've done. So you might see 3 different use cases, you'll see a lot more, and for a specific alternate source, we would rate it based on these color items across the different criteria. Well, that's a lot of information to present to you, so the roll-up that we did is we took the lowest value across each row and gave it an overall score. So if the lowest value across use case 1 is yellow because the accuracy is either unknown or marginal, then the overall score for that technology in that use case is going to be yellow. If it doesn't meet the accuracy requirement in most cases that it's needed, then it'll get a red, and it would have an overall score of red because it didn't meet that criterion and so forth. So at the end of the day, what Scott and what Logan will present is only these overall scores, because that's going to be a busy slide as it is, but you're welcome to go through the dozens of slides that led to that conclusion in the backups. So next, please. So now we'll break and take a look at the use cases and the technologies that we've looked at for positioning and navigation, and Scott will take us through that.
Thank you, John. And I want to thank John for his leadership in driving our subcommittee. We had kind of a tight-knit bunch about Renato and Logan, and we met several times. We met online. With the conference calls, we had lively email debates. But in the end, the assessment and the scoring of these rubrics was our own professional opinion after we had debated these things. And so it's pretty consistent, and it was actually a pretty eye-opening experience. And we did rely a lot on the DOT CPNT report, the European report. Some things we just graded on our own experience with those technologies. So the first thing to look at is the representative use cases. So we took these from that reference, the canonical use cases, the MITRE study. We didn't debate these in terms of measurement accuracy or C-swap or anything like that. We took those. I think they're really pretty close, and they're illustrative to get us to the scoring I think that's representative. You can see, we have 2 pages of these, but we looked at positive train control, agriculture, several different kinds of route navigation, including autonomous vehicles, space launch, so the space applications were looked at, space applications. And you can see the operating conditions and surface varies kind of widely. Some is in space, some is all the Earth's surface, some might just be land. Next slide, please. The maritime use cases we looked at, so maritime oceans and seas, for example, has a very, very lax accuracy requirement, 185 meters. Lots of alternative and augmentation technologies can meet that. They just don't operate in the vast ocean. They're just not available there. We looked at unmanned aerial sensing as well as E911 and automated facilities. So you can see some of the requirements are a centimeter and some of the requirements are up to 185 meters. So quite a wide variety of use cases. So we took these use cases and then, next slide please. As a committee, we sat down and we named all, this is a representative list of alternative and augmented PNT sources. We list them in no particular order here. We also don't represent it's exhaustive, but we think we hit a lot of the ones that are out there. And the technology varies widely from some satellite technologies, terrestrial beaconing technologies, Wi-Fi based technologies, inertial, of course, our old friend inertial is in there, celestial, magnetic, things like that. So we went and we divided all of these augmentation sources amongst ourselves, and then we went away and we studied those and scored the scorecards. And then we came back and we met and we discussed that amongst ourselves. So the results are actually pretty eye-opening, I think. Not super surprising, but when you actually put your pen to paper and really look at stuff, it's interesting. So next slide. So this is an example of a scorecard for Galileo. And you can see on the left column there, we have the use cases. And then we have this matrix, we have the criteria. And then, as John said, on the right column, the overall score is going to be the worst color. If it's red, it would be red. If it's yellow, it would be yellow. If it was green, it would be green. You won't see any greens here, but just as an example, let's take precision agriculture as a use case. We're evaluating Galileo. In terms of accuracy, unaided Galileo is a red, nowhere near accurate enough. However, if you use RTK, it's a green, it's accurate enough. Availability and continuity, you see that column is entirely yellow. That is because it is really difficult for us to give a green to any user devices and user equipment for Galileo because it's really unknown how tough they are. It's dependent upon the manufacturer's implementation. We also don't know how robust Galileo is as well, how well they can supply this stuff. So we just decided to give it all yellow. But otherwise, Galileo works really well for operating regions worldwide, the conditions, all weather. It's blue because it's already out there and paid for. C-swap is low, maturity is high. And so its overall score for precision agriculture would be yellow in the RTK case. Route navigation is a yellow. Simply, it's green in accuracy in other ways, but again, available and continuity is yellow. Some things are red for Galileo, just can't do it. But this is an example of the methodology that we used. We all filled these out independently, and then when we got back together, we went over them, and we tried to apply fairly consistent scoring criteria for these criteria. And I think we've done a pretty good job. I think we went over that several times at the end. So that's an example of the methodology that we followed. So the next slide is actually the real scores for the augmentation systems that we studied. So we have the technologies on the left, cellular, Galileo, Locata, magnetic navigation all the way down there, and then the use cases are across the top. And some some technologies are yellow, meaning that they might be good enough. There's only one green here, which was cellular, and we gave cellular an E91 a green because it's sort of by definition, it's defined to work well enough for E911. But if you look at the vast majority of these technologies, they're red for every use case. It could be they're not accurate enough, or it could be that their technology operational maturity is not high enough. It could be that the cost to scale them across the CONUS would be too high. Various reasons, like let's look at Locata, for example. It's a commercial system. It's high technology readiness. You can buy stuff, but how would you deploy that to cover the service area that you need to cover? It'd be very expensive. It would take a long time. So that's a red, right? But if I wanted to deploy it into a small region, you know, it would do it. But these use cases, for whatever reason, we all wind up with reds. I'm going to go into each one just a little bit here, but as you can see, I think what we're trying to communicate here is that the most capable augmentation of GPS today that we can put into use quickly is Galileo, right? We should be using Galileo more. There should be more GPS plus Galileo kinds of applications because it is a good augmentation and it works in a lot of these use cases. Next slide. Okay, so I went into a lot of this, but the maximum score is yellow because we didn't have any way to really verify the toughness. Maintaining service for 3 days is really hard. Inertial can't do it. Some technologies like terrestrial beaconing technologies, if they want to run for 3 days, they need an atomic clock and at least one master beacon, so they have high C-swap. As I mentioned, Galileo would be green if the user devices were tough and if the U.S. government would agree to remove significant sources of interference, including Galileo. And then RTK, of course, is needed for the high accuracy. Locata, some notable things about that. It's high technology readiness. It's been deployed in many automated environments. If you're going to use it in a dense multipath environment, they have a big beach ball size V-ray antenna. It's a cool piece of technology, but it's really high C-swap. And if you wanted to scale Locata across a large geographical area, it would take a lot of Locata lights. Satels is an interesting one. We had some email conversation with them. It doesn't have the accuracy. It's not made to be a really high accuracy solution, but it would work for maritime. It would work for E911. It's not dynamic. DOT CPNT study, they didn't do a dynamic case. I emailed Satels and they basically admitted to me it's not a dynamic solution. It's a stationary, you need to dwell. But their C-swap might not work well with E911 even though their accuracy might be suitable. Next slide. NextNav is a very interesting one. I looked into that. They have pretty good accuracy, but even the accuracy they achieved at the DOT demonstration was the best case they could possibly produce. They had more than 10 beacons in their area, so it's their high technology readiness, but their C-swap, and their C-swap is low because they've been integrated into some chipsets, but it's, again, you need large number of beacons. It's not ready to deploy quickly, and the 3-day continuity requires a high C-swap clock. ELORAN we assessed as operationally immature because there's a lot of time required for site preparation, acquiring the transmitter, setting that unit up, setting that system up. And then even if you got the system up and running, the accuracy is still limited and only limited to, we assess it only suitable for maritime harbors and inland in accuracy. Phaser Lab is another network, terrestrial network performance. It's but it's really highly influenced by the network density, multipath, and then it just won't scale to sparse areas. You just don't have enough. Their network isn't dense enough. TRX is almost, it's something that soldiers put on when they dismount in a GPS-denied environment, and so it's only made for when you're running around on the ground in a contested environment. It's no chance to last 3 days, and it's just not made to scale, nationwide. Next. Skyhook is a really interesting one. They've been around for a long time, well over 10 years, I think. They have high technology readiness. They have low C-swap. They've been integrated into some chipsets. We just looked at the round-trip timing solution. Even then, the accuracy is still not good enough for a lot of applications. And then the signals of opportunity just don't exist in rural or remote areas. It won't work outside of really pretty dense areas where there's lots of signals. Inertial, pretty much by, the best inertial system you could ever build would drift so far after 3 days it wouldn't work. It just doesn't have the ability to maintain service. There was some comment about Wi-Fi earlier, 802.11.AZ. It's pretty interesting technology, and they have an opportunity to be pretty accurate. But again, how do you cover large service areas? And we started talking about, well, what do we do with these technologies that depend on power? Like if GPS is down, what's the chance the power is going to be up or the internet is going to be up? So there's some dependencies there that we talked about. Wi-Fi using just received signal strength, not very accurate, can't cover remote areas, there's not enough density. Next. Magnetic nav is very interesting. We've seen papers at ION and things like that, but it's still immature. The sensors are finicky. You have to carefully calibrate your platform. You have to have a really good map of magnetic anomaly to do it. It wasn't viewed to be ready. We looked at visual aids. Renato looked at some ideas about navigating by visual aids or visual odometry. And again, serving for 3 days is really difficult. Having maps available for the entire surface of the Earth or service region is difficult. We looked at automated celestial, and that's an interesting technology. There's very little in the open literature about it, but it's still, I would say, pretty specialized, high C-swap, not really suitable for augmentation of a consumer system. So that's in a very quick nutshell what our subcommittee did, kind of how we scored it. We have in our appendix, we have a matrix for every single one of these technologies that we laboriously compiled and put together for your review. And I think that's it, right? Yeah, any questions, comments? Yeah, Russ.
So, really interesting look, very informative. No quick fixes is what it sounds like. No. But I would also point out that if we were having this conversation back in 1973, GPS is just not going to make the cut either. It's going to be all red, right? So I understand your approach is no quick fixes, and I get that, and it's not something that there aren't solutions we can recommend in the short term. But if we don't start down the road in 50 years, we won't.
Let's see if we can keep our discussion until the end, unless there was some specific thing that someone didn't understand on Scott's, because we will have a summary and then an opportunity for discussion at the end.
Yeah. So, Scott, what were you guys thinking of as the application for automated driving?
I think if you go back to the use case, I think it had very, very high accuracy requirements. Keep going. About 2 more. Yep. Now down. Yeah. Autonomous vehicles, 0.1 meter. that's what we assess in terms of accuracy. We didn't think about a particular, like, more detailed use case.
Okay, because not counting whatever stuff is coming out of Silicon Valley, for mainstream car companies, the only use in automated driving for GNSS type positioning is when the car has been towed or it's brand new the first time to find out approximately where it is. All of the rest of the work, and the positioning accuracy is right. We need it in the 10 centimeters or less, but it's going to be done not by GNSS, but by HD maps that are expensive and been created with lots of work. But all of them, all the mainstream car companies are using that approach and following and doing its positioning continuously off the what its sensors see matching against the map. So the original positioning, like I say, except when you towed the car or what have you, and it no longer has the position, because it does save it over turn off and turn on.
Yeah, that's fine. So that means that if autonomous driving is not a useful use case, then we would stick with lane navigation and route navigation. That's fine.
Yeah, agree. Hi, Brian.
Hey, Scott, you mentioned for the Galileo case, a big limiting factor for the yellow was the no certification or assurance of the user equipment performance, right? Can you elaborate on that a little bit more? For example, what body or what organization would be, acceptable to make that stamp of approval, for example?
Yeah, we'll talk about that at the end.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Could we take a quick look at what you said about eLORAN one more time?
Yeah, before we do that, though, take a look at the use cases a bit. Go back up where you were, please. One earlier one. Oh, that's case one. Look at the measurement accuracies, Jeff. Okay, now go to the next use case. You see measurement accuracies in almost every case are sub 10 meter. Okay, now we can go look at eLORAN.
Okay. I'm looking for eLORAN. There it is.
There it is.
Operationally, I mean, why are those, I'm trying to figure out why those criteria are relevant if we're talking about having a reliable backup. I mean, it's going to take a while.
We're talking about a near-term pragmatic solution.
How near term? I mean,
useful in 3 years.
Why is that? Why is that the
That's what we
criteria?
chose to look at.
Sorry?
That's what we chose to look at.
Okay, but if we're talking about having a reliable backup with the quality of accuracy that we get from GPS, is that a relevant criterion? Or, I mean, if you had different criteria, a longer term deployment, would it be?
We will recommend work that takes this methodology and looks at how to focus this kind of thinking on longer term work. Our initial work was what can be done quickly to make critical infrastructure, to help augment critical infrastructure instead of waiting for the other things that are happening. What can be done starting now to have an effect 3 years from now?
Okay, but are we ruling out, we're not going to rule out a longer term?
No, we'll talk about long term and where we think this work should go.
Thank you.
Matt?
Just a comment on Locata, I guess. Presumably you did it based on the current, just the demonstrated use using Wi-Fi frequencies, because an important point is that if it had dedicated spectrum, you could use much longer range and therefore it would be less expensive to deploy. Just to note.
I think it's correct. I think we evaluated it now. If they need more spectrum, they're probably looking at several years.
Yeah. Then you're in that time.
To get to that.
Then you're into
place
the
as well.
timing issue. Yeah, fair enough. Yep.
Yeah, okay, so let's continue and we'll have more opportunity for discussion at the end.
So I will turn it over to Logan. He's going to talk about timing.
So actually, I'm standing in for several people here, Pat Diamond among them, and best wishes to him on his shoulder surgery. So it might be worth talking about some of the use cases first. So in cellular base stations, in order to keep them from interfering with each other, they need to be time coordinated. And this is particularly true if you're using time division duplex. But also whenever you hand off between base stations, it's almost like a trapeze act, and it's really important that the receiving end be at the right time. So that you catch the incoming trapeze artist. Base station carrier aggregation, basically what that is for really high data rates. Rather than have just one transmitter sending out data, you actually have multiple transmitters sending out data. And so you've got the various OFDM signals and you're aggregating them together. And you might say, well, this is all sitting on the same tower. How hard can that be to coordinate them? Well, part of the issue is that one of those carriers might be provided by AT&T and another one might be provided by T-Mobile. And so you might have totally independent systems trying to do carrier aggregation. So that's where some of those accuracies are coming from there. With regards to phaser measurement units, I defer to Vahid on this, but basically they're looking for 1 microsecond accuracy. And one of the really interesting applications of PMUs is in fire mitigation. Whenever a line goes down, that's energized, you're going to get a pulse coming out at both ends of this thing. And if you can measure the relative time, you know where on that line you've got your fault, and so you can de-energize it before it hits the ground. And I'm sure the Californians in particular would appreciate a capability to do that. So that's where some of those requirements are coming from. And then finally, when we get into financial trading, if you've ever read Michael Lewis's book, Flash Boys, there's all kinds of high-speed trading going on, and there's some wonderful games that are in play called front running and things like that, which allow them to make a lot of money based on prior knowledge of how the trading activity is going to go. And so timestamps are extremely important. And I would note that in the EU, the requirements are much more stringent than they are in the US, and perhaps that ought to change. So anyway, with that as background, those are our basic critical timing infrastructure use cases. So let's go to the next chart. Okay, so first thing, a few definitions here. When we talk about a time source, that's basically a clock. And that might be a cesium standard, or it might be my wristwatch. But at some point, it has to be disciplined. And when we talk about a time source, or really a frequency source, once we discipline it, that's its ability to maintain and hold on to time. Another possibility when we talk about time is a time transfer source. And so these are systems that can transfer time from one location to another, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee accuracy on the other end. So if you take, for instance, a Locata system and hook it up to my wristwatch, then it's going to transfer my wristwatch time, which is wrong by a couple of seconds, very accurately within about 1 nanosecond. So that's what time transfer is. And then there's some other systems out there which are actually trying to combine these functions. The most notable one is GPS. GPS gives you time, and it is traceable to NIST time. Some other systems out there that are doing this are the Iridium system, formerly called Satelles. I'm not sure how they're going to rename this, but at any rate, Iridium owns them now. And then we have the television operators basically providing a standard called ATSC, broadcast positioning system, and this has the capability to provide time pretty accurately. And of course, Galileo is in this list there. So I just want to make a distinction there. So on the next chart, here's the various things that we evaluated, again, in no particular order. I did introduce a color code here, though. The blue ones are basically both a time source, usually traceable to NIST time, and a time transfer mechanism there. So the blue ones sort of carry the whole package there. It's both time source and time transfer mechanism there. So with that, let's take a look at the evaluations on the next chart. Okay, and as you can see, we have a little bit more green than Scott had. Time is actually an easier thing to do. And something else I should note about all of our use cases is there's a presumption that the user equipment knows where it is geographically. Okay, so we're trying to provide time to stationary receivers at known locations. That's really important. GPS and Galileo don't have that restriction, but for purposes of this discussion, we're assuming timing receivers because all of our application cases were stationary receivers. And as you can see, we do have a little more yellow and green. Our ones that go yellow across the board are basically the ATSC, the TV broadcast stations, and Galileo and Satellus. Now, in the case of the clocks, rubidiums are just outstanding. And in fact, I looked it up this morning. There's only 2 GPS satellites that are using cesium standards. The rest of them are using rubidium standards. And interestingly, the cesium standards perform worse than the rubidium standards, at least on the GPS satellites. At least that's historical data. So with this in mind, let's take a look at the how we got to these kind of numbers. So next, please. Okay, so ATSC, basically digital TV broadcast, is really interesting in that what it's really about is spectrum preservation. They're not doing this out of the goodness of their heart. They're building this because they want to preserve their spectrum and provide a public use of their television spectrum. And so this is currently under construction and test. And they're basically expecting 100% coverage end of 2025. And the time is, they're not using GPS time, they're using time which is traceable to NIST in Boulder and Gaithersburg, Maryland. So it is traceable time there. It is a mesh network, and part of the reason that you might think TV towers, how can they be a mesh? Those are very tall towers. And if you put some receivers up on top of those towers, they can hear TV stations from a long ways away. And so they create a mesh network to provide cross-checks and ensembling capabilities. As far as the chips go, there's actually about 200 million receivers deployed out in India. One of the ways they receive TV there is basically watching it on their cell phones. So they actually do put it in cell phones. And the chips that are doing this apparently are under $10. And there's a couple of gentlemen in the back with the NAB, National Association of Broadcasters, who can answer a lot more about this capability. Main thing on this is that the receiver toughness is not known. This is still a system under test, but again, let me emphasize this is an unusual case in that they really are going to build this and they're not relying on government money to do it. This is something that's going to happen. Okay, and so that's the justification for a lot of its higher ratings. Moving on, two-way satellite time and frequency transfer. Very common type of thing, but it requires a high-gain antenna pointed up at a satellite, and it's not a very portable kind of operation there, and so it tends to not be compatible with any portable devices, and so we typically don't rate this very high. Even though it is very accurate, it requires a lot of technology to actually implement something like this. And again, it's just a time and frequency transfer, so whatever your starting source is, you'll transfer that time with great precision, but if the accuracy, if it's my wristwatch you're transferring time on, don't bet on great time on the other side. Okay, moving on. Okay, PTP, Precise Timing Protocol. This is basically IEEE 1588, and it is a protocol. And if you put this over fiber, the accuracies are extremely good. And the cellular industry seems to be moving towards using this more extensively. But it is a time transfer protocol, and oftentimes when you look at where did it actually get time from, oftentimes it is GPS. But again, it can transfer time quite accurately. When we talk about atomic clocks, there's a lot of spectrum here in the sense that if you buy cesium standards, they're about $84,000, for a Hewlett-Packard 5071A. And something important to understand about cesium is it has fairly limited lifetime. In other words, these things don't last a long time. Rubidium typically lasts a lot longer than cesium. And if you're going to use an atomic clock, you have to synchronize it to something. One possibility would be the two-way satellite time and frequency transfer, or perhaps you could use Lakata or something along those lines. But there's nothing inherent about atomic clocks in that they maintain time. I would also notice that when we talk about the rubidium clocks, in a sense there's two classes. There are the traditional rubidium clocks, which are kind of soft, device like this. And then there are the CSACs, the chip-scale atomic clocks. The chip-scale atomic clocks are extremely rugged, but they typically are not quite as accurate in their long-term holding of time and frequency, but they can go in a lot of environments where a more traditional rubidium clock can't go. So when we talk about cellular 5G, one of the things that we see is that they're getting their time from various sources there, perhaps via precise time transfer protocols. But within the Release 17 and Release 18 specifications, it would appear that they could provide time to other devices too. But again, we come back to this traceability question because, yeah, they can transfer time very accurately, but how accurately the starting point time is up for consideration there. Okay, moving on. Okay. NTP, just about every computer in here is getting its time from that. That's basically time over internet, or if you do it over fiber, it turns out to be much more precise. But it's important to understand that when you talk about NTP, particularly if you're getting over the internet, there's the various delays in the internet, and there's the question of whether or not the path is actually symmetric. And so you can have situations where it takes longer to go one way than another because the way you're coming back is a different route. And so the accuracy over internet might be the order of a millisecond, but if you take the same protocol and you do it over fiber, the accuracy is pretty good. So the question is, why wouldn't you use that in a lot of applications? And it's basically this, once you've invested in all the hardware to go off and do NTP over fiber, you might as well have done PTP over fiber instead. Galileo, great system. Dual frequency signals are approved in the US. I would note that the E6 is not approved in the US, and there might be some disadvantages to that for timing as well. Again, this is probably one of the better shall we say, complementary systems for GNSS timing augmentation. And also this has the benefit of being same frequency bands roughly as GPS. But that said, there are common vulnerabilities between GPS and GNSS because they are very similar systems. In other words, you're probably not going to go off and just jam GPS and say, okay, I'm going to give GLONASS and Galileo and all the other systems a free pass. I'll probably jam them all if I really want to deny it. So I would note that. Iridium. This is a really cool system. This is operational now. It's operating in low Earth orbit, and there are 66 satellites, and if I remember right, the orbital height is 670 kilometers. So typically 1 or 2 satellites will be in view. And one of the nice things about this system, particularly if you know where you are, is that the time transfer that you get from it is good to somewhere in the neighborhood of about 50 nanoseconds. And it's traceable to NIST UTC time. So it has no GPS dependency built into the system. So it operates independent of GPS. Big catch on this, if you're a user of this, is you have to pay for it. Okay, in other words, this is not a freely available service like Galileo and GPS, but that aside, it's a pretty good service there. There are some questions as to receiver toughness. I would observe that the signals they use are fairly narrow band, and so they're probably more subject to interference, but that said, they put out a lot more power. And so, again, this is probably a very good system as an augmentation, and again, it's available now. If you want to buy one of these receivers and turn it on tomorrow, you're good to go. Okay, next. Okay, so here's some other systems. Locata actually does provide time transfer capabilities, and in the JRC, the European testing, they demonstrated a 1.7 nanosecond time transfer accuracy over a 105 kilometer distance. And this is actually 4 hops that they did. So this wasn't, and the way they did it was basically they send the timing signals out, they go through a loop of microwave towers operating in the ISM band, and then they come back to the origin point, and then they compare the 2 times. Okay, and that was accurate to roughly a nanosecond. So extremely good time transfer capability. And this, again, is the kind of stuff that you can buy now. This is TRL 9. E-Loran, the core issue there is the time to go off and put this stuff up, deploy it. Accuracies are not that bad. They're actually pretty good. Less than 100 nanosecond accuracies would be typical. Again, providing you know where you are. Okay, so we're not talking about building navigation systems or positioning systems. We're talking about timing into receivers with known locations. And so Loran has a lot of merit. NextNav operates.
Sorry.
Yes.
The middle bullet there under E-Loran.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, so it says ability to serve the U.S., all 50 states and territories, uncertain.
Well, there's questions as you get into Alaska and you know, some of the northern latitudes and so on.
Loran C served all of Alaska.
Okay. Okay. In all honesty, these are not the latest view graphs that we had, so I'm kind of ad-libbing as we go.
Okay.
Okay.
And I forget, did you have a maritime piece for this as well?
No, there's no maritime. This is for
timing. No,
this is strictly timing. Okay, moving on. NextNav, they've demonstrated very good ability to do time transfers, and if they were properly disciplined, this is kind of accuracy somewhere around 20 nanoseconds. But they are operating in the 902 to 928 megahertz band. That's basically an ISM band, and performance is quite good, but it's going to require a lot of beacons sitting up at high locations in order to provide coverage there. And then finally, we come to Phaser Labs. This is a little company up in New Hampshire, and they've demonstrated some very good performance in Department of Transportation testing. It's basically a mesh network operating in the 2.4 gigahertz ISM band. And the core drawback on this system, we think, is that it's basically TRL 6/7. In other words, it's not a fully mature technology, but it does show a lot of promise, and so it's worth watching this, particularly in the longer term. Next one, please. Okay, so I think with this, I'm going to return it to John, unless there's any quick questions here.
Sorry, one more thought on the E-Loran thing, of course, dear to my heart, is it history, as you know. So to put up E-Loran for timing, you would need a fraction of the number of towers you would need for navigation.
Absolutely correct.
So how many towers were you estimating that would take more than 3 years to deploy?
That I can't answer you, sir. Yeah.
Because these are AM radio towers, essentially, and which is something folks build all the time for AM radio and other purposes. So it's not, but anyway, I'll just leave it at that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I should also note that cellular used to use Loran as their primary timing source. You know, just about all cellular towers used it at one time. Yeah. Okay, so it's proven itself.
Okay, so just to wrap up, so let you know what the rest of the schedule looks like. I'm going to spend about 10 minutes wrapping up. We have an opportunity for discussion of the augmentation results. Then I'll provide a quick summary of the entire PTA day, and then there's an hour for board deliberations about everything we talked about today. And then we break at 6. So that's kind of where we're going. So next slide, please. So just to emphasize that we've made a number of assumptions in order to provide these evaluations, that the government removes significant interference sources within 3 days, that GPS doesn't have an outage that lasts more than 3 days, and obviously we've reserved high scores on virtually all of these technologies because we had no certainty that the receivers were tough, even if the PNT infrastructure behind it was tough. And then finally, we focused on what Brad called a sense of urgency. If there was really an interest in augmenting GPS within 3 years, what could the nation do? Next, please. So here's some recommendations. We think that this way of thinking about alternate sources of PNT is a very useful way for others to proceed in the future. And obviously we've done only an example here, and it's been done with incomplete information, and there's an opportunity for much more analysis far beyond the set of a handful of volunteers working part-time for a few months. But one thing that we think would be really useful is when somebody comes to DOT or DHS with a new potential technology, to take these use cases and these evaluation criteria and provide their own scoring of how well they think their technology works across critical infrastructure use cases. We think that DOT and DHS has an opportunity to benefit from this kind of structure as well. First of all, we think that just like everybody else has had an opportunity to do it today, let's implement HARS. But beyond that, let's focus on turning Galileo green by finding a way to be sure that we've got toughened dual system, dual frequency receivers, and oh, by the way, turn L5 on for GPS as well. And let's get that out there because that seems to be the most pragmatic near-term way to become insulated from a GPS failure. Again, the government's going to have to promptly remove interference sources, but we've known that for 20 years. And we think that this methodology then can be used to guide the future work by DOT and DHS, looking at things that are being proposed and say, which already satisfy the criteria for the most important use cases? Are they going to be widespread solutions or are they going to be niche solutions? Still could be important either way, but let's understand what benefits we're likely to get, which use cases we're going to satisfy. Look at those technologies a little bit deeper and say which have fundamental limitations even if we put a lot of money into them and they're operationally mature. Will they ever meet the accuracy needs? Will they ever meet the service area needs of different use cases? Which of the limitations can be addressed or removed through investment? That's the places to put your money. If you see something that looks, it's got a whole bunch of blues and greens and only a couple yellows, and you can fix those yellows or reds with investment, that's where to put your money in order to get the biggest benefit to the U.S. taxpayers and to critical infrastructure. And then finally, we didn't work hard at all to look at the integration of multiple technologies. And it could be that putting some of these together with the right fusion engine could address the limitations and come up with an overall solution. So we are recognizing that we just scratched the surface, but instead of just saying, why don't you try this out, we actually figured we'd try it out for ourselves and show you some initial results. And so that's what we tried to do here. So we'll shift gears here. Next slide, please. And it's 4:30 right now. We have 15 minutes for further discussion on the augment work that you just saw. Happy to listen to questions, criticisms, suggestions, and then we'll move on to wrap up PTA Day. Yes?
So could you talk a little bit more about the 3 days and 3 days assumption? So for example, my thought, just a thought about the 3 days resolving a disruption, the government wouldn't have to do anything in Denver or in Dallas because, well, they did in Denver. They wouldn't have had to do anything in Dallas because that just self-resolved in 3 days. But that was a 24-hour problem that had effects over 48 hours. So just off the top of my head, 3 days seems to be a long time in terms of resolving disruptions. And then 3-day outage, if there was an event that was severe enough to cause a 3-day outage, it strikes me that it would probably be sufficiently severe to cause the outage a little bit longer than that, if not significantly longer. So what, could you just talk about the rationale between those?
Sure, I will. So first of all, we were being gentle on the 3-day interference removal because as you know, as was shown earlier today, we actually recommended a U.S. government commitment to remove any significant source of interference within 1 day. And we as a board have already recommended that. We were being more relaxed here. It didn't seem to make a big difference to the the way that we ended up evaluating the different technologies and the use cases. In terms of the 3-day outage for GPS, well, we've seen a data message failure in a bunch of the satellites that was resolved in less than a day. One could imagine some kind of cyber problem at the ground segment that might take a while for example, we heard about moving from the master control station to the alternate master control station and how it takes time to move the crew over and to get things brought up again at Vandenberg. And so, again, the 3 days is very much a guess on our part because we, not just as a subcommittee, we not just as a board, but we as a nation have no guidance from the U.S. government in terms of what kinds of GPS outages we should be expecting to have to live with. So that's another recommendation we've made, is to try to remove that uncertainty. Right now, every owner-operator is making their own guess on this, and that doesn't seem to be a wise way to operate. Have we worn you out completely? Yes, Mike.
Yeah, John, first of all, the analysis that the team did here is wonderful. The structure and the rest of that, because it's a systematic framework to be able to look at these and challenge, and so that's really wonderful. I suspect this has not been done comprehensively to this point in time. I am wondering, though, is there another potential dimension here of trying to understand kind of what the consolidated numbers and import of users out there, because not all are created equal. And so I will just tell you, one of the things that sort of intuitively I've always wondered is, what just by happenstance, it became the default that everybody just started getting ultra-precise timing from GPS because it was cheap, but there's a lot of fixed users out there that it would seem like being able to implement a relatively inexpensive use to it would just bring a degree of resilience in many places, like banking and finance, perhaps other places. So do we have any sense about the user population and how do they map against critical infrastructures? And
so when we defined these use cases originally, we defined them not based on the number of users, but we tried to span the space of different kinds of needs, so that we would have a measure for that. And then somebody could look at this set and say, oh, this is the most important because it has the most users, or this is the most important because it has the biggest effect on the U.S. economy. So there are a whole bunch of different most importance, and we did not try to do that in this work or in the previous work defining the use cases. But certainly there's an opportunity for people smarter than us to do that. But, it gets highly variable. You look at precision agriculture, for example. If it's prime planting season or prime harvesting season, the economic impact is much bigger than if it's in the middle of the winter. So it becomes difficult to judge that kind of thing. We didn't even try. Yes, Fahid.
Excuse me, I just want to make a statement. I agree with you that Galileo, let's make Galileo as more practical so that it can make more green or blue. Just want to make sure that if we are going to make that recommendation in the letter, somehow we don't lose sight of the fact that there is some process for the end users. Most of, at least on the energy sector, most of the devices, the receivers, cannot support the dual, let's call it the dual GPS or the dual GNSS type thing. So there is some cost and there is some process. Of course, it's a risk assessment. The entities need to make a risk assessment for their critical infrastructure. I just want to make sure that there's some acknowledgement that this type of a recommendation does understand or recognize that there is further work on the recipient side.
Let me be even broader than that. Adopting any one of these alternate sources requires a user investment and a user integration into your existing systems that are using that position, navigation, or time. Every one requires that investment. What we're trying to say is what gives you the biggest bang for the buck, what can be done soonest. Yes, Matt.
Just as a comment to Mike's point about the various types of users, the discussions within Australia we've had so far in terms of critical infrastructure, there's But for timing, this is, a fairly obvious statement, I guess, is that if an infrastructure is already highly networked, such as communications or finance, sprinkling a few clocks through it can give a very good backup. But the big challenging ones, especially for a country like Australia, are remote users and or mobile users who need precise time. For example, defence arriving on site in a remote area, getting time, that's a big one. And you're back to, well, the best way to do that is via space. So, yeah.
Okay. Yes, Joe.
Sorry, technical difficulties here. On the drone side, this is really the nitpicking, but most drone operators now, first of all, have really rapidly adopted multi-constellation because it's simple. There's really no regulations for small drones anyways. And when it comes to precision navigation, they're not relying on any GNSS. They really use alternative forms already. So I kind of almost put them in the category of manned aviation. They've already got their systems. It's whether it's optical or LiDAR. When we go out and measure something and we got to get up close, like a fuel tank, we use LiDAR the whole time. So that's being done out of pure necessity. So I don't know that that's a critical case. Obviously, en route stuff for drones, the 1 meter is probably very realistic. We just wanted to throw that out.
Yeah, thanks. So there obviously are positioning technologies we did not look at, like what you're talking about, like what Russ talked about before. And so you could cross that off as being already solved by some other technology. That's fine. Yeah. Anything else? Okay, then we're going to shift gears and try to wrap up PTA Day except for the overall deliberations. So can we get to the wrap-up slides, please, Sarah? Thank you. So thank you for putting up with us. Now I'm going to ask you to think way back to before lunch. Next slide. It seems like a long time ago now, but we heard some great presentations on Protect. And the takeaways that I'm suggesting that we think about as a board is that maybe DOT should actually establish a set of metrics like the ones that were outlined by Tom for developing that national interference monitoring capability that they're assembling, and think about some numerical targets for them so that people have an understanding of what you're trying to accomplish. And then, most importantly, accelerate the development and fielding, because this is an essential operational capability, I think, that we as a board should say, and that we'd be very eager to hear a presentation next fall that presents the metrics and the numerical targets and the schedule through fielding. We think that DOT, DHS, and FCC should collaborate on that kill chain to actually remove significant interference sources. And think about how to modernize that for the 21st century so it doesn't rely more than it should on a few skilled individuals like the ones that we've had present to this board in the past. And we think that there's an opportunity to reiterate our recommendation about committing to a maximum time before significant interference is removed, and I will gladly go back to the 24 hours that we had endorsed earlier. Next, please. So we had a great session on Toughen as well. And just to beat that ITAR horse one more time, we're eager to see what the words say and hope that they meet the objective that, that we as a board laid out under Tim's leadership. We think there are some existing anti-jam antennas that could provide some benefit and don't fall under the ITAR today. We think it would be very useful if DHS were to assemble such a list, and so that it could be publicized for owner-operators who wanted to benefit from that. It might only be 2-element antennas that could take out as few as a single jammer, but there might be applications where that's highly beneficial already. We heard some highly technical talks, both from Dennis Akos and from Logan Scott, on defending against spoofing. And I wanted to see if I could raise that to the highest level of simplicity. An awful lot of the things you hear in the press talk about spoofing as some mystical, unbeatable goblin that's going to eat up all GPS receivers. And the message that I take away from that work and from what we heard today and from lots of other work in the past is that there are many practical techniques to defend against virtually all spoofing attacks. They just need to be implemented well. And then finally, we think that DHS should establish a forum where the receiver and simulator manufacturers can collaborate to establish some toughened test suites that could be part of what simulator manufacturers sell and that owner-operators could use to test if they're big companies with the tools, that simulator manufacturers, receiver manufacturers could use and then report their scores on them. And I'll have a little more to say on that in a subsequent slide. But just because I'm not eager to see more committees get set up and for us to wait for the outputs of more committees, I think each simulator manufacturer could proceed individually. But I'll have a few more words on that in more detail on the next couple slides. And then finally, definitely should have added, make L5 useful tomorrow. Okay, next please. So I wanted to add a few more thoughts on toughness because overall that seems to get neglected. We worry so much about alternative sources of PNT that we forget about the opportunities to make GPS receivers far more tough than they are today. And this is not going to tell you how, but it's going to tell you some ways to think about it. What do we mean by toughness? I think it's a combination of robustness, competence, and resilience. And so the robustness means it can take challenges and keep working. The competent means it handles situations the way you expect. It's not like the 100 ships earlier this month whose GPSs reported they were at Beirut Airport, because that's not a competent maritime receiver. So it's things like implementing the ICD really, really well. It's things like withstanding in-band jamming and out-of-band interference. It's things like recognizing and resisting when you get corruption due to natural phenomena or false inputs. It's things like reporting anomalous conditions to the user or to the host system. And it's things like not outputting bad information, but outputting no information with a warning flag. And the resilience is seamlessly recovering to a known good state when something really bad has happened, and adeptly handing over to a backup source of PNT when it can't use GPS. And so in my mind, as a simple way of thinking about things, it comes down to 6 R's: recognizing problems, rejecting problems when you can, resisting problems when you couldn't reject them, reporting them, replacing GPS with other sources when you need to, and recovering back to your known state. And so if we find a receiver with 6 R's, we will be in great shape. And that's what we don't know about today. So the next slide provides some ideas on how we can find receivers that have those 6 R's. So our suggestion, just to expand on what I talked about on an earlier slide, is why don't simulator manufacturers offer a toughness toolkit where they've come up with a set of tests that stress receivers in terms of common interference and spoofing tests. These are not going to be the most exotic. They're not necessarily going to be ones that teach bad people how to do tricks they haven't done before, but they're the standard things in terms of interference or spoofing that receivers are likely to see. And certainly they should test full compliance with the ICDs. They should test the ability to handle in-band and out-of-band interference with different power levels, waveforms, frequency content. They should evaluate the ability to recognize, reject, resist, report, recover from spoofing, both data measurement, both measurement spoofing and data spoofing. And they should evaluate the ability to replace PNT, to gracefully hand over to another source instead of corrupt that other source before they hand it over. Now, there are some technical challenges, and they've been talked about earlier today. One is that you don't want to do testing that so alerts the receiver that I can build a quick software fix in that says, oh, I know I'm going through a spoofing test, so I'm going to be really smart about it. So we've got to randomize some things to keep from avoiding some of the things that we heard about with the testing of automobile efficiency in the past. And then secondly, there are some technical issues to make sure that the receiver can counter spoofing, except when we're testing it to see how well it does navigation, as Frank pointed out. And there are ways of doing that. They certainly do it with military receivers, and receiver manufacturers know how to do it. We don't have to tell them how. Next, please. So if we had some toughness toolkits like that from our favorite simulator manufacturers, then a civil user device manufacturer could report results on its spec sheet saying, I passed this % of the toughness tool kit results from this simulator manufacturer and that simulator manufacturer. And now we start to have an idea of the toughness of these devices without certification, without an independent UL doing things, but based on people working together to try to do what's right. The federal CIOs could say, I'm not going to buy user devices for the federal use unless they've met this level of things. And if they allowed the receiver manufacturers to publish that they've been accepted for federal CIO use, we might find that that ends up being a wise thing that other owner-operators start to follow. They buy the same units that the federal CIOs did. The critical infrastructure operators could select and purchase devices based on those tough and test results, even if they don't have the facilities or the staff to do those tests themselves. We might find that volunteers and hobbyists and people doing senior projects get access to a simulator in those toughness tests and repeat some of those tests on the same devices to provide an independent cross-check and publish a paper in ION conference if they find out there's significant differences. So actually, over the past few months, we did an informal survey of simulator manufacturers on this very topic. And a number of them said, oh, we have the capability to do that. In fact, we even offer to do it for particular customers. We either have never thought about offering that as a product or didn't see the market to do it. So I'm suggesting that maybe there's a way of turning a catch-22 into a virtuous cycle where the demand, maybe stimulated by publicity from this board, helps to make that happen. And then once we have many receivers that have raised the bar with this verified level of toughness, it's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be better, then maybe we've accomplished something worthwhile. So finally, some augment takeaways. Have we heard enough about HARS today? If we have tough receivers, Galileo is definitely a useful alternative source to GPS for critical infrastructure. Oh, next slide, please. Thanks. And it's not a panacea. Galileo is not a panacea. What we talked about is raising the bar, pragmatic steps in the near term. And Galileo definitely does that, particularly if we have these dual frequency, dual system receivers. DHS should be encouraging owner-operators to install tough dual system, dual frequency receivers with appropriate backups and anti-jam antennas. There's lots of opportunities to revisit what we've done over the past 4 months. A few people working as volunteers. Adjust, validate our assumptions, including the probability about the GPS outage and how fast the significant interference gets removed. But then we think that this methodology becomes a very powerful way to focus future government efforts on alternative sources of PNT, to put the money, to put the effort where you're going to get the biggest bang for the buck to actually address critical infrastructure use cases that we care about. So we offer this as a very early example and hope that it gets taken over and used far more than we've done to date. So, next please. Thank you.
John, you've outdone yourself. This has been both informative and provocative, and I think all that's worthwhile. I particularly like that last part on how you test for, or the second to last part, where you were testing for toughness. I'm trying to figure out how you incentivize the manufacturer and of both the simulator and the receivers themselves to actually embark upon doing that. And did you think about that, or other than jawboning?
I think we should just start by publicizing the idea and maybe talking to individual companies and seeing if they're interested in it. I think if we get a pull from the receiver manufacturers, then the simulator manufacturers may be interested in doing it. They've got, many of them have the technology to do it already. It's not a big deal. It's just a question of adding a new capability in their marketing literature more than anything else, is my understanding.
I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to write maybe 3 short papers that would go into GPS World or inside GNSS that would highlight what we found, what we did, and try to entice. I think manufacturers generally read those, is my point.
Yes.
And in particular, if it affects their bottom line or their market in some way, I'm wondering if there's some way we can add to your burden or add to somebody's burden by getting an article on P, an article on T, an article on A. And I suspect GPS World or Inside GNSS would jump on doing that. And it might also extend to unmanned systems. I think there's a very nice trade magazine that Joe would, okay. Some of that fits in there too, and to the extent, I mean, clearly we need Dion. We need her, but there is a substitute. We've got some new writers that perhaps could pick up on this, pontificate. Yeah, and get something done. Yes, Matt.
I was just going to say, in relation to the manufacturers, et cetera, supporting it, a point to make is that every country on the planet for our critical infrastructure has exactly this questions happening. So the market's very big. It's not just a US market, would be my... Yeah.
That's a good observation. Other observations? Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that RTCA has been working on developing a set of scenarios that they can use to test for the various resilience of the receivers and to demonstrate requirements to meet many of these objectives that John has identified. This work has been ongoing for a couple of years now. It's a very challenging task to identify a sufficient number of scenarios, and of course it's an open standard, so now your adversaries know what you've tested against as well. We've recently re-baselined a little bit, given the increasing volume of attacks we've seen in recent years, that there's been a decision to kind of upscale the number of scenarios and the difficulty of the scenarios in that, and that is an ongoing effort within RTCA, and we would certainly welcome more participation and feedback on that.
Well, let's take that a step further, too. I think if feasible, we would like somebody from RTCA, both you and Tim are involved with it, but somebody to come in, give us the status on some of these issues, such as their thinking on L5, such as their thinking on directional antennas, if they have been thinking, and also this structure that, shame on me, I was totally ignorant of the fact that you guys don't get to tell them what to do anymore, that they, through the manufacturers, end up with a consensus, I guess, on what they're working on. I'm a little puzzled about that, if I understand it, but I assume the government can make some suggestions. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the government can ask RTCA to write standards. They just can't sort of direct them to do it like they used to. And the big change after losing the FACA status is that now industry can pursue things that the FAA wouldn't have supported in the past. The FAA can still say, we'll never write a TSO against that, but have at it, write write your standard. And RTCA doesn't just do MOPS anymore. They do sort of, I can't remember some of the acronyms, but OSEDs and other documents that aren't necessarily going to be supported by FAA certification requirements. So there's still some useful stuff that goes on. It tends to be driven a little more by industry than it used to be. But, you know, Bruce DeClean is on the Program Advisory Committee. We all know Chris Hagerty. He's also chairing the Program Advisory Committee. So it's not like, you know, RTCA is untethered off doing whatever it's doing.
Well, if we could talk, certainly Chris or Bruce, into coming in and talking to us, that would be worthwhile. I suspect Bruce and Todd's backgrounds are, at this point, pretty common, having shed a lot of blood together in the case of WAS. But, well, how do you feel about getting somebody from RTCA in here to give us the lay of the land?
How many people would you like? On which subjects? Because, you know, SC 159 has 7 working groups, including an antenna group and SBAS, GBAS.
Well, certainly on our working day, we could entertain 2 or 3 hours on that, I think, at least for some of us. The PTA group, I would think, would be interested. And then perhaps have a summary on the open day. Yeah. I don't know, what do you think? Enthusiasm? No?
I think it's a great idea.
Maybe as a prep day, working group, subcommittee thing?
Well, I could see it having that and also a summary. Yeah.
New subject, sir. Two things. First, good news. Tom and I have finally figured out our microphone. Not sure if it's standard configuration, but if you push the button right above the P, at least on our device, it comes on and off really easily. Secondly, and I used to do this a lot, and especially since the Admiral's not here, as the maritime guy, I would encourage everybody to not forget about maritime. So, for example, there are 3,500 platforms in the Gulf of Mexico alone. We're building offshore wind right now, way far offshore, and all of those are going to be either fixed structures anchored to or driven into the seabed, or they're going to be so well anchored that they might as well be fixed structures. If you want to know what the offshore of the United States is going to look like, just look at Europe right now and a plot of wind farms over there. It's renewable, it's unobtrusive, it's very strong, and of course 95% of our global trade comes in and goes out by maritime. So it's, get off my high horse in a moment, but it's very easy for most of us because we stand on the shore and we look out and there's nothing there, it's just water. But it's a very busy area, it's a very important area, and in our deliberations, and I know island nations know this, in our deliberations we need to keep maritime in mind for everything. Thanks.
Yeah, I will point out that 3 of our 15 or so use cases were maritime. They did not consider fixed maritime assets. That's the only difference. That's the only gap that I'm aware of.
Let me ask another question. You saw the recommendations that were presented. It certainly, I think, covered all the ones that I felt were most important, but what was missing? Or what was superfluous? Or what didn't you like? I think there was some sensitivity to multi-constellation use other than Galileo and GPS.
Sorry again, sir, but I agree we should be making recommendations, but in order to do that, I think we need to see the specific wording and of the recommendation that we would go forward, so that we can, you know, I think we agree, a lot of us agree with a lot of the ideas, but exactly what would we say?
That's a good point. They were phrased as recommendations, but obviously deserve a little massaging. I'm sorry, Mike.
All I was
a question I want to get an answer to, is that these were takeaways that were synthesized kind of in advance. The question is, how are they going to get translated to specific recommendations?
Yeah, well, the first question is the subject matter the right subject, and then can we wordmonger to the point that it's going to work for us?
Yeah. And I would suspect that we'll find out that it's more than word mongering, that there's some very clear differences of views and that probably need to get ventilated, and I don't know if that's the intent for tomorrow morning, or if it's here now.
You have a suggestion on that, John?
Well, I'm a little bit concerned about just adding more recommendations to the stack, given the responses we've gotten so far. And I'm wondering if the Inside GNSS GPS World articles that provide a consensus view of the board might be a more effective way at proceeding than the brief recommendations that we've submitted in the past on many of these topics, with the exception being turning L5 on.
And ITAR.
Yeah, so Brad, you asked what is missing, and I'm going to argue that it's the cyber aspect. Just about every computer in this room has a trusted platform module on it, and basically this provides low-level primitives for attesting to the identity of the computer, for signing documents, things along those lines. And when you take a look at the use of GPS receivers, or actually any navigation system, a lot of it's about figuring out your position wherever your device is and then reporting it to another location. And there are all sorts of opportunities for man-in-the-middle attacks. For instance, going from the navigation suite over to Iron Mike, who's driving the ship, if you put a little man-in-the-middle device in there, you can purchase these things. It can take whatever the true information is, modify it, and Iron Mike will then follow that modified course. And so I think it's important to recognize that the cyber aspect of this is also part of securing PNT in resilient and critical infrastructure applications.
That's an interesting observation. The challenge I'm having, I think is the challenge some of us are having, is that our in jar is full. Our in basket is stuffed, and it was stuffed with good stuff. So the only way that I can sense out of this is to come up with some concrete recommendations and wording that we pass through whatever gates are necessary. But then I think we have to get some sense of priorities, and I think if we throw 12 recommendations in the inbox, it's going to be dead on arrival. That's my feeling. And so I think we better either reiterate the recommendations. I asked that we get a copy of those, which AJ has. And I think maybe we should start out tomorrow and, we have some time allocated for discussion.
We have an hour.
Yeah. So I think what we ought to try to do, oh, you mean right now?
Yeah. So, but I'm worried about reiterating previous recommendations because the ESG gave us responses. Are we just going to say we don't like your responses, or what are we going to say?
What was your takeaway on reading those responses?
What I just said.
Yeah. It's a problem.
Shouldn't we change the recommendation in response to the response? I mean, if they had any rationale for why they were not going to do it, we could modify the recommendation to be something less or more palatable.
There's an old saying that the cruelest form of denial is postponement. And the idea that they're not done, whether it's because of a denial or because of their inputs, their jar inbox is just too darn full, I don't know. We sense that some of these have very high priority. Maybe we owe it to ourselves to go back and by a consensus or some manner, prioritize what it is we said in the past, which recommendations have actually been implemented, and which of them are both important and urgent to the point that they should be readdressed. I stand at a fork in the road here. I need some advice.
Sure,
I think we do.
So
Yeah.
it strikes me that we all agree about that, on a recommendation that the government should accelerate implementation of, or setting L5 healthy as soon as possible is a good thing. So I think we have a technical recommendation there. And then on the other end, and in terms of the strategic end, our whole of government approach and current PNT governance unsuitable for a changed world that we talked about is a bit of a reiteration of our celebrate GPS 50th anniversary and recommit, right? But that recommendation was, I mean, it had a lot in it, and it wasn't really specific and as to the point as it could be. So perhaps we might make an observation that something to the effect is that what we talked about this morning, an observation that the United States is losing the PNT race to China. A whole of government effort is needed. Well, there's a lot of good work going on in lots of places, but the current PNT governance structure seems unsuitable for a changed world. And words to that effect. I think those two things we could get the right words together today and tomorrow morning, and probably come to consensus and agreement on. And again, whether the second one is an observation or a recommendation is up to.
Well, I still would tack on ITAR. We have not seen the wording and what they are proposing to do, and it hasn't been executed. As I remember, someone told us last December it was in the agenda and it could be acted on in December. This was last December. And candidly, it has not happened. And so I don't know. So we've got at least three that rise to the L5, the governance. The only trouble with the L5 is activating the signal is just the beginning of a long series of steps that are needed if we're ever going to use it in the aviation market. And the technical evidence is that it is of great value to the aviation people. But first of all, we got to get out there and get people using it officially, more or less. Terry.
I was just going to say this idea of looking at the recommendations we've made before and then the responses to those, I think is what we did in the education one, as Jade talked about earlier today. And then we acknowledged what they said, but then said, well, actually, we think this is what needs doing additionally. And I think if we look at all the other recommendations and the responses in that way, we can take it forward. We won't be making the same recommendations again, but we can evolve on them and say, yes, but.
Yeah, I think that's perhaps a very good way to do it. Mike?
If I might, I think I would draw us back that the Admiral said, I really need out of this a very crisp sort of statement to take to then there's upcoming meetings of the ESG and then presumably a meeting of the actual deputies in the ExCom. So the idea of what we're discussing here about maybe how do you recount what's happened in the past, but the real big theme, and I think there's some agreement that we're trying to get a new sort of change in vector and focus and the rest, and we'll miss an opportunity if that somehow is not recorded going forward in this memo. And so there's been 2 or 3 things that have come out here today that are fairly substantive, I think, that should rise up to the level of the 2 deputy secretaries kind of being told, this is what we think you all need to take under consideration.
Yeah.
You know, I've been thinking about the governance recommendation, which I think is desperately needed. But if you look at where we stand on the calendar, there's going to be a change in administrations next January, even if the current president and vice president are reelected. There will still be a significant change in administration. The question is this the kind of thing that the outgoing administration would do in their last N months? Or is it better to save this and make it part of welcome the new administration package. And I'm not smart on that. I'm barely smart enough to ask the question, never mind answer it.
We can't know. My recommendation is that we treat this administration as receptive to the best recommendations we can provide, and they expect to be reelected. There's no reason why they shouldn't take them seriously now. Maybe expect is too strong, maybe hope is a better word, I don't know. But the fact is that there's no reason not to proceed with all available speed. My concern, frankly, is that you know the definition of insanity. It's continuing to do the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. The initial presentation this morning was all about trying to create a more receptive audience for recommendations, making sure that there is an understanding that we actually think there needs to be a recalibration of our approach to PNT writ large, and create an audience that is more receptive to the recommendations. Even if, again, as I said during the first presentation, even if it's a little bit unrealistic or too ambitious to expect an overhaul in the structure and governance, at least we can trigger a conversation. There's a deficit in terms of innovation, urgency, and paying attention to the kinds of recommendations we're making. We need a more receptive audience, and I think we need to attack that issue first, frankly. Otherwise, we're going to just see another long list of quasi-responses that are, in fact, no response.
All right, let's, so at least according to my notes here, we have three things that are on the calendar. The L5 activate, the governance issue, and ITOM. Are there, first of all, does everyone agree that those are somewhere near the top? Does anyone disagree?
Would HARS be added to the list?
Yeah, that was my next question.
I'd like to see it.
What's that?
We already did HARS, so it'd be a reiteration on the HARS?
Well,
yeah.
Okay.
Well, but if I could, one of the things I think that's come out of all this is you start seeing the intersection. You kind of attack the problem, but there's a couple of these that start rising up and say, well, gee, this really solves a lot of. So HARS is one that had one set of purposes, but you start finding out it brings a lot of other benefits that it increases. Likewise, the idea of getting closer and more collaboration and use of Galileo. That's not been sort of in the mindset and the rest of that. Those are kind of big things that even though we've opined previously, adding emphasis to say that this should really rise up for these reasons.
Toughened dual system, dual frequency receivers, yeah.
Yeah, and with our friends and allies.
Yeah.
So are we suggesting that there is so far I've got L5 activation, governance, structure in the way that Jeff has outlined it, and with the philosophy that we're trying to soften them up, at least get them thinking about it. And if you can, get some changes. ITAR, the issue again is we haven't even seen what the changes are supposed to be. Maybe we get half of the issue, I don't know. And then HARS. So in addition to that, we're talking about a recommendation that would encourage dual constellation, dual frequency receivers. Is that what I'm saying? I'm hearing? I'm for it. What would the recommendation be?
That DHS and DOT advocate the rapid adoption of dual system, dual frequency receivers for across the critical infrastructure.
Well, I think what we might be able to reach consensus on is GPS and Galileo. My guess is that if we try to introduce, pardon me? I'm fine with 3 frequencies, but I think issue of trying to put Baydow into that box is a long way from gaining consensus around this table right now, from what I hear.
Could I perhaps suggest here, having these topics and saying, here's kind of what a finding or conclusion was about a topic with then a recommendation. Because then it creates the rationale as that we may have talked about it before, but bringing up to date, there's now necessity for increased emphasis, and this is what we would recommend.
Okay, I'm certainly willing to do that for each of these as we put them in, but I'm focusing right now on this particular one on dual constellation, dual or triple frequency. Is that, assuming we're talking Galileo and GPS, does that have any heartburn around the table?
I thought there was. I mean, I thought there was some real tension within the
Well,
group.
that was, I think, when the Beidou lever was pulled. I'm pointing at you, Mike. I thought you
The
took
Beidou?
great umbrage at.
Oh, no.
My comment is, I think that we're not going to be able to deliberate to any sort of a conclusion on that topic in any timely way this meeting. So I just don't think we'll get there. Therefore, we shouldn't do it because we need to get other important things done as well.
You're saying we won't come to a conclusion on what topic?
The Beidou, adding
Thank you.
Beidou to that recommendation. I don't think we'll reach consensus, and I think it's important for us to get other things done rather than spend our time, too much time debating that at this meeting, at least.
You're phrasing it in a better way than I did, but I can sense and I know some of the reasoning and rationality, and some of our again, pointing over here to the left here.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I do have a different reaction when you're couching it in the context of critical infrastructure, because I do think that that's an important distinction, critical infrastructure versus just general civilian GNSS devices. So I don't know. I still don't know that we're going to solve this tonight, but I will say that does give me a little bit more comfort in terms of the objections I raised earlier.
Okay, what I'm hearing is the recommendation that we are going to put in is one of encouragement and removing government obstacles to at least dual frequency, if not three frequency, dual constellations, specifically GPS and an ally, and not addressing Beidou or certainly not GLONASS, but not Beidou, just leave that in the too hard jar and not bring it up at all. Is that what I'm hearing?
It's fine with me.
But if you don't mention them, then it's clear you're not mentioning them, right? So I agree. I don't think we're gonna get there.
Well,
there's all kinds of second order effects here that we would have to consider.
Well, unless we yeah, right. So I don't think we're going to accomplish a great deal, recognizing that at least one manufacturer is already producing receivers that receive all of those things, and whether they go into your icebox or where they go, they're being produced. And it's because the market evidently, well, international market evidently likes those devices. So I think what we can do is simply focus on the things that we agree on and let that other sleeping dog lie. How's that? Is that happiness?
Just to be clear, when I raised triple frequency, I was thinking GPS L1, GPS L2, and GPS L5.
I assume that's what you were thinking about.
I wasn't necessarily talking about P6 and all of that. Right?
Well, I think that's also
the most accurate, most robust receiver is a triple frequency GPS receiver.
Right. And that's great. And I think for reasons that Karen has told us, it gets into some equities that the FCC has perceived. And I don't think, we're not prepared to discuss that or say anything about it. Yeah, good. I think we're in violent agreement. So,
and in the interest of being as concise and targeted as we can, I understand everyone, and especially you're concerned about the ITAR issue, but the government has told us, we agree with you and we're working on it as hard as we can. So I'm not sure if there would be even a positive effect of us reiterating that because it could give the impression, oh, well, they're just being cranky and not happy with us. We're doing the best we can.
I would be pleased if they thought I was being cranky. And
I think they know that, sir.
And in particular,
I think they know that.
It is. Jeff still here? Hi, Jeff. So, but in particular, I think that until I see the wording and what they have done, I'm not even certain the change that's being advocated is one that we would all say, hey, that does the job. So, you're being too kind. Well, no, if that's the consensus of what people want to do is simply say we're waiting with bated breath for your other shoe to drop, that's fine. We can do that. I would rather personally restate our sense of urgency because it's one in a long chain of things that is an enabler for what is acknowledged to be the best solution for toughness for a whole bunch of large users, not your handheld, but the big users. And so, well, I'm talking too much, but we've come up, yes.
I think I'm with John on the concern about just proliferating recommendations when they haven't necessarily gotten anywhere. I thought the Admiral was encouraging us to use this draft memo as our new way to try and open the door. And I think Jeff talked about waiting till after our discussions of this meeting before the memo goes. But I thought the memo was going to be our, rather than just a new set of recommendations, setting the scene through the memo. I thought that was the plan.
Well, I think by ignoring them, we have the ones that we don't reiterate, by ignoring, we are giving a sense of priority. And what I heard from you just now, I think, was we have high priorities on 5 of these. And reiterating just those 5 obviously tells them where our priorities are, and wording it in couching it in language that acknowledges perhaps that some of them we've already heard a response, but nonetheless, the sense of urgency still is there, and la-di-da. So that was my hope.
Can you repeat for us the 5, please?
Sure. Activate L5. Address the issue of the governance structure and how it appears to be outdated. Reiterate our interest in ITAR and a modification to ITAR that truly enables manufacturers to produce the types of receivers that are currently being sold in Turkey. Maybe you don't want to say it that way. HARS. And then the encouragement and removal of barriers to GPS Galileo dual frequency receivers.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, same list I have.
Okay. Yes, Terry.
I was going to say one thing. We did agree the refined education recommendation earlier.
I think everyone agrees with the recommendation. The issue is whether adding it makes it more likely or less likely for them to address the other 5. And I
would agree completely. I wouldn't rank it against the same. I was pointing out that we did actually agree, the board did agree to that recommendation earlier.
I'm wondering whether we want to think about a parallel way of communicating besides recommendations to the XCOM, and we ought to take that on as more of a formal secondary communications channel for many of the things we've talked about today, including your recommendation. It means more work. It's not just filling out a view graph and throwing a paragraph over the wall to the XCOM, but it means working with CER and maybe with Inside GNSS or GPS World and starting to be more public in our advocacy for things that don't reach the point of criticality that we put them on the table for the XCOM.
I agree, and I can envision the admiral sending a memo to the deputy secretary saying, here's our overarching concern. We have a lot of advice, detailed advice. We're going to send that separately to the ESG, excuse me, and we hope that is included in the overall government approach. But yeah, kind of a dual piece there. Communicate to the audience at the appropriate level, right? So the deputy secretaries don't necessarily want to know about, they might not even want to know about accelerating L5, right?
Yeah,
but they want to know that we think that we're losing a step just nationally and we need to get our act together.
Right. I think we could take a shot at trying to do a dual list, separate chain, separate separate means of communication in some way. I don't know. Russ had his hand up very patiently.
Yeah, thank you. I think the education one recommendation, which I fully support, is the kind of thing that should go to a publication at this point, because we don't even have a good focus of where it should go in the within the U.S. government. So I would recommend personally, and I would also ask you to look at the 5 and see about if there's a way to take 1 or 2 of those down and go through an alternate thing, because that 5 is a lot, particularly when you have a key thing like the governance in there. So.
I just want to make sure it's not overlooked, but a national IDM system that can identify the fact that you're being jammed and where, I see as being useful. I don't know if that's a good recommendation, but I do want to make sure that's under consideration.
You got it.
Yeah, I'm starting to learn how to work.
You figured it out. I really appreciate everyone's discussion, and as the executive director, I really wanted to stay out of it and listen to the discussion, but I have had numerous conversations with Schrock, right, the executive secretary of the National Space Council, and as you can imagine, that same group, the Users Advisory Group, has raised very similar concerns. Education's one of them, governance is another, ITAR is another. And during the last administration, when Scott Pace had the position, he was kind enough to invite a number of us into the West Wing, and we had a 2-hour sit-down with OSTP and OMB and NSC, and really got a chance to lay things out on the table. So I did have that conversation with Schrock. I'll be having another conversation with him next week, and he has offered to bring in PNT board leadership. So of course that would be Admiral Allen and Dr. Parkinson, and perhaps the subcommittee chairs. We'll have to see, what they want to hear about. But I think a lot of the topics will be of interest, and the bottom line is they know the clock is ticking for the end of this administration, and the Space Policy Directive 7 is under the purview of the National Space Council office. So the way that the schedule lays out, we've got an ESG meeting, TS-SCI level, in May, and then we're going to be having an XCOM later than that. But in the meantime, we've got this opportunity to sit down with Schrock, and I'm sure he will help us ensure that the deputy secretaries are at the XCOM. So that's just information that I think will help set people's minds at ease, that we're not sitting here developing recommendations that won't be looked at.
Could I ask a question?
Please.
At the risk of being the skunk at the picnic, I was just looking at the charter again. I was looking at the duties of the advisory board, and nowhere did I find that one of our duties is to write articles in publications for the general public. We're supposed to be advising the executive committee, And actually, we're supposed to be answering questions that they ask. It's funny that they don't ask many questions and that we're always kind of answering questions that we ask ourselves, but that's another problem. I would just caution that while nobody is prevented in any way, particularly people with the kinds of expertise we have around the table, from writing any article they want in their own personal capacity, I think writing on behalf of the advisory board is probably beyond what's expected of members of the board, acting as members of the board.
Of course, you're absolutely right. And on the other hand, what we could do is accumulate our secondary recommendations. They've been aired here, and I think we're free to perhaps straighten out the wording and then publish them publicly. And having one or two of the board members elaborate on them, not on the behalf of the board, but already having the substance of what we're trying to say out there, I would hope that that would meet Barbara and JJ and our friendly lawyers okay. Yeah, is that a way to proceed?
Yeah, I understand Jeff's points, but at the same time, unless prohibited, the advisory board has really gotten a lot of important information out to the general public. And so from a DFO perspective, I appreciate it as long as it doesn't cross certain lines where we know the administration is taking a position, and we don't want to get crosswise with that. But at the same time, it is an independent body.
Are you happy or unhappy?
I'm very happy. I'm always happy. But
I was going to buy you a drink.
You're wrong. No, I don't mean to, again, I don't mean to rain on this parade in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying, let's, yeah. Our recommendations are always on the record. Everything we do is on the record. That's the form, that's the platform in which we communicate with the public. Writing articles about that, that's fine. If we want to just, members of the advisory board wish to amplify in their own personal voice things that the advisory board has done, that's perfectly okay. I'm just saying that that's not how we communicate with the government. We communicate with the government through recommendations that we submit to the XCOM.
Here's what I recommend we do. We've got the 5. We need to flesh those out and make certain that the wording and the perhaps a short rationale that goes with them is all okay and is succinct enough that the Admiral can use them. He may elect to cut the number down, but let's see what happens there. Secondly, we had a lot of, I don't know if they're recommendations or suggestions right now, but we had a lot of ideas, and I'm wondering if I can ask AJ to get distilled from the lists that you have sent, that we've seen today, the list of, I don't want to call them secondary, it sounds like, the ones of less urgency, let me put it that way. And that we can look at what those are tomorrow and agree that it's on or off the less urgent list, that the urgent list is what goes in the letter and is highlighted, that the less urgent list is something that we make public, and it has the public support of the whole board, hopefully, and that thereafter, if we have 1 or 2 board members who would like to offer elaborations on subjects that were clearly discussed in public, I would hope that that would satisfy all the bells and whistles and no one would go to jail. Does that sound like a good plan? Nod? Yes? No? Okay. Yeah, Mike.
If I might, I don't want to overstay my welcome in this forum here. But one of the things that did come up that I do think perhaps needs to be thought of in sort of the top 5, does it become top 6 or whatever? And Logan just brought this up. I think there is a very broad agreement that we needed to move rapidly to establishing a national PNT IDM capability, and it needs to be clearly fixed if you remember, came out of NSPD 7, it says it's a jump ball. You DOD, DOT, DHS, gotta go figure this out. And good things are going on, but there's nothing that is really establishing a program and an official that is responsible for implementing a national.
I totally agree, but I've been putting you on the spot all day.
Well, look, I agree. This is really important. So, but again, going back to SPD 7, it does designate DOT to lead the effort. This topic has been before the executive steering group. There is a lot of work that's going on. So the fact that we had those major interference incidents in 2022 really did light a fire. And part of the problem is there was so much, energy going toward trying to solve it. We had people going in different directions. So the PNT situational awareness workshop that's going on at MITRE this week is trying to bring all those efforts together so that we have that one common operating picture. James Aville's, they're all working in a classified environment, but he's been giving me status updates that they are very close to bringing all of that information into an initial operating capability. The issue that was before the ESG is it has to be sustainable. We can't stand up a capability and then, fall into that valley of death. So I do think, it's an important point of, thinking about how do we sustain it, and then it's, necessary but not sufficient to detect interference. We have to move to mitigate it as quickly as possible, and I think that's what the board has, challenged us to do. But it really is a whole of government. Certainly for DOT, we play a significant role, but we don't view that this could be on our own. And we really value all of the interagency partners who are working with us, and particularly DOD with their GOAT, their GNSS operational awareness tool, has been really key to success.
Let me make a suggestion. If you don't mind jotting down, Mike, what it is you would put in such a recommendation, and you just pencil it out or something. AJ can, hi AJ. He can add that to the list, and let's see if the feeling of the board, my feeling is the optimum number of recommendations is probably between 1 and 3, but we are currently at 5, and the question is, do we want to go to 6? And why don't we all noodle on it overnight, and we'll give it another shot tomorrow, and if anyone wants to continue the discussion right this minute, I'm willing to do that.
I've got just to follow up on the question about interference detection and mitigation. The reason that our final set of slides suggested a presentation in fall with more specifics than we've seen before about what metrics are you using in your development, what values have you assigned to those metrics, and what schedule are you on in order to deliver that capability is, I think it reflects the ignorance around this table about what's actually happening. We've seen presentations before, but they've been very superficial, not looking like program management leading to a product, leading to an operational capability. And to the extent that all of that really exists and we're just ignorant about it, then maybe that's a less of a concern in terms of making that a 6th agenda item. To the extent that you don't have the funding and the horsepower to actually execute a program that's going to deliver the useful capability at a useful date, then maybe it does deserve another push from the board. Is there anything you can say to help us understand things better?
Yeah, I think we're certainly happy to present whatever the next, PNT advisory board meeting, is, and I think we're on a good track to that initial operating capability. I think the challenge that we put before the leadership of the executive, steering group is the sustainability. of that, because when you start to look at, I'm on the research side of DOT, so when you look to transitioning, we were funding the upfront work, again, in the partnership with the interagency. As we look to transition this into an operational capability, we do have 24/7 operating capabilities that are part of the Crucible, process, but, ensuring that is sustainable going forward. And when we reach IOC, there are going to be gaps. I mean, we're not going to have, all of the information that we need, and we're going to, it'll be a continually, evolving process. But what I've been challenged by, my leadership is not to let perfect be the enemy of good enough. We know that we need this capability, and to have something, stood up and start to use it and learn where we can, then improve upon it.
Thank you, Karen. So hopefully, I'm putting a lot of pressure on you here, friend, but hopefully we can get the 5 recommendations and we can get the less urgent list and have it available for tomorrow. There's one other thing that we will have to ponder, or I'd like to ponder tomorrow, and I'll give you some hints, at least on the thinking of a small number of us, and it isn't unanimous yet, and that is our next meeting. And this is something that deserves a certain amount of thinking. And some of us think that meeting in the Washington-Baltimore area leads to a greater probability of getting important people in to at least sample what we're doing. And so and we don't want to interfere with the International ICG, which is happening in early October. So I am suggesting 2 possible weeks, 14 to 17 October and 21 to 24 October in somewhere in the inner harbor of Baltimore.
Jeff, when is the ICG?
No, I looked it up.
Okay.
I looked it up. It's like the 1st through the 11th or something. Yeah, it's somewhere like that, right? So it does not interfere. Those dates don't. But my guess is there's no way we pick 2 dates that some of you don't have an interference. And the question is it an epidemic of can't attends or not? And so, yes, Dana.
Can we do it in the D.C. area instead of in Baltimore or Annapolis?
Well, we picked that because we thought that in previous years that it's been less expensive. I think the closer you get to the Washington Monument, the more the hotels cost.
I'm willing to go to the buffet for the dinner or whatever.
What's that?
I'm willing to go to a buffet for dinner that night, or on my own.
No, I think in part it's room availability and cost, but Leisha can give us some suggestions. The main idea is do it somewhere within a relatively short car drive of those senior officials or intermediate officials who are the drivers for what goes on in PNT within Washington, and try to get them in when we're talking about something they're interested in.
We're not that important, sir. When we were at National Harbor, we got Fred Moorfield and Dr. Hampshire. When we were at the Sheraton next to the Pentagon, we got.
So
Kate
what are you
Zukovic.
recommending exactly, Dana?
Someplace inside the Beltway.
Inside instead of outside?
Inside, yes, sir. I think there's a.
Well, I don't mind. It doesn't make any difference to me. The question is, what kind of constraints does that put on Leisha and actually doing it? And this is pretty short notice, I guess, when it's close to the election. I don't know if that means anything. Where's Leisha? Is she here? Well, okay. The 2 weeks, one is 21-24 and the other is 14 to 17. I'm not opposed to making it in the vicinity of Washington, but I'm trying to acknowledge the boundary conditions that JJ might have.
So why do we should decide on the dates
I'm more than willing to do that, and that's fine.
I would rather be inside the Beltway, but that's a cost issue that NASA has to decide, and they pay for it.
No, we can make it work even if we hold the meeting in a government building, so we'll make it work.
So that's fine. I had suggested Baltimore simply because I thought it was more apt to be acceptable to Alicia and the implementers of our hand waving. Yes, Reno.
Thank you, Brad. I was just to emphasize, I talked to Alicia and she told me about the constraints of funding. So apparently we need to.
Well, it has to be past October, the next fiscal year.
Okay.
That's the trick. We've blown through our budget for this fiscal year.
Mm-hmm. But we're past the 1st of October into the whole brand-new counting system and all that. So
okay,
that should not be a major problem.
Right.
Okay. Yes, Matt.
Yeah, I'm not available for either of those dates. We're on holidays in Europe for 6 weeks.
Well, we want you to interrupt that holiday. No, we're not going to.
I get back on the 24th of November.
We're not going to complete this discussion right now. You've got to go home. Many people have to call their significant other and find out what's going on. But meanwhile, I'm throwing those out so that we are priming the pump on this particular discussion.
I would just like to say for the record, I had suggested Marshall Space Flight Center so that we could be a little bit closer to New Orleans. And he said no.
No, I've been to Marshall many times. There's no tour that I'm interested in doing there. If you're going to do that, I'd come back here and take a second tour of two stops, frankly, because that was a delight and very pertinent to what we do. Okay, if anyone has violent objections, let me know. If it's merely that you're on vacation in Europe and that takes priority. All right. So we're going to wrap up about 10 minutes before closing time. Any other comments? Yeah, yes, please, Jeff.
I just, at the risk of being obvious, wanted to remind everybody that you started the meeting by saying this is an experiment. We're going to try a different approach to this meeting, and so we asked John and the PTA subcommittee to take over the organization of the meeting. I think it was a spectacular success. I think there's been more energy demonstrated during this meeting than any previous meeting I've ever attended. Yeah, and well, I'm also pissed off, frankly, because I'm a chairman of another subcommittee, and you set a very high bar. So I'm not that thrilled, but congratulations, because it really was an unbelievable amount of content. And it's not just you. Your collaborators have been amazing. So thank you. No more.
So that's a good segue into a subject we're going to discuss tomorrow, and that is how we organize our next meeting. And what I am going to recommend is, I will expand on this in the morning, looking at the whole issue of GNSS compared to others and combining that with what you do about it, which involves the governance. So what has been suggested is that Matt heads a oh, you're not going to be here. You just did that. Yeah, well, okay, so the point was that we would discuss, and I'm going to show you a process and some ideas. They're all draft, and fleshing that out in the same manner that PTA was fleshed out, I think, is a good thing to do. And combining that with what do you do about it, which is the governance side, and combining that, putting those two together, much as we organized ourselves this time, I think would make for a pretty meaty meeting. Meaty meeting? Yeah. A meaty meeting. So think about that one. If you didn't like this, the way it was organized, frankly, it was. It's one of the most interesting and provocative sessions we've ever had is going through this, in my opinion. So I thought it worked out pretty well. All right. Anything else that anyone wants to bring up? JJ.
Yeah. Any other points? Because mine is more logistics for tonight. Okay. So first of all, obviously, thank you very much. We all know Admiral Allen was here with us this morning, and hopefully we definitely will see him soon. He is doing much, much better, as many of you know at this point in time. The plan for tonight, the members, the speakers, and the government personnel who have contributed, supported, we're going across the street. You know where that is, 6:30 to 7:30. Social interaction, continuing an informal conversation. Then we have dinner. And then I would just like to recognize a couple of people real quick. So Dr. Penny Axelrad, who has been with us for many years and reappointed, was on the NASA Advisory Council as well. This is probably her last day here, so please acknowledge.
Do I get to say something?
Yes.
Yeah. So first of all, thanks to Brad for inviting me to be on this panel long ago. And to all the rest of you who I've met since being on here and had opportunities to work with you on things and chat about what's been going on. It's been really a very fun and also just enlightening. I've learned a lot of things from every one of you, so I really appreciate it. And wish you good fortune in getting things passed or acted on going forward. I know that's really hard, and your persistence, actually Brad's persistence is quite incredible. So thank you for everything.
Thank you, Penny. And we all know DT, General David Thompson, one of our staunch supporters for many years, and before him, General Hyten. I don't know that he's still in the back, but I know we all appreciate very much that he spent another day with us. And then the last one is a little bit sad it's very sad for me. My partner in crime, Barbara Addy, we've run a division together at NASA for nearly 20 years. And she is retiring at the end of June. So I will have no more, it will be hard for me to pick up the phone because there won't be anyone on the other line to listen to my complaints. So anyways, Barbara, thank you more than I could ever say. And with that, sir? Yes, he's still active. Okay. Good.
Okay, with that, listen, that's it.